The Static Shiv. Redesigned and reloaded for summer 2023, this classic item is back and better than ever. Need to clear the wave? No problem. Static Shiv bounces from minion to minion, making wave management a breeze. What about lane trading? Say goodbye to minions blocking your poke. When you've got the Static Shiv, just attack anything nearby and watch your helpless lane opponent ride the lightning. Team fighting? Once you've got your Static Shiv online, you'll be bursting down opponents and enjoying the complimentary question mark pings from your team in no time flat. Static Shiv does it all! And don't think we forgot about you, ARAM. Static Shiv makes the Howling Abyss into Howling Bliss. One game with this bad boy and you'll be saying, holy Shiv! League of Legends has never seen an item like this before. But don't take my word for it. Let's hear from some real-life Static Shiv customers.
Wow, I built Static Shiv and I've never gotten easier LP. Thanks, Static Shiv.
My wife wouldn't talk to me before I bought Static Shiv. But now we duo every night. Thanks, Static Shiv.
The Shiv is truly changing the game, but to make this deal even sweeter, we're offering a special bonus gift exclusive to LCS viewers that you can't find anywhere else. Call in the next 20 minutes to receive Night Harvester, a 3,200 gold value, absolutely free. Night Harvester pairs beautifully with the Shiv, activating its unique effect on every champion Shiv bounces to. Now that's value. So what are you waiting for? Pick up your phone and order your Static Shiv today. Call 555-RITO-PLIZ to order your Static Shiv from Riot Games. That's 555-RITO-PLS. Or send payment by check or money order for 3,000 gold to 420 Doran Way, Summoners Rift, Ohio, 42069. For fastest delivery, use your MasterCard and call 555-RITO-PLIZ. That's 555-RITO-PLIZ. Call now.
Yep, jumps the
while.
wall.
Paths to make this dive happen. Vulcan and Prince see it. Stixay gets rooted under Torso. Manages to out-survive the damage, but first blood has been drawn by River, still surviving. Vulcan flashes forward to see if he can get single auto, who he lands the hook to kill. A double kill for Golden Guardians on the bot side. Which is why Prince and Vulcan are making sure to back up a bit more safely, but who he hits the go, ults way into the backline with Prince. Vulcan takes too much damage before making his way to the turret. Spica attempting to make the play, misses with the ultimate. Over the wall he goes. A good stun onto Huhi, but they need another hit for him to not live any longer, and there it is from Prince.
He's not going to get it quite yet in time for this fight, though.
They're stepping up to the plate. Huhi tries to throw out the Q to match up with Gory. Emperor's Divide throw now. Vulcan now the subject of the ultimate from Nautilus. Trying to respond, but Vulcan has fallen. Looking to claim another one in life. The Lamb's Respite has been popped. Multiple in the safety of it, but Vikla falls as soon as it does as well. So the jungle earlier to collapse on Spica. Hold on to Repair longer. Bringing out the ultimate. Vikla is trying to make the play. The Dominus has been popped by Impact, but Vikla is way too far away from the rest of the team. Licorice drawing one victim towards him as Impact has fallen. The solo laners eliminated on FlyQuest.
Miracle time, what you got for us?
You got a teleport coming in from Impact. Spica's already trying to dash over the wall. Gory, despite being half HP, has the sight set onto Vikla, who's locked against the wall of the jungle and now sent to the grave. Two taken away by FlyQuest. Spica has no chance against three members of Golden Guardian, and the Duke are on top. Impact takes one. Never mind. Impact manages to turn it around, so the rest of the team sacrifice, but at least some drawn down to the depths.
Licorice is devouring the bottom side tier 2 and teleporting behind them.
Trying to collapse upon FlyQuest. Vikla gets hooked by Huhi. Look at the damage landing onto Fly. Vulcan attempts to help him with the Breath of Life. The Lamb's Respite's activated. Huhi on the outskirts of it can draw one down towards the demise. A triple kill set up here from Prince. Looking to dish it back to Golden Guardians. Still standing strong with two. But Golden Guardians bring Spica on down. An Impact on the retreat keeps the ace from happening for the time being. And Impact still holding on to their teleports, and a song and dance across by the dragon starts to begin. His stun onto River, has to retreat towards the team, pops the ultimate, and Prince also activating the Featherstorm. Cannot quite get the lockdown with the Blade Caller, who he flashing forward, attempting to get Stixay! Over the wall he goes! Emperor's Divide knocks multiple back, but it's only Vulcan in the pit. Impact still in the base. Teleport coming in from Gory to get the rematch against him. Pops the GA is here to stay, and Golden Guardians collapse in the fountain.
Under lane, whittle away, especially at the resources on Diamond, and expose him. But here we go. Here's our aggressive Tristana. M&S is in.
Up in the mirror image. Got the flash away. Answer with a flash of his own to draw first blood before falling. Striking away. Fudge not able to collapse, but the remainder of Cloud9 are focused on the objective at hand. Santorin goes in with the ult, but Blabber secures the dragon for himself. Sven sacrificing his life for the other support, but a blast down onto Santorin. M&S getting the reset on his rocket jump, puts him in range of Tomo, so it's just a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of Otto, and Tomo eliminated. It's knocking him down, using the Nature Scratch to put back Dignitas. Y'all already take Diamond. Santorin attempts to find the angle, but Blabber knocks them back. Sven looking for the collapse onto Santorin, but over the wall Rich goes, and 2 kills for Blabber. Really looking to lay it on him. M&S is focused onto Jensen, who manages to dash on out of it, so keeps his life, but 2 taken down for Dignitas. Blabber still making that face at Dignitas, but Santorin's doing the same, tries to go in with a Q, but Berserker flashes out of it. Root to burn down Diamond, and Cloud9 are going for more. Santorin taken out. Rich has to leap over the wall, and Tomo flashes over it as well. Double kill coming in for M&S. And Cloud9 are just making chum food of Dignitas.
They're circling around for the last fight, though. Here we go.
Plenty of utility. Rich over the wall, tries to swing onto multiple. Berserker will come out of the stasis soon, and Santorin almost gone, but manages to survive it. Berserker and Sven have been taken down. 2-for-2 trade thus far. Fudge, his dominance just now expiring. Jensen, though, manages to get out with that passive active. Way back it up and leave that Nexus vulnerable, so they want to try and hit the go button first. M&S has to hop on out of it. Multiple route. Managed to grab one. Blabber goes in with the Q. Jensen goes right into the backline of Cloud9, but manages to keep his life. Fudge, even with the dominance, Pop can't finish him off yet. Jensen taken down, Rich taken down. Cloud9 giving all the resets to M&S. A triple kill from the mid laner is one way to put a good bow on that fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LC9 Analyst Desk. I'm the new Dash, just less handsome and more passive in lane. I'm joined by Fudge Factor, Blackfish 2, M&S, and MP of Spring Split, Berserker. Guys, how do you feel?
I love playing Renekton.
Why I'm only M&S?
Why not?
Okay. You're just M&S. Okay, of course, man.
So, after a great answer to that first question, I just want to ask, M&S, your first game of Tristana on stage. A little bit of a rocky start there in level 1, got a little bit drunk there, but 1-for-1 solo kill. Jensen is the last C9 mid laner. Do you think you're better than him?
Just I'm too good.
But are you better than him?
Yeah. No, it's Ego.
That's Ego?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say stay humble, but you played pretty well today, so I think you deserve it.
Yeah, I think today I'm deserving.
POG, I guess.
Yeah. You know?
Blabber, you are pretty outspoken about your Maokai being undefeated in the LCS.
11-0
I believe
now.
it was 10-0
I'm 11-0 now.
after this game. Yes. Very impressive. Do you think Maokai is still OP?
No.
Why not?
Honestly, Maokai's kind of boring to play. And I did not have that much fun today. But
Does that make the character less overpowered?
yes. Okay, but League of Legends is a video game to play to have fun. If I'm not having fun,
I agree.
then
I mean-
it's just not ideal.
That's true. I'm Blabber like die, right? But if Blabber play Maokai, it's pretty hard to die, right? So it makes sense.
What?
Personally,
that's really impressive.
I think Blabber tends to find a way to die in the game, regardless of his champion, you know?
That's a good point, yeah.
But anyways, there's a new game mode on the PTR called the 2v2v2v2 or whatever.
Yep.
Have you guys played it yet? What do you think about it?
I've not played it yet. I heard it's very good. That's all I have to say. I'm not going to say what I was about to say. That's going to be out of pocket. Moving on.
I also have not played it, but I've heard it's very fun. I've watched some people play it online, like on twitch.tv. So I'm going to try when it comes out.
I did notice LS getting flamed because he's trying to min-max like how to get better at the game. And then like on Twitter, people were like, "Why are you taking this fun game mode like so seriously?"
Yeah.
That was kind of
I
fun.
also hate when people try hard to win in video games, when they're made to play for fun, like Blabberfish said.
Exactly.
But I want to talk about this early game today against Dignitas. A very strong team in the LCS right now. You guys had a great early game. MS got a solo kill at level 2, but the Rift Herald didn't really plan out how he wanted it to, did it, guys?
So this game, I played Renekton. And
You did definitely play Renekton.
I did not have a very good time, so I'm deciding I'm never gonna play Renekton ever again. Just so like anyone.
So you're saying that the early game issues was because of Renekton?
I mean, it's just
blaming
I'm
draft
playing
again.
Renekton and I have no help from my team, so I don't want to play. Honestly, M&S was pressuring top lane more than Blabber this game, no?
I apologize. My bot lane was calling for a dive.
Yeah, like Berserker is like any single time I say, "Can we come top? Can we come top?" Blah, blah, blah. Berserker's like, "Oh, let's just come ball lane. Let's just come ball lane."
Even
I'm like,
though-
like CBA playing Renekton ever again, no?
I don't know. I think on this team, I only care my top lane.
Yeah, exactly. M&S is my
Putting
go.
ward, putting pink ward.
Yes,
putting
when
roam.
I saw the top side vision,
One second.
Top needs have.
Wait,
all
to be
the-
fair,
when I saw it, shut the fuck up! Everyone shut up!
It's my fault. I will
When
be
I
there.
saw
no matter what.
M&S warding topside jungle for me, I was like, wow, this guy understands how to play League of Legends. This is
But
a
to be
good
fair,
mid laner
Forge
right here.
always said top line doesn't matter. Just play for bottom and jungle, right?
All top
That's
laners
also
say,
true.
Top lane is so weak patch doesn't matter, but then you go bot lane, my jungle didn't go top.
Okay, but I'm playing Renekton.
I also lost my Gromp for going bottom. Was it worth, guys? I lost Gromper.
AM team bot lost their whole tower.
Yeah, but I lost the Gromp.
Yeah, I
The Gromp
think
is pretty nice, I
I
agree.
think he needs that.
Like, Gromp is actually good for you.
I agree. But
M&S.
for
Power
next
Grid
question,
for team mentor, no?
I'm hearing here.
Power
MS,
word.
you had an interesting flash this game.
Yeah.
Before Dragonfight. What do you think about that?
What was?
I might have had a
You had an
couple
interesting flash.
flashes too.
Oh,
When?
Where was it? Let me see.
There's a highlight here on the screen right now. Let's see, where are you?
Okay, we're watching. We're
Please,
watching.
Oh,
please,
I
please.
saw this. I saw
Please,
this.
please, please.
I actually saw this.
No.
Watch.
I did not see
I don't know. I think it's actually just bug, you know? Riot is too weak.
It's a bug?
I actually saw
I
that
agree.
in
No,
game.
that's bug.
Yeah.
That's bug.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, it happens to the best of us.
True.
So, we've all been there, I'm sure.
It's fine. Besides that, you played well today, MNS.
I agree.
Good job.
Yeah.
What
I
does
know.
BRL mean?
I have absolutely no idea.
B-roll?
B-roll.
Okay, is M&S the player of the game? Who's the player of the game?
I mean, absolutely.
Anyone know?
No matter on me.
Any single
Player
person
of the
know?
game
Stick to the
is-
script.
It's here. Player of the game.
Player of the game is
M&S.
Congratulations!
Very, very nice.
They actually didn't see you.
Actually,
They actually didn't see you, but
fine.
that was a good day.
Amazing work, M&S. You played
Berserker,
very
how
well
did
this
you
game.
die there?
Berserker finds ways to die, no?
What time?
I mean,
Like,
I
at the
did
end,
as well,
You
to
got
be honest.
Sejuani
but-
ulted.
Yeah, I like how at the end, Berserker
I don't know why I
says,
said that.
I mean, like, please block Sejuani ult.
Yeah.
Then my tanks say yes, and then they
just
don't
like-
bug it.
Yeah.
I'm knocking the
very
enemy
nice.
Jackson Rel. What do you want me to
I
say?
don't know. I think Saturn just finds angles. Like, he just found the angle.
Sven, you have to read prompter.
True.
Yeah.
I'll be prompter. As we all know, C9 is by far the most dominant team in the LCS right now. I doubt anyone else can play as well as we did today, but TSM and NRG are going to
They're going to try. Production says we're doing a good job.
Doing a good job, and can stay. Don't go anywhere. The Cloud9 Lounge. I like to call it LC9 Analyst Desk. I think that's better personally, but we can
I agree,
move
yeah,
on.
yeah.
We'll be right back.
Hanser very aware though. Boogie stepping up to contracts, attempting to path over towards his try, gets stunned up, flashes away. The Q from Dokla used to try and zone him off, but first blood drawn by Hanser. Seeks out FBI, uses the Glacial Prison, which does get the cleanse from him, and the flash as well. Wild Turtle following over the wall, fail of arrows and more. Taking down the enemy bot laner.
Classic Turtle flashing forward. This one didn't have a lot of risk to it. Oh! He even went to the same spot. He went to the same spot on the wall to try and follow. We're not done yet. Boogie's got one more.
A contract stunned up as soon as Hunter comes to the party. Smacked him. Absolutely annihilating your map. But here's an attempt to stand against him. Nature's Grass gets a root onto 2, but the answer back onto contracts is just too good. Ignar coming out of stasis, next to be smacked by Wild Turtle. TSM maintain their pressure across these lanes. See the Dragon getting started up by Energy. Teleport on TSM's side.
Yeah.
That's enough to be able to push off Palafox and FBI. They don't have the numbers. They don't have the fight. Palafox, though, almost kills off Hanser before he pops the wash. And FBI into the range of Wild Turtle is not where you want to be. TSM punishing Energy for making the attempt on Dragon.
Palafox isn't done. He hex skates over. Can he hit the W snipe? He
Managed
has
to
the
get the
ult.
Void Seeker onto Wild Turtle, but but yeah, use the killer instinct at the top of that previous fight, so cannot follow up. Ignar latches on with a Q, but is answered back by Boogie. Chime headbutting Palafox away, doesn't want him to get into his backline anymore to try and offer a safe recall here for Boogie. You can see the missile still raining down from Palafox. He wanted to get Chime, he could not find it. TSM.
Plus increasing their lead, TSM have come.
They're already going for it. Ignar stunned up and more. Palafox goes in the back line with a killer instinct, but Wild Turtle has already gone golden. Haunter zoning off Palafox, but the rest of TSM are encroaching upon the base. Palafox has fallen at the mouth of the gator, baby. TSM are still going for more energy, looking to make their final hold. Still some Baron-empowered minions coming through, ensuring that they can take down this second inhibitor, increase the number of supers that they have pushing with them. And the pressure from Energy's all too good. Some heavy poke onto Wild Turtle, though he has to be careful. And eventually Contracts has fallen. Dokla, the last one to remain for Energy. Yes, Ignar has a respawn, but it's TSM putting this one in the books.
Thank you very much, Gabby. I'm standing by with Turtle, who just won.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? How'd that feel, playing Poke Varus?
It feels pretty good playing Poke Varus, you know, just shooting the minion waves from really afar, so really had fun with the
It was really
PvE.
great the way you charged that bow, dude. That was incredible.
Oh, yeah, it was great.
Okay, so you guys are 2-0 this week, though. You have to be feeling better about that. How has it been kind of coming back after that tough 0-3 week?
Just bouncing back and going back to like what we know in like week 1, week 2, we were like kind of finding our ground, and here again like we're finding it again. And I think tomorrow is going to be a really huge matchup for us against GGS.
Yeah, GG also 2-0 this week. Speaking of tomorrow, did you know that you will tie Bjergsen for the most games ever played in LCS?
Awesome.
That's been a really long time. Talk to me like looking back 10 years ago when you were like debuting in the LCS. Did you think like, yeah, 10 years from now, still going to be crushing League of Legends?
Definitely not. I think maybe it's due to the fact that I played a lot of MOBA games when I was younger, but I really like this genre of video games. So,
and how are you feeling just in general? You getting burnt out? The guy ahead of you just retired. You can get a big lead.
I mean, if you're winning, I don't think you can get burnt out. So
yeah, that's true. 2-0, feeling good. wait, that's a shot at Bjergsen. So the other thing that you're coming up on is you are 15 kills away from the all-time kill leader as well. Seems like you're on pace to do that. Another just huge category for you. So congrats on that.
Thank you.
Final question, just for your team. How are you feeling? You guys are kind of in that middle of the pack battle. Who do you think you are biggest competition that you're looking at? Because there's like C9, Golden Guardians, EG, and then this other clump.
I really do think tomorrow is going to be our true test. If we can beat GG, I think we might be the best team in the LCS. Who knows? But anyways, that might be the big one for us. So.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck with that game tomorrow. Before we go to break, we'll be seeing EG versus 100 Thieves next, but Double has some words of warning for his rookie mid laner.
So early because he doesn't want to step really far out, or he's just going to get brought away.
Oh, Sunday's all out. Revenge is in some trouble here. He does not have an ultimate, and Cassante just gave Fiora the top lane solo experience. Wow, that assault as JoJo keeps going for the auto attacks. The ulti from Sejuani doesn't do anything because there's no follow-up from the rest of 100 Thieves. Daisy's still pretty low HP, but going to keep leading the charge. Smite guarantees they're able to knock her down. Ayla goes in for the crash down and finds 2. Closer's immediately blown up, and now Bucio's tanking everybody with no Alistar ulti on the menu just yet. Unforgiven picks up the kill on him, and it's 2-0 for EG in the fight.
Seems a little bit trepidatious to start it off.
There is a TP available for Cassante, but not for Fiora. The fight's already started. Double is gonna find the first kill, but JoJo barely gets away. Quinn takes out Ayla. JoJo's still trying to hobble it off. 100 HP remains, and now it's cut down. 100 Thieves just struck gold. Here comes the Daisy dive. As Quid gets away, JoJo's ready to rocket jump forward. Closer coming over the wall, trying to provide some covering fire here from his mid laner. The Emperor's Divide buys a moment more, but Quid still falls, and JoJo picks up the money. EG brings more guys. They're ready to keep this fight going as Closer. One more hit will take him down, and Unforgiven gets it done.
Two of them sneaking between mid waves too to find flanks.
Ayla's ready to lead the charge here as 100 Thieves goes for the tier 1 turret, but they're going to be forced off before they complete the job. Revenge ready to collapse. He wants double lift for Quinn. The Magnet Storm, one of the carries of 100 Thieves, and double lift is already down. Quinn follows right after, and Busio's the cherry on top. Someday's going nowhere, and Evil Geniuses just racked up 4 more bodies.
AG slam 100 Thieves by the
Third lane moving there in top side as they'll just continue to put the hurt on the base of 100 Thieves. Someday he'll try to defend that mid lane tier 3, but there's no defending this. Busio down to 200 HP. One more auto would have finished him off. They won't quite get the damage as Ayla tries to get away there with a crash down. Nice stopwatch to escape the Super Mega Death Rocket as the explosive charge on closer. It'll be enough thanks to the Gale Force of Unforgiven providing the assist. Double lift dies, Someday dies. There's nothing left here for 100 Thieves. EG's gonna end this one nice and quickly. They'll force their way through all.
Hello, I'm joined by the victorious Jojopian after yet another EG win. Congratulations. I want to start with the mid lane matchup because obviously we've been seeing a lot of Tristana, Azir, and also just was the demise of Static Shiv over-exaggerated?
I mean, I think Tristana's really good, but in NA it doesn't look too good because I don't think the players can play it too well. But I mean, it's not like, I think if you can play it well, it's like one of the strongest champs right now. And I think Shiv, honestly, it was like, I just wanted to try because it's fun. That's all I was thinking about because this game was like over by that point, and I thought it was good that game too, so yeah.
All right, cool. I was wondering about that, especially since Quid obviously picked into his Azir. It's been his strongest champ, and going up against him, you kind of dismantled that mid lane matchup.
I mean, is Azir his best champ? I don't know. I versed it twice, but but he played well his other games, so I'm not sure. I think, I don't know if it's nerves or whatever, but I don't think he's bad at all. I definitely think the more he stays in LCS, he's going to improve a lot, so yeah.
One thing that's really impressed me about your team this split thus far is kind of when you are able to set up some of these fights, because a lot of the times it'll just be because you have so much map pressure, you can actually set up around something that's not an objective and anticipate when the other team is going to come to you. So talk to me a little bit about the objective setup, like not objective setups, but vision setups around when you're setting up for those team fights.
I mean, if we're ahead, it's really easy to play since we can just walk in and take all vision since we were so strong in that game. So I think that game, it was just really easy to play. They have to face check into us. So yeah, I don't know what else to say, honestly. Like if they walk in, we just win the fight since we were so ahead that game. But even setting up for objectives, they have to face check everything too. And we could just poke them in fights. So yeah.
Okay. I've heard that you have become a really, really strong voice on this team. And previously you kind of credited Inspired for some of the comms on your past team. So what I want to know is, what was the biggest thing that Inspired taught you about communicating with your team?
I don't know. He kind of like, he plays better when he micromanages people. And I feel like I play better when I kind of tell my team what to do too.
Nice.
I don't know if that's like, I don't know if that's normal or whatever, but I feel like if I'm telling my team like where to go or how to play, I just play better myself. And I feel like me and Inspired are kind of the same in that way. So yeah.
All right, cool. And then I talked to you like the first time I talked to you was before you'd played an entire game in the LCS at all. You talked about how you really wanted to come in, prove yourself, etc. What do you think the biggest thing you've learned from then to now is?
I don't know, kind of everything. Like it's a really broad answer, but I got better at everything, honestly. I feel like my team fighting got a lot better and just my side laning got a lot better. I think my laning was always good, but I think I got better too. So, and also just playing with my team well. I think my teamwork wasn't too good or as good as now. So I think, yeah.
All right, cool. It was great to catch up with you. Thank you so much for joining me. And on the other side of the break, we have TL versus IMT coming up.
Bolu also heading down, so it looks like Immortals want to try to get something.
Yeah, the Nature's Grasp flies out, but there's no damage done during that CC duration, so Immortals not getting much value out of it. But now Team Liquid's ready to find the counter engage here. They want to focus on Kenvi. Over the wall goes APA, and the man got paid. Kenvi's gone. Enemy jungler out of the picture. Why not get even more? Pioshik picks up a second there on a treat as Balulu fires back with a paddle star, but Pioshik won't drop. He shoots out the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but Balulu's not going to find the damage he needs just yet. He's chasing after Yon, who wants to cut it out there with a volley. flashing away for a little bit of extra. But Lulu gets him. True shot barrage over the shoulder, won't do anything to follow it up. Pioshik goes for the flash dredge line, but it will not connect.
More about that team fighting, more about Immortals trying to get poked before these fights do start, as Kenvi potentially caught out, but Bolulu, great poke on Ion.
Yeah, Jan having to fall back as Kenvi is under pressure from APA, who nearly bursts him down, but Tactical's ready to try to heal him up. Kenvi re-engages, but now he's still dead. Core JJ under pressure from Solo here in the back as Bolulu in stasis tries to escape. Summit goes back and finds a double kill on a Tactical now. APA coming to reinforce Team Liquid here now in a 5v4. Summit's at half HP, but he's still got the equalizer. Bolulu wants to get away, but he's been equalized. They'll trade it 1-for-1 at least as Immortals try to get themselves away before they lose anymore. But APA is fearless. He's peerless. He's absolutely destroying Immortals, and he won't take no for an answer. The back line, but doesn't find a whole lot of damage. Solo here with the TP behind enemy lines. Bolulu's already down as soon as he goes in, and the play's over before it started. Team Liquid's going straight for the throat, and man, they are vicious with it. Tactical makes it all the way back into the fountain. APA gets a triple kill and escapes the explosion of the inner flame for the counter-attack. Solo can't even get back into his own base because Summit's just body blocking him. He won't let him do it. Flame Spitter's coming in for another one, and Jan takes it with the volley. That's all she wrote. Team Liquid in 24 minutes with a brand new mid laner. Absolutely slam Immortals.
How about that debut? 8-0-3. We're gonna grab you these headphones. You can pop them on. Congratulations, man.
What a debut.
There you go. Yeah, how do you feel? I mean, damn, you guys just smoked Immortals. Your first game in the LCS. You get to go 8-0-3. You're talking trash in chat.
That was beautiful, man.
How do you feel?
That was beautiful. Here, let me get your wire behind you here.
I mean, definitely at the start, I was like a little bit nervous because it was very sudden for me to come up to LCS. But then, like, I don't know, I feel really comfortable in Tristana. They told me to play a champ I'm comfortable on, and then smurfed it.
So them telling you to play a champion that you're really comfortable on, I love to hear that. What is the sort of like the process of working with the main team and getting ready for this week's games been like for you? Just like fitting into the LCS roster instead of the tier 2 roster?
It's been really like short time. Like, to be honest, less than a day.
Okay.
So, wow. Like yesterday we scrimmed at night, and then we were just talking about how to communicate because obviously like they're mainly speaking Korean before. So we're just using like small words. Like we'd say like my name, or like me dive, or like me move, or like Pioshik help, like stuff like that. Just super small stuff.
Yeah. Was there a lot of Pioshik help? All the solo laners is over and over, Pioshik help, Pioshik help. So how does it feel, though, to be able to actually go into the LCS? Obviously, everyone who's in NACL, everyone who's in Tier 2, who's playing collegiate and all this, as I know you have, their goal is to make it to the Tier 1 league, to make it to LCS. So you have now accomplished that goal. You've now won a game on stage. You had people here supporting you in the crowd. Does it feel like you have really kind of accomplished that dream?
Well, obviously the dream was to make LCS, but it's not like just done yet. Obviously I want to win more. I would ideally like to go to Worlds within TL, and then, after that, just figure it out.
So is that the goal now? Are you really looking that far forward? Are you trying to take it, just say, hey, we want to go straight to Worlds? Or are you trying to focus, more game by game? Because obviously this is so sudden.
Just game by game, yeah.
So specifically, I want to ask about, let's go back to bot lane around the mid-game point of the game. After one of them big fights, Solo flashes on you, the Renekton stun, he bursts you pretty low, you turn around, blow him up, and then we get the little bit of a dance. Is that when you knew like you're in your element? Because that was just, I thought so many players come up to the LCS and you always see like, hey, he might have a first game because his nerves are getting to you, but you seemed right at home.
Well, honestly, in lane, I played pretty bad. Like, I played pretty nervous. I was like, just pretty nervous in lane, but like the team gave me a lot of confidence, and in fights, so they're just like in a sense microing me, and then I just played really well. And then the bot lane play, I don't know, he's just trolling.
He was pretty far behind at that point, so I wasn't going to be able to make it happen. Going forward, I'm not sure actually who your next matchup is tomorrow.
100 Thieves.
So you're going up against 100 Thieves tomorrow. Is it going to be exciting to be going up against Quid? Obviously, that he's a new mid laner to the league. You're NA talent. There's a lot of talk about, LCS teams are overlooking NA talent, for imports, and this is kind of an example of that. Do you feel like A, that is true, and B, this is an opportunity to kind of prove that, hey, some of these players in NACL are being overlooked and deserve more of a shot in the LCS?
I think it's a shot to like prove. Like, I put a lot of time into playing League of Legends, like honestly nearly 16 hours a day. So it's like,
it's very, like, I'm very grateful to get this opportunity to prove that I'm good.
And you've got a lot of people in your corner. I know parents, friends, fans. I saw so many people like cheering out in support of you. So before we get to our end of the day stuff, I just want to give you a chance to say whatever you'd like to say to everybody out there that's been rooting for you and was cheering for you so big in today's game.
Firstly, shout out to my parents. They're like very, very supportive of me for this. I don't know how many other parents are. And then shout out to my team. They're in the stands over there. Shout out to all the TL fans. And yeah.
Hell yeah, you love to hear it.
Attention. Have you or your duo received loss after loss due to static Shiv? Have you loaded up into a game of League of Legends, only to realize that your Shiv is doing less damage than you expected? If you were deceived by this static Shiv infomercial, you may be entitled to LP compensation. Hi, I'm Dr. Azael Cummings-Bentley, a lawyer for Summoner's Rift negligence. I'm also a doctor. Static Shiv has recently been linked to devastating LP losses. Reports indicate that Clayton Reigns knew about the 13-13 nerfs, but still deliberately scammed the masses. If you have interacted with this man recently or bought anything that he has suggested, please cease all communication and contact the authorities immediately. Exposure to static Shiv on patch 13-13 may put you at risk for less damage and doomed games, resulting in lost LP and even demotions.
She took me for everything I had. I'll never financially recover from this.
Please protect yourself out there on the Rift. Don't build static Shiv. Call 555-READO-LAW now for a free rank consultation.
Yeah, jumps
All
the
the while.
wall.
Paths to make this dive happen. Vulcan and Prince see it. Stixay gets rooted under Torso. Manages to out-survive the damage, but first blood has been drawn by River. Still surviving. Vulcan flashes forward to see if he can get a single auto. Who he lands the hook. A double kill for Golden Guardians on the bot side. Which is why Prince and Vulcan are making sure to back up a bit more safely, but who he hits the go, ults way into the backline with Prince. Vulcan takes too much damage before making his way to the turret. Spica attempting to make a play, misses with the ultimate. Over the wall he goes, a good stun onto Huhi, but they need another hit for him to not live any longer, and there it is from Prince.
He's not going to get it quite yet in time for this fight, though.
Uh-oh.
For stepping up to the plate, Huhi tries to throw out the Q to match up with Gory. Emperor's Divide throw now. Vulcan now the subject of the ultimate from Nautilus. Trying to respond, but Vulcan has fallen. Looking to claim another one in life. The Lamb's Respite has been popped. Multiple in the safety of it, but Vikla falls as soon as it does as well. So the jungle earlier to collapse on Spica. Hold on to Rift Arrow longer. Bringing out the ultimate. Vikla is trying to make the play. The Dominus has been popped by Impact, but Vikla is way too far away from the rest of the team. Licorice drawing one victim towards him as Impact has fallen. The solo laners eliminated on FlyQuest.
Miracle time. What you got for us?
You got a teleport coming in from Impact. Spica's already trying to dash over the wall. Gory, despite being half HP, has the sight set onto Vikla, who's locked against the wall of the jungle and now sent to the grave. Two taken away by FlyQuest. Spica has no chance against three members of Golden Guardian, and the Duke go on top. Impact takes one. Never mind. Impact manages to turn it around, so the rest of the team sacrifice, but at least some drawn down to the depths.
Licorice is devouring the bottom side tier 2 and teleporting behind them.
Trying to collapse upon FlyQuest. Vikla gets hooked by Huhi. Look at the damage landing onto Fly. Vulcan attempts to help him with the Breath of Life. The Lamb's Respite's activated. Huhi on the outskirts of it can draw one down towards the demise. A triple kill set up here from Prince. Looking to dish it back to Golden Guardians. Still standing strong with two. But Golden Guardians bring Spica on down. An Impact on the retreat keeps the ace from happening for the time being. And Impact still holding on to their teleports, and a song and dance across by the dragon starts to begin. His stun onto River, has to retreat towards the team, pops the ultimate, and Prince also activating the Featherstorm. Cannot quite get the lockdown with the Blade Caller. Huhi flashing forward, attempting to get Stixay! Over the wall he goes. Emperor's Divide knocks multiple back, but it's only Vulcan in the pit. Impact still in the base. Teleport coming in from Gory to get the rematch against him. Pops the GA is here to stay, and Golden Guardians collapse in the fountain.
Under lane, whittle away, especially at the resources on Diamond, and expose him. But here we go. Here's our aggressive Tristana. M&S is in.
Up in the mirror image. Got the flash away. Answer with a flash of his own to draw first blood before falling. Striking away. Fudge not able to collapse, but the remainder of Cloud9 are focused on the objective at hand. Santorin goes in with the ult, but Blabber secures the dragon for himself. Sven sacrificing his life for the other support, but a blast down onto Santorin. M&S getting the reset on his rocket jump, puts him in range of Tomo, so it's just a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of Otto, and Tomo eliminated. It's knocking him down, using the Nature Scratch to put back Dignitas. Y'all already take Diamond. Santorin attempts to find the angle, but Blabber knocks them back. Sven looking for the collapse onto Santorin, but over the wall, Rich goes, and 2 kills for Blabber. Really looking to lay it on him. M&S is focused onto Jensen, who manages to dash on out of it, so keeps his life, but 2 taken down for Dignitas. Blabber still making that face at Dignitas, but Santorin's doing the same, tries to go in with a Q, but Berserker flashes out of it. Root to burn down Diamond, and Cloud9 are going for more. Santorin taken out. Rich has to leap over the wall, and Tomo flashes over it as well. Double kill coming in for M&S. And Cloud9 are just making chum food of Dignitas.
They're circling around for the last fight, though. Here we go.
Plenty of utility. Rich over to the wall, tries to swing onto multiple. Berserker will come out of the stasis soon, and Santorin almost gone, but manages to survive it. Berserker and Sven have been taken down. 2-for-2 trade thus far. Fudge, his dominance just now expiring. Jensen, though, manages to get out with that passive active. Way back it up and leave that Nexus vulnerable, so they want to try and hit the go button first. M&S has to hop on out of it. Multiple route. Managed to grab one. Blabber goes in with Q. Jensen goes right into the backline of Cloud9, but manages to keep his life. Fudge even with the dominance. Pop can't finish him off yet. Jensen taken down. Rich taken down. Cloud9 giving all the resets to M&S. A triple kill from the mid laner is one way to put a good bow on that fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LC9 Analyst Desk. I'm the new Dash, just less handsome and more passive in lane. I'm joined by Fudge Factor, Blabberfish 2, M&S, and MP of Springquid, Berserker. Guys, how do you feel?
I love playing Renekton.
Why I'm only M&S?
Why not?
Okay. You're just M&S. Okay, of course, man.
So, after a great answer to that first question, I just want to ask, M&S, your first game of Tristana on stage. A little bit of a rocky start there in level 1, got a little bit drunk there, but 1-for-1 solo kill. Jensen is the last C9 mid laner. Do you think you're better than him?
Just I'm too good.
But are you better than him?
Yeah. Nice ego.
Nice ego?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say stay humble, but you played pretty well today, so I think you deserve it. Yeah, I think today I'm deserving it. POG, I guess. Yeah. You know?
Blabber, you are pretty outspoken about your Maokai being undefeated in the LCS.
11-0
I believe
now.
it was 10-0?
I'm 11-0 now.
After this game? Yes. Very impressive. Do you think Maokai is still OP?
No.
Why not?
Honestly, Maokai is kind of boring to play, and I did not have that much fun today. But
does that make the character less overpowered?
Yes. Okay, but League of Legends is a video game to play to have fun. If I'm not having fun,
I agree.
Then I mean, it's just not ideal.
That's true. And Blabber died, right? But if Blabber play Maokai, it's pretty hard to die, right? So it makes sense.
What?
Personally,
that's really impressive.
Yeah.
I think Blabber tends to find a way to die in the game, regardless of his champion, you know?
That's a good point, yeah.
But anyways, there's a new game mode on the PTR called the 2v2v2v2 or whatever.
Yep.
Have you guys played it yet? What do you think about it?
I've not played it yet. I heard it's very good. That's all I have to say. I'm not going to say what I was about to say. That's going to be out of pocket.
I also have not played it, but I've heard it's very fun. I've watched some people play it online, like on twitch.tv. So I'm going to try it when it comes out.
I did notice LS getting flamed because he's trying to min-max how to get better at the game. And then on Twitter, people are like, why are you taking this fun game mode so seriously?
Yeah.
That was kind of fun.
I also hate when people try hard to win in video games, when they're made to be played for fun, like Blabberfish said.
Exactly.
But I want to talk about this early game today against Dignitas, a very strong team in the LCS right now. You guys had a great early game. MS got a solo kill at level 2, but the Rift Herald didn't really plan out how he wanted it to, did it, guys?
So this game, I played Renekton. And
You did definitely play Renekton.
I did not have a very good time, so I'm deciding I'm never gonna play Renekton ever again. Just so like anyone.
So you're saying that the early game issues was because of Renekton?
I mean, it's just I'm playing Renekton and I have no help from my team, so I don't want to play. Honestly, MNS was pressuring top lane more than Blabber this game, no?
I apologize. My bot lane was calling for a dive.
Yeah, like Berserker is like any single time I say, "Can we come top? Can we come top?" Blah blah blah. Berserker's like, "Oh, let's just come ball. Just come ball."
Even
I'm
though
like, CBA playing Renekton ever again, no?
I don't know. I think on this team, I only care my top lane.
Yeah, exactly. MNS is my
Putting
go.
ward, putting pink ward.
Yes,
putting Gromp.
when I saw the topside vision,
One second. How many times?
when I saw, shut the fuck up! Everyone, shut up!
It's my fault. I will
When
be
I
there
saw
no matter what.
MNS wanting topside jungle for me, I was like, wow, this guy understands how to play League of Legends. This is
But
a
to be
good
fair,
laner right
you
here.
always said top line doesn't matter. Just play for bottom and jungle, right?
All top
That's
laners
also
say,
true.
Top lane is so weak this patch doesn't matter, but then you go bot lane, my jungle didn't go top.
Okay, but I'm playing Renekton.
I also lost my Gromp for going bottom. Was it worth, guys? I lost Gromper.
AM team bot lost their whole tower.
Yeah, but I lost the Gromp.
Yeah, I
Gromp
think
is pretty nice, I agree.
think he needs that.
Like Gromp is actually good for you.
I agree. But
MNS,
for
next question?
for team mentor, no?
I'm hearing here. MS, you had an interesting flash this game.
Yeah.
Before Dragon Fight. What do you think about that?
What was?
I might have had it.
You had an interesting flash.
Oh, when?
Where was it? Let me see.
There's a highlight here on screen right now. Let's see, where are you?
Okay, we're watching.
Please,
Oh,
please,
I
please.
saw this. I saw
Please,
this.
please, please.
I actually saw this.
No.
Watch.
I did not see
I don't know. I think it's actually just bug, you know? Riot is too weak.
It's a bug?
I actually saw
I
that
agree.
in
No,
game.
that's bug. That's bug.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, it happens to the best of us.
True.
So, we've all been there, I'm sure.
It's fine. Besides that, you played well today, MNS.
I agree.
Good job.
Yeah.
What
I
does
know.
BRL mean?
I have absolutely no idea.
B-roll?
B-roll.
Okay, is MNS the player of the game? Who's the player of the game?
I mean, absolutely.
Anyone know?
No matter on me.
Any
Player
single person
of the
know?
game
Stick to the
is-
script.
It's here. Player of the game.
Player of the game is MNS!
Congratulations!
Very nice.
They actually didn't see you.
Actually,
They actually didn't see you, but
fine.
that was a good day.
Amazing work, MNS. You played
Berserker,
very
how
well
did you
this
die
game.
there?
Berserker finds ways to die, no?
what time?
I mean,
Like,
I
at the
did
end.
as well,
You
to be
got
honest.
Sejuani
but-
ulted.
Yeah, I like how at the end, Berserker
I don't know why I
says,
said that.
I mean, like, please block Sejuani ult.
Yeah.
Then my tanks say yes, and then they
just
don't
strike.
bug it.
Yeah.
I'm knocking the
very
enemy
nice.
Jackson Rel. What do you want me to
I
say?
don't know. I think Satoran just finds angles. Like, he just found the angle.
Sven, you have to read prompter.
True.
Yeah.
I'll be prompter. As we all know, C9 is by far the most dominant team in the LCS right now. I doubt anyone else can play as well as we did today, but TSM and NRG are going to...
They're going to try. Production says we're doing a good job.
Doing a good job, and can stay. Don't go anywhere. The Cloud9 lounge. I like to call it LC9 analyst desk. I think that's better personally. But we can
I agree,
move
yeah,
on.
yeah.
We'll be right back.
Hanser, very aware though, Boogie stepping up to Contracts, attempting to path over towards his try, gets stunned up, flashes away. The Q from Doppler used to try and zone him off, but first blood drawn by Hanser. Seeks out FBI, uses the Glacial Prison, which does get the cleanse from him, and the flash as well. Wild Turtle following over the wall, fail of arrows and more, taking down the enemy bot laner.
Classic Turtle flashing forward. This one didn't have a lot of risk to it. Oh! He even went to the same spot. He went to the same spot on the wall to try and follow. We're not done yet. Boogie's got one more.
A Contract stunned up as soon as Hunter comes to the party. Smacked him. Absolutely annihilating your map. But here's an attempt to stand against him. Nature's Grass gets a root onto 2, but the answer back onto Contracts is just too good. Ignar coming out of stasis, next to be smacked by Wild Turtle. TSM maintain their pressure across these lanes. See the Dragon getting started up by Energy. Teleport on TSM's side.
Yeah.
That's enough to be able to push off Palafox and FBI. They don't have the numbers. They don't have the fight. Palafox, though, almost kills off Hanser before he pops the wash. And FBI into the range of Wild Turtle is not where you want to be. TSM punishing Energy for making the attempt on Dragon.
Palafox isn't done. He hex skates over. Can he hit the W snipe?
Managed
He has
to
the
get the
ult.
Void Seeker onto Wild Turtle, but yeah, used the Killer Instinct at the top of that previous fight, so cannot follow up. Ignar latches on with a Q, but is answered back by Boogie. Chime headbutting Palafox away. Doesn't want him to get into his backline anymore to try and offer a safe recall here for Boogie. You can see the missile still raining down from Palafox. He wanted to get Chime. He could not find it. TSM
plus increasing their lead, TSM have come.
They're already going for it. Ignar stunned up and more. Palafox goes in the back line with a killer instinct, but Wild Turtle has already gone golden. Haunter zoning off Palafox, but the rest of TSM are encroaching upon the base. Palafox has fallen at the mouth of the gator, baby. TSM are still going for more energy, looking to make their final hold. Still some Baron-empowered minions coming through, ensuring that they can take down this second inhibitor, increase the number of supers that they have pushing with them. And the pressure from Energy's all too good. Some heavy poke onto Wild Turtle, though. He has to be careful. And eventually, Contracts has fallen. Dokla, the last one to remain for Energy. Yes, Ignar has a respawn, but it's TSM putting this one in the books.
Thank you very much, Gabby. I'm standing by with Turtle, who just won.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? How'd that feel, playing Poke Varus?
It feels pretty good playing Poke Varus, you know, just shooting the minion waves from really far, so really had fun with the
It was really
PvE.
great the way you charged that bow, dude. That was incredible.
Oh, yeah, it was great.
Okay, so you guys are 2-0 this week, though. You have to be feeling better about that. How has it been kind of coming back after that tough 0-3 week?
Just bouncing back and going back to like what we know in like week 1, week 2. We were like kind of finding our ground, and here again, like we're finding it again. And I think tomorrow is going to be a really huge matchup for us against GGS.
Yeah, GG also 2-0 this week. Speaking of tomorrow, did you know that you will tie Bjergsen for the most games ever played in LCS?
Awesome.
That's been a really long time. Talk to me like looking back 10 years ago when you were like debuting in the LCS. Did you think like, yeah, 10 years from now, still going to be crushing League of Legends?
Definitely not. I think maybe it's due to the fact that I played a lot of mobile games when I was younger, but I really like this genre of video game. So,
and how are you feeling just in general? You getting burnt out? The guy ahead of you just retired. You can get a big lead.
I mean, if you're winning, I don't think you can get burnt out. So
yeah, that's true. 2-0, feeling good. wait, that's a shot at Bjergsen. So the other thing that you're coming up on is you are 15 kills away from the all-time kill leader as well. Seems like you're on pace to do that. Another just huge category for you. So congrats on that.
Thank you.
Final question, just for your team, how are you feeling? You guys are kind of in that middle of the pack battle. Who do you think you are biggest competition that you're looking at? Because there's like C9, Golden Guardians, EG, and then this other clump.
I really do think tomorrow is going to be our true test. If we can beat GG, I think we might be the best team in the LCS. Who knows? But anyways, that might be the big one for us. So.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck with that game tomorrow. Before we go to break, we'll be seeing EG versus 100 Thieves next, but double-elimination has some words of warning for his rookie mid laner.
Early because he doesn't want to step really far out, or he's just going to get brought away.
Oh, Sunday's all out. Revenge is in some trouble here. He does not have an ultimate, and Cassante just gave Fiora the top lane solo experience. Wow, that Assault, as JoJo keeps going for the auto attacks. The ulti from Sejuani doesn't do anything because there's no follow-up from the rest of 100 Thieves. Daisy's still pretty low HP, but going to keep leading the charge. Smite guarantees they're able to knock her down. Ayla goes in for the crash down and finds 2. Closer's immediately blown up, and now Bucio's tanking everybody with no Alistar ulti on the menu just yet. Unforgiven picks up the kill on him, and it's 2-0 for EG in the fight.
Seems a little bit trepidatious to start it off.
There is a TP available for Cassante, but not for Fiora. The fight's already started. double-elimination gonna find the first kill, but JoJo barely gets away. Quinn takes out Ayla. JoJo's still trying to hobble it off. 100 HP remains, and now it's cut down. 100 Thieves just struck gold. Here comes the Daisy dive. As Quid gets away, JoJo's ready to rocket jump forward. Closer coming over the wall, trying to provide some covering fire here from his mid laner. The Emperor's Divide buys a moment more, but Quid still falls, and JoJo picks up the money. EG brings more guys. They're ready to keep this fight going as Closer. One more hit'll take him down, and Unforgiven gets it done.
Sneaking between mid waves too to find flanks.
Ayla's ready to lead the charge here as 100 Thieves goes for the tier 1 turret, but they're going to be forced off before they complete the job. Revenge ready to collapse. He wants double-elimination for Quid. The Magnet Storm under the carries of 100 Thieves, and double-elimination is already down. Quid follows right after, and Bucio's the cherry on top. Sunday's going nowhere, and Evil Geniuses just racked up 4 more bodies.
AG slam 100 Thieves by the
third lane move in there in topside. as they'll just continue to put the hurt on the base of 100 Thieves. Someday he'll try to defend that mid lane tier 3, but there's no defending this. Busio down to 200 HP. One more auto would have finished him off. They won't quite get the damage as Ayla tries to get away there with a crash down. Nice stopwatch to escape the Super Mega Death Rocket as the explosive charge on closer. It'll be enough thanks to the Gale Force of Unforgiven providing the assist. Double Live dies, Someday dies. There's nothing left here for 100 Thieves. EG's gonna end this one nice and quickly. They'll force their way through all.
Hello, I'm joined by the victorious Jojo Pian after yet another EG win. Congratulations. I want to start with the mid lane matchup because obviously we've been seeing a lot of Tristana, Azir, and also just was the demise of Static Shiv over-exaggerated?
I mean, I think Tristana's really good, but in NA it doesn't look too good because I don't think the players can play it too well. But I mean, it's not like, I think if you can play it well, it's like one of the strongest champs right now. And I think Shiv, honestly, it was like, I just wanted to try because it's fun. That's all I was thinking about because this game was like over by that point, and I thought it was good that game too, so yeah.
All right, cool. I was wondering about that, especially since Quid obviously picked into his Azir. It's been his strongest champ, and going up against him, you kind of dismantled that mid lane matchup.
I mean, is Azir his best champ? I don't know. I versed it twice, but but he played well his other games, so I'm not sure. I think, I don't know if it's nerves or whatever, but I don't think he's bad at all. I definitely think the more he stays in LCS, he's going to improve a lot, so yeah.
One thing that's really impressed me about your team this split thus far is kind of when you are able to set up some of these fights, because a lot of the times it'll just be because you have so much map pressure, you can actually set up around something that's not an objective and anticipate when the other team is going to come to you. So talk to me a little bit about the objective setup, like not objective setups, but vision setups around when you're setting up for those team fights.
I mean, if we're ahead, it's really easy to play since we can just walk in and take all vision since we were so strong in that game. So I think that game, it was just really easy to play. They have to face check into us. So yeah, I don't know what else to say, honestly. Like if they walk in, we just win the fight since we were so ahead that game. But even setting up for objectives, they have to face check everything too. And we could just poke them in fights. So yeah.
Okay. I've heard that you have become a really, really strong voice on this team. And previously you kind of credited Inspired for some of the comms on your past team. So what I want to know is, what was the biggest thing that Inspired taught you about communicating with your team?
I don't know. He kind of like, he plays better when he micromanages people. And I feel like I play better when I kind of tell my team what to do too.
Nice.
I don't know if that's like, I don't know if that's normal or whatever, but I feel like if I'm telling my team like where to go or how to play, I just play better myself. And I feel like me and Inspired are kind of the same in that way. So yeah.
All right, cool. And then I talked to you like the first time I talked to you was before you'd played an entire game in the LCS at all. You talked about how you really wanted to come in, prove yourself, etc. What do you think the biggest thing you've learned from then to now is?
I don't know, kind of everything. Like it's a really broad answer, but I got better at everything, honestly. I feel like my team fighting got a lot better and just my side laning got a lot better. I think my laning was always good, but I think I got better too. So, and also just playing with my team well. I think my teamwork wasn't too good or as good as now. So I think, yeah.
All right, cool. It was great to catch up with you. Thank you so much for joining me. And on the other side of the break, we have TL versus IMT coming up.
Bolu also heading down, so it looks like Immortals want to try to get something.
Yeah, the Nature's Grasp flies out, but there's no damage done during that CC duration, so Immortals not getting much value out of it. But now Team Liquid's ready to find the counter engage here. They want to focus on Kenvi. Over the wall goes APA, and the man got paid. Kenvi's gone. Enemy jungler out of the picture. Why not get even more? Pioshik picks up a second there on a treat as Balulu fires back with a paddle star, but Pioshik won't drop. He shoots out the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but Balulu's not going to find the damage he needs just yet. He's chasing after Yon, who wants to cut it out there with a volley, flashing away for a little bit of extra distance, but Balulu gets him. True shot barrage over the shoulder, won't do anything to follow it up. Pioshik goes for the flash dredge line, but it will not connect.
More about that team fighting, more about Immortals trying to get poked before these fights do start. Is Kenvi potentially caught out, but Balulu, great poke on Yon.
Yeah, Yon having to fall back as Kenvi is under pressure from APA, who nearly bursts him down, but Tactical's ready to try to heal him up. Kenvi re-engages, but now he's still dead. Core JJ under pressure from Solo here in the back as Balulu in stasis tries to escape. Summit goes back and finds a double kill on the Tactical now. APA coming to reinforce Team Liquid here now in a 5v4. Summit's at half HP, but he's still got the equalizer. Balulu wants to get away, but he's been equalized. They'll trade it 1-for-1 at least as Immortals try to get themselves away before they lose anymore. But APA is fearless. He's peerless. He's absolutely destroying Immortals, and he won't take no for an answer. The back line, but doesn't find a whole lot of damage. Solo here with the TP behind enemy lines. Balulu's already down as soon as he goes in, and the play's over before it started. Team Liquid's going straight for the throat, and man, they are vicious with it. Tactical makes it all the way back into the fountain. APA gets a triple kill and escapes the explosion of the inner flame for the counterattack. Solo can't even get back into his own base because Summit's just body blocking him. He won't let him do it. Flame Spitter's coming in for another one, and Yon takes it with the volley. That's all she wrote. Team Liquid in 24 minutes with a brand new mid laner. Absolutely slam Immortals.
How about that debut? 8-0-3. We're gonna grab you these headphones. You can pop them on. Congratulations, man.
What a debut.
There you go. Yeah, how do you feel? I mean, damn, you guys just smoked Immortals. Your first game in the LCS. You get to go 8-0-3. You're talking trash in chat.
That was beautiful, man.
How do you feel?
That was beautiful. Here, let me get your wire behind you here.
I mean, definitely at the start, I was like a little bit nervous because it was very sudden for me to come up to LCS. But then, like, I don't know, I feel really comfortable on Tristana. They told me to play a champ I'm comfortable on, and then smurfed it.
So them telling you to play a champion that you're really comfortable on, I love to hear that. What is the sort of like the process of working with the main team and getting ready for this week's games been like for you? Just like fitting into the LCS roster instead of the tier 2 roster?
It's been really like short time. Like, to be honest, less than a day.
Okay.
So, wow. Like yesterday we scrimmed at night, and then we were just talking about how to communicate because obviously like they're mainly speaking Korean before. So we're just using like small words. Like we would say like my name, or like me dive, or like me move, or like Piosek help, like stuff like that. Just super small stuff.
Yeah. Was there a lot of Piosek help? All the solo leaders is over and over. Piosek help. So how does it feel though to be able to actually go into the LCS? Obviously, everyone who's in NACL, everyone who's in tier 2, who's playing collegiate and all this, as I know you have, you know, their goal is to make it to the tier 1 league, to make it to LCS. So you have now accomplished that goal. You've now won a game on stage. You had people here supporting you in the crowd. Does it feel like you have really kind of accomplished that dream?
Well, obviously the dream was to make LCS, but it's not like just done yet. You know, obviously I want to win more. I would ideally like to go to Worlds within TL, and then, you know, after that, just figure it out.
So is that the goal now? Are you really looking that far forward? Are you trying to take it, you know, just say, hey, we want to go straight to Worlds? Or are you trying to focus, you know, more game by game? Because obviously this is so sudden.
Just game by game, yeah.
So specifically, I want to ask about, let's go back to bot lane around the mid-game point of the game. After one of them big fights, Solo flashes on you, the Renekton stun. He bursts you pretty low. You turn around, blow him up, and then we get the little bit of a dance. Is that when you knew like you're in your element? Because that was just, so many players come up to the LCS and you always see like, hey, he might have a first game because his nerves are getting to you. But you seemed right at home.
Well, honestly, in lane, I played pretty bad. Like, I played pretty nervous. I was like, yeah, just pretty nervous in lane, but like the team gave me a lot of confidence, and in fights, so they're just like, in a sense, microing me. And then, you know, I just played really well. And then, yeah, the bot lane play, I don't know, he's just trolling.
He was pretty far behind at that point, so I wasn't going to be able to make it happen. You know, going forward, I'm not sure actually who your next matchup is tomorrow. 100 Thieves. So you're going up against 100 Thieves tomorrow. Is it going to be exciting to be going up against Quid? Obviously, you know, that he's a new mid laner to the league. You're NA talent. There's a lot of talk about, you know, like, oh, LCS teams are overlooking NA talent, you know, for imports. And this is kind of an example of that. Do you feel like, A, that is true, and B, this is an opportunity to kind of prove that, hey, some of these players in NACL are being overlooked and deserve more of a shot in the LCS?
I think it's a shot to like prove. Like, I put a lot of time into playing League of Legends, like honestly nearly 16 hours a day. So it's like, it's very, like, I'm very grateful to get this opportunity to prove that I'm good.
And you've got a lot of people in your corner. I know parents, friends, fans. I saw so many people like cheering out in support of you. So before we get to our end of the day stuff, I just want to give you a chance to say whatever you'd like to say to everybody out there that's been rooting for you and was cheering for you so big in today's game.
Firstly, shout out to my parents. They're like very, very supportive of me for this. I don't know how many other parents are. And then shout out to my team. They're in the stands over there. Shout out to all the TL fans. And yeah.
Hell yeah, you love to hear it.
Vulcan and Prince see it. Stixay gets rooted under Torso. Oh, manages to out-survive the damage, but first blood has been drawn by River. Still surviving. Vulcan flashes forward to see if he can get single auto. Who he lands the hook. A double kill for Golden Guardian.
Don't go in. Wait for the pairs. Yeah, look here.
Wait, I want to base it.
Wait a little bit, guys. I got him. We got him.
Ooh, Trevor. Help me, I can TP.
Blabber still making that face at Dignitas, but Santorin's doing the same, tries to go in with a Q, but Berserker flashes out of it. Root to burn down Diamond, and Cloud9 are going for more. Santorin taken out. Rich has to leap over the wall, and Tomo flashes over it as well. Double kill coming in for M&S. But here's an attempt to stand against him. Nature's Grass gets a root onto 2, but the answer back onto Contracts is just too good. Ignar coming out of stasis, next to be smacked by Wild Turtle. And the pressure from Energy is all too good. Some heavy poke onto Wild Turtle, though. He has to be careful. And eventually, Contracts has fallen. Dokla, the last one to remain for Energy. Yes, Ignar has a respawn, but it's TSM putting this one in the books. They're hooks into the second round robin.
Revenge ready to collapse. He wants Double Lift for Quinn. The Magnet Storm under the carries of 100 Thieves, and Double Lift is already down. Quinn follows right after, and Busio's the cherry on top. Sunday's going nowhere, and Evil Geniuses just racked up 4 more bodies. He shoots out the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but Balulu's not going to do the damage he needs just yet. He's chasing after Yon, who wants to cut it out there with a volley, flashing away for a little bit of extra distance, but Lulu gets him. True Shot Barrage over the shoulder, won't do anything to follow it up. Pioshik goes for the flash dredge line, but it will not connect. Summit's at half HP, but he's still got the equalizer. Balulu wants to get away, but he's been equalized. They'll trade it 1-for-1 at least as Immortals try to get themselves away before they lose anymore. But APA is fearless. He's peerless. He's absolutely destroying Immortals, and he won't take no for an answer.
Bing bong.
Thank you, Raz.
What are you talking about? Don't worry about it.
I feel like you did this to me last time, and I was like, we have to guess what curse thing Raz just said. But this time it was just noises.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's no difference. Yeah. Chaz was just making
I was
noises
going
all
to
the
say,
time.
you're losing your game. Welcome to LCS Waiting Room. Let's pull up the standings for today.
Does it go this way?
On.
Oh, the other way!
Wrong way.
Okay, my bad.
Evil Geniuses LG is still in sole possession of first place, Cloud9, and kind of surging Golden Guardians at 8-3. Team Liquid Honda in sole possession of 4th place at 6-5, and then we have a 3-way tie for 5th between 100 Thieves, Dignitas, and TSM, NRG in 8th, FlyQuest in 9th, and Immortals Progressive in 10th.
Well, I hit on that Golden Guardians point. They started 1-2 in their opening week.
Yes.
And so they have been 7-1 since then.
which is pretty impressive. They are definitely one of the hottest teams in the league, actually.
Yeah, it's weird to say that they're underrated because I don't necessarily think they are, but when we look at teams that have been a little bit more hyped up because of how dominant some of their games have been.
Yeah.
I think Golden Guardians have had a lot of shaky back and forth mid games that have been kind of questionable. Some of their more recent wins, though, have been a lot more strong.
Yeah, and just even taking a look at NRG or FlyQuest's placement, they're just, well, NRG is like 2 games away from Team Liquid Honda. FlyQuest is 3 games. Obviously, just basic math. But the point is, a lot of teams are just talking about playoffs. And the fact that we now have, basically going into next week, 2 weeks away until playoffs starts, a team's entire fortune can drastically change. And so even though they look like they're 9th or look like they're 7th, I suppose, it's like that can change very quickly. So you got to keep, I think my eyes would be on FlyQuest and NRG for that reason.
Yeah, everything looked right to me there except for FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Like in terms of, I was like, oh yeah, top half, that looks like the top half. Bottom half, that looks like the, oh, what's FlyQuest doing down there?
Yeah, what are you doing down there?
Yeah, but based on the way they've played this split, they'd obviously, everyone deserves what they have currently based off of the stage games, but it's just a matter of what we think is left in the tank for these teams.
Perception and how they're playing. We polled the community, I believe, LCS Discord, and also had a call for Twitter questions for today's waiting room. So this is the first, and it actually ties into exactly what you were just talking about, Jet, from Pirate Code at BillyYo4.
Ooh.
Top 3 and bottom 3 at the end of the season.
Okay, hot take. Top 3 very easy, which is...
Yeah, there's already a 2-game separation between third and fourth.
The 3 teams we all know. EG, C9, Golden Guardians.
Yep.
The bottom 3 is actually really hard. Immortals, okay.
Yep.
And then what? At this point, like it feels like TSM's rallying. FlyQuest, are they gonna? To your point, are they really gonna stay this bad? NRG has, with these players, historically finished top half of the league. They have rallied late in seasons before. You really gonna put them 9th or 8th?
There's 7 games left in which to switch places as well.
Yeah, so it feels really hard to predict the bottom 3, actually.
Actually, if we can get the standings up just quickly so I can even see.
Yeah.
Because, like, visualizing which team I think is going to grow. Because, like, I think FlyQuest would be a team that would grow and not be a bottom 3 team.
So those are the teams I
but
said
they
right
need
there.
to gain, to not be bottom 3, they need to gain at least 2 games on TSM in 7 games.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is that, like, for me, for teams like NRG and FlyQuest specifically, because I think we've kind of honed in on them as a team that had a really, really rough start, that cluster of 100 Thieves, Dig, and TSM all at 5 and 6 is also kind of a huge blocker. That race for 8th and 9th is actually going to be very tight.
All right, guns to our heads. We got to start giving answers.
So my answer is pretty quick here. Immortals for sure. Then I think it's going to be NRG. And it's so tough, but I'll give it to Dignitas because beginning of the week, I would have said.
Give it to him.
Give it to him. You know what? You know what? Here you go.
Just because you hate Rick.
Because I was going to say TSM, but then I feel like their fortunes has just been changed with Insanity's play.
I agree. So I'll take yours, but I'll swap FlyQuest in at 8th. I don't think that they will climb enough, but they'll make playoffs barely.
That's actually what, like, I also think Dig are going to fall, but I think because of the start they've had, and they have so little wiggle room. Now, I think FlyQuest still continue to look a lot better, but they aren't able to rise enough.
I'm going to go Energy, TSM, and I'll
Whoa.
Yeah, okay.
Mortals we're all going to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
No faith
next
in-
up,
no
let's
faith
see
in
the next
Insanity.
question.
I just have
No faith
You're
in
phrasing it negatively.
All right,
Just
here we
have
go.
faith in FlyQuest.
Okay.
From our good friend Molecule on Twitter at MoleculeLol. You should check his stuff out.
Good
it's
follow.
really good. What 2 teams can improve by swapping 1 player between each team?
Oh, just like a.
Yeah.
Ayla and Vulcan.
Wow.
Crazy.
No, I'm trolling.
That's insane.
I mean,
that is a tough one.
It's the improving the team
Winsome?
that you're kind of swapping away the.
But you have to. It's between 2 LCS
Yeah.
starters. You can't bring one.
oh, he just said, hold on, between each team. No, it's
one player.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do the Winston Vulcan one. I had a similar question to this, and mid-season trades like basically don't happen in LCS just because everyone has like different contract structures and it's not the same type of mechanisms we have in like the NBA. But I was going to say, it was Santorin and Piosic.
Oh.
I feel like you swap those two, and the teams fit better.
Huh.
Santorin to control the chaos on Team Liquid, and then Piosik to make
contribute
things
to the
happen on
chaos?
Dignitas where things aren't happening.
So I actually have one also for Dignitas. Treats and Diamond. I feel like there's plenty of shot calling and like with Santorin and Jensen and Rich, there's like plenty of leadership there. And I think just in lane and mechanically, Treats might be a small upgrade for Diamond. But I also feel like Diamond does have a voice on things, and you could put him on Immortals, and a team that's really struggling can maybe lend some direction to them. I don't know. Throwing that one out there.
That one I don't feel comfortable to say, because I don't. That one's a tough one.
I mean, it's hard to say like, this will make both teams better, but just like give me like a neutral trade.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I like the Piosik.
It's actually a really hard question.
It's hard.
Because you're trying to envision a player in a different environment, which is going to change so many things about the player.
Licorice and Fudge, because Licorice has been on C9 before. I can keep going.
I got a solid one.
I got
a solid
no
one.
idea.
Look,
Do you?
Boogie and Closer. Put Boogie on 100 Thieves. Now you have another Korean speaker to work with Quid, and someday you have a Korean
How is
top
this
side of
better
the map.
for TSM right now? Closer's not been it.
No, I think Closer's great. What are you talking about? No, I do think that he struggled with some games, but like this has happened. Okay, this pisses me off. Every single regular season we downplay Closer, and then suddenly, whoa! Final 2 weeks, Closer's insane. Playoffs, Closer's the best jungler.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what a surprise! I don't want to hear this.
No, but that's how it. I fully agree that is Closer to a T. He has very slumpy regular seasons. And then he's usually really good in clutch moments and in late game.
And to his defense, this time around too is like you started with Nuke Duck, then you went with Quid. Like there's just a lot of change within this mid lane on the team.
I don't blame him. But my point is, he had when I looked at the start of the week, 0.6 kills and assists at 14. It is the lowest all time. He is not doing anything in the early games, and I don't think it's changed. I think it's actually gotten worse. So I don't see how that would help TSM. Is my point. If you take his performance currently and stick it into TSM, I don't see that.
I just think he's one of the best junglers in the league, and I think that you put him onto that team, it just improves greatly.
So you think it improves TSM because he's better than Boogie, but Boogie being able to talk to Quid makes it fine.
Yeah, that'd be my change.
See, my counter argument to that is
Thieves hater.
Quid has not had lane pressure in a few of their games, right?
Yeah.
It is depended. Obviously, he's defaulted to Azir in a lot of these, but I think Boogie needs that. He needs someone to have prio in lane because he is often going to issue farming to help his lanes. Anyway, producers
I got some
are actually
oopsies later on the machine. From
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Our next question comes from Goat Jedi in Discord, which is, what champions have a 0 pick rate in summer so far do you think are actually good? Actually, I have a really easy one for this that I think has been banned against Insanity, which is TF. I think he only works in certain situations.
That is a 0% pick rate in LCS, right?
Yes. Yeah. I assume it's in LCS, right? Because obviously, like, BDD has played it. And we've seen it.
That would be harder if we did global, too. Because I was going to say Zach. I think it's been played in other places, but...
Let's just go LCS.
It's
Because then we can
LCS.
have real answers.
Exactly.
TF is my easy one. Because I do think, again, doesn't work in every single comp. But I like the champ. I like what it does. Automatic side lane pressure if you play it correctly and you have the good comp for it. And you have a good lane matchup. Obviously, again, these are all caveats. But I would love to see someone like Insanity pull out the TF.
I think
Obviously,
APA will play it. He played it like multiple times in NACL. Although with the static shiv nerf, it's slightly weaker.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to pull up.
You can always go like RFC Lich.
I'm just trying to pull up what has been played.
While you're pulling that up, I'll just say one that's kind of already been played in the LEC once, which is Xerath by Humanoid. So like we've been seeing a lot of challenge with range. Like we saw Azir pretty consistently, and no one's willing to pick something that has the range to challenge it in mid to late game. And I think Xerath is a great champ. So
Karthus bot.
Yeah.
That is what I was like.
Yeah, we actually just haven't seen Karthus.
Yeah, we haven't seen Karthus anywhere, but Karthus bot in particular, rampaging solo queue.
Man, we haven't seen Victor.
That is also crazy.
Wow.
Okay, now you're just picking the easy one.
Victor.
We haven't seen Senna.
I think we should.
Like, I don't want to see Victor because Victor is boring.
We haven't seen Tom
Is Senna good right now?
I don't know. Senna's always good.
Yeah,
kinda.
Senna's always good if you just have the right team.
She was
usually
better. I feel like, or was that spring? I'm losing track.
I guess Enchanters have
Regardless.
kind of dunked on Senna. Like Senna was a lot better when
Yeah.
Enchanters weren't a bot lane thing.
But there are so many different combinations with Senna that like if you are just a good bot lane with it,
Yeah, maybe
I
don't know.
Make it work. But yeah, I chose Xerath. I think that's an easy one. So
It's
I like
tough.
your Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's tough to pick bot lane champs only because we've still relied so heavily on having bot 2v2 prio, like
Yeah.
regardless of enchanters. We see like Ashe coming back for that reason as well, because she just shoves. All right.
I'll take Ziggs, but it got picked once.
Yeah.
But it's like
Oh yeah,
what made me-
Ziggs
that's what
would have
made me
been a
think
good
of
one if we
Tarkov.
hadn't
Yeah.
seen it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense to me.
All right. This is a question I think we all saw coming, which was if each LCS org was a taco,
I am
what
surprised.
taco would they be?
Well, we saw this coming
Yes,
because
I don't know enough taco variety.
Well,
All right.
this is the reason we saw it come is 'cause someone brought this up as one of the ones, and then we all said that's a dumb take because like the taco varieties, like I don't know how to associate it to.
The asada
So,
taco,
yeah.
Yeah,
the
like, what's
different
that-
beef type of taco.
How that different
I sourced Mama Rosa for makeup.
Okay, give us some tacos.
Yeah, so these are the tacos that she gave
Should
me.
we try
that
and
can
match this
slot
up?
in.
Like we need to write the. Do you have 10 tacos?
I have 10 tacos
All right,
that she gave
write
me.
this down. Whatever.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
Get in
so
there.
Can I get the pen? I don't know if
I don't know if it's possible,
We're
but you
actually doing
I don't
this.
think
It might
Tagboard
be.
has telestration.
you put your production on the
We're
spot.
obviously
you
going to
just-
change
I
this
think you just
graphic
entered
off to just
production.
whatever's back here.
Oh wait, no,
The circle of suck is there.
Exactly, the old circle of suck is here, so I can draw.
Okay, so we have
If I can get just like a default background for this as well, it's better. So give me the
Carne
tacos. Asada.
Okay.
Yep.
Asada.
Why am I the writer?
You have beautiful handwriting.
Yeah,
guys.
it looks
Crushing it.
wonderful.
Good enough.
Pollo,
Pollo. Okay, so chicken.
chicken tacos.
Okay, chicken. So beef, chicken.
Yeah.
Al pastor.
What's that?
Pork.
Yeah, it's a pork.
Okay.
I really like Al Pastor.
Pretty
Okay.
rum, but
Dude, every
okay.
time I go to those food trucks
All right.
and they got to grill them with the
Chorizo.
pineapple on
Chorizo.
top and
There's
they do the
actually 10.
slices.
Oh, they give you a background.
Wait, what's chorizo?
All right, my problem is not that there's
Birria?
not 10 tacos. There's plenty of
Birria?
tacos.
Wait, what's
That's like a
chorizo?
beef.
That's another type of beef? That goes back to Mark's point.
I can't spell this though.
Yeah, my other point is how do we know which taco is
That's
which,
what I'm
which
saying,
is
So
which?
give me one more. We're just gonna do 6 and we'll match them up.
All right, I'll go lengua, which is tongue.
What is that?
Mark is tilted.
Yeah.
I can't spell.
Do you not like tongue? It's
Are you
L-E-N-G-U-A.
Please tell me.
Tongue. We're done.
Raz, I'm saying my problem is not that there's not 10 tacos
Rosa's
or that
laughing at you in
culturally
the
and
makeup
like
room right
flavor-wise,
now.
there's not big
I'm out of
differences.
space. I can't.
Can we please listen
So
to
we got-
Mark Zimmerman,
I
guys?
just don't get how we map them to a team. Like I don't understand that part of it.
Can
Not
we
that there's not
please-
many
Try, Mark.
tacos.
GG.
They're making the attempt, Mark.
100.
What is this? Is this just a taco tier list at this point?
TL? No,
You just
it's
So
make-
wait, I'll say this. I did also ask Rosa for advice because I made this point. I was like, I have no
Okay.
idea how to match tacos. I feel like we shouldn't spend that much more time.
I
on
don't
this.
like chorizo, so there, 100
But
thieves.
I did say.
I don't know what a
she
tongue
did-
is.
Think about chicken.
She did say Al Pastor is like the OG, the classic.
That's C9
and I
right
feel
there.
like that's C9.
So it's
yeah.
the classic.
Al
so
Pastor is the
C9.
street
Okay.
tacos with the shaving that they're doing. They're cutting it. That's just amazing.
We're going to wrap this up quickly.
All
so
right, yeah,
I
we need to
believe
wrap this up in
EG
another 10
is
seconds.
asada.
Okay, I can believe that.
I will say chicken is kind of boring.
Golden
so
Guardian.
that's 100 Thieves.
Chicken is flavorful and risky.
Yeah.
Risky. What is salmonella?
I'm gonna say
Yes.
Just
Team
cook it
Liquid
right.
Is kind of both of these. It's like a.
I'm
It's
just
like
saying
a
you
Giga
can't.
taco.
You can't get sick from
Golden
beef. You can get
Guardians
sick
is
from
chorizo.
chicken.
Where are the fish tacos?
Beautiful. Moving on. Thank you
no
for
fish,
that
no
question.
shrimp tacos.
You've excited all the taco fans out there.
Yeah.
I really haven't. I've
We
either.
spent-
So people that don't like tacos hate the segment. People that
Yes.
do like tacos hate the segment.
People who want us to talk about League of Legends
Tacos.
hate the segment.
Well, I did one analogy. Boring chicken.
Yes.
That was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. So yesterday, APA stands for Always Plan Ahead. Not APA, although the Yip Yip is I believe an Avatar.
Yes.
reference.
Yeah. Appa yip yip.
Yeah, but his
Appa's dad.
parents were here to support his LCS debut. They won. I thought his Tristana game was like kind of undersold.
It's
like,
good.
yeah, we talk about how you need to have the same energy or way to see the game, and he was going in, man. And you know who else likes to go in? Pioshik and the rest of TL.
I think so too, and it was the style he did it too. This play here in the post-game interview talking about Solo was just trolling, and so he's got to hit him with what you would do in solo queue. You throw a dance at him, you throw some emotes. He played these Dragon fights very well, looking for resets multiple times. And to Emily's point, there's one play, I think it was right before this, where he jumped in right as he got the trash talk too. But he jumped in right as Pioshik threw a hook, and like obviously they're not communicating; they're just seeing the same thing. So that speaks good to me, the fact that he does actually work with his team, even if there's a lot of things that he can improve on.
Yeah, I mean, I think he himself called out in the post-match interview. There we go.
Let's go.
He's the only one with that helmet. He called out himself in the post-match interview. He's like, yeah, my laning was
Thanks a
not
lot,
good.
Kangas, for shooting this one. Shout out to him.
Shout out to Kangas.
Yeah, that is the Champions Q helmet.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That dance could be better, but I appreciate the energy.
This is great. I want more of this.
This is perfect.
Yeah.
It's
But yeah,
just
like,
keep playing.
first of all, he got the matchup that I really liked. I thought he played well. In that last Dragon team fight where Zoe just ults in, tag him with the satchel, jump on top of his head, get the reset. Like, he played out the team fights confidently, even though he has mentioned that he was nervous, which is why the laning phase didn't go as well as he planned. But that was his debut. He knocked it out of the park. Good shit.
Thank you to everyone who sent us Twitter questions, Discord questions.
You didn't like the taco question.
We didn't get to all of them because we spent too much time on tacos.
Darn, we ran out of real topics because the tacos? Dang it.
Dang.
Jet, I heard you have an EG breakdown.
Yeah, I do.
I think following up, on CS?
Well, no, this was actually, so this was the game yesterday against 100 Thieves, and I just found it so interesting, and this is what makes me think they're legitimately good, and obviously JoJo tweeted this afterwards. He's on point with the NBA memes. But a lot of analysis in the LCS in the past few years, I feel like, between teams is about dragons. And like, if we can get the right dragon setup and we win the dragon fights, like that's kind of how we win the game. But then I feel like the good teams do a lot in between dragons.
Yes.
So this was really cool because there were actually 2 dragon fights that EG lost.
Yes.
But they grew their gold lead by 6,000. So this was the first dragon fight. And you can see, based on the 100 Thieves team comp, that it's actually pretty good in these team fights. In this fight, they get access onto JoJo and Unforgiven. Even though they don't get the dragon, they do win the fight. And you're thinking like, man, maybe this is a classic like double if Coach Kane game where they're just gonna win these team fights with Azir Jinx and take over the game. However, Quid makes just a laning mistake after the dragon while his team is pushing bottom lane. He thinks he can greed an extra wave. He obviously can't. Armeo kills him. That sets them behind a little bit in tempo. But then after this, there's one small play here where Busio is just going in for some deep vision, does get interrupted by Ayla, and this moment right here prompts a big play that's going to happen down on bot turret. So we're just going to speed this up. They know that Busio's recall is going to be super delayed so that people can't defend Quid under this turret. They immediately dive, get the kill, eventually clean up the turret, and throughout all this, the gold lead is growing and growing and growing. They have a small lead at the next dragon fight, and still, just with the way the team comps match up, even at 5,000 gold, like these fights aren't that easy for EG if we're thinking strictly front to back. When there is a front to back setup like this, the fight is not good for them. It's not a disaster, but they lose the dragon, they lose the fight, but then they go immediately back to pressuring the map. Prior to the dragon setup, they did place this one ward, and this is literally all they need to start the next series of events. JoJo teleports in behind double-lift, they kill double-lift, now they have a man advantage, so they kill the turret, they get another kill, and bam, 6,000 gold after 2 lost dragon fights, but huge plays in between the dragons, playing with their tempo and playing with their map pressure, which is just, those aren't the types of things you see from teams that aren't at the top of the standings. And part of this is their laning stats, where they're also just winning individually. You can see across the board, Revenge, JoJo are the 2 biggest dominant laners. These are ranks within their role, but they are forward more than any other laning duo. They are CSing almost better than any other laners in the league. Revenge is second place in 2 of the categories, JoJo first in basically all of them. So they're just an incredibly active team, not around the traditional things that teams focus. They're just very good at creating pressure and gaining gold.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was cool, also cool talking to JoJo about this yesterday in an interview where I was like, what, how does the setup work? And he was like, I don't know, man. We just have map pressure and we were able to put vision down and they have to be
It's all
scared to
kind of
check us.
instinctual. Like none of that stuff is super easy to train. It's like, you just kind of need to know that you have tempo.
Yeah.
And communicate it quickly, and then you kind of have to form all your plans in an ad-lib fashion. So they're just very good together.
And they take on Energy in our second match. Obviously, our first match today, though, is Dignitas versus FlyQuest, which is
a
really big one, actually, for both of these teams,
Yeah.
I think.
FlyQuest just needs to start winning games, right? For the first 4 weeks, it's all about, okay, we're making improvements as a team, we need to get better, etc. And it's all for the long run. And because there's 8 teams against playoffs, not a lot of pressure. Still really important to get in the upper bracket because you just have really poor fortunes if that's the big run that you have to make in the lower bracket. But now, they don't even know if they're going to make playoffs. Playoffs? Playoffs? So they need to start winning. And this is the team that is in their way in the middle of the pack. So they need to start winning now. Thankfully, they had that 1 week where they went 3 games in a row. But I feel like this is where they need to showcase that level of improvement after the loss versus 100.
Yeah, I think also for Dignitas, they want to keep that momentum up. They've had some dropped games after the 5-4 start, 0-2 this week. I don't want to see them go 0-3 week, just when we were beginning to believe in them.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, there are a few highlights from the Golden Guardians game that I thought were really good in terms of how Golden Guardians came into this game and they were like, we really want to set them behind early. And something that I think teams have kind of identified about FlyQuest is that they are generally going to play their early game very passively.
Yeah.
And that doesn't even necessarily mean through their drafts, because their drafts, I think, are a completely different conversation. But in terms of just things like this, like contesting the wave, even when you might actually mess up your own CSing, stuff like that, where they've recognized that FlyQuest are possibly going to kind of hang back, not necessarily contest a lot of these 2v2s. And then additionally, the bot lane dive that comes after this, kind of as a result of them getting pushed in, Spica has to spend time down covering anything that could happen bot, and then River comes in with Kindred anyway. Part of this is just unlucky. Like, obviously, you can credit Golden Guardians for the execution, the way that they juggle turret aggro, but part of this is also luck, right? Like, if FlyQuest is able to get one of these plays back, it ends up being a lot better position for them. So it's just, they have so little wiggle room now in the standings that stuff like this really screws them over.
And I do love the point that FlyQuest is just so consistently simplistic and passive in the early game that teams are more and more willing to play like animals against them. And just like take as many risks as possible, because that's how they're going to put them in a deficit that FlyQuest can't come back from.
Yeah, and they do need to change up, I feel like, give a different angle in how they play. Because in the early game, it feels like teams recognize they can either punish the jungle and Spica, or then go towards the bot side of the map. The last time they played versus Dignitas in the first round robin, it was FlyQuest with a huge lead. It was a 3K goal, like it was a 1.6K goal lead, but they had Rift Herald, they were making the push happen, they scaled better. Like, these things happen, and then they made that mistake where you heard Vulcan in the interview afterwards saying that when circumstances change within a fight, we don't tend to adapt, right? That's something that they needed to work on, and I felt like this game was an example of that.
Oh, look at Rich. Let's look at Rich. He's going to close the gap.
We can also look at Tomo. Just like giving you options here.
Oh!
Nah, man, Rich is cooked. I'm over it.
Yeah. Already?
I can't bail on it.
He just got a kill on Quinn.
Yeah,
how are you gonna bail?
Weeks ago, though.
On Quinn.
Well, you don't want me on your team? Fine, I'll go back. You know what?
Yeah.
Rich is the best player in the world.
There it is.
Oh my God, there he is.
Hots Faker.
Hots Faker on your screen right there.
One other thing I did want to talk about in regards to FlyQuest is it's a quirk that they've only had undefeated weeks or winless weeks. And I wanted to take a look at their first 6 losses. I love looking at goal graphs, so we're just going to look at some goal graphs here. And pay attention to the 0 line. In all of these games, they were never more than 1,000 gold ahead. They had a near comeback against Golden Guardians, but ultimately they were losing the early games and then were unable to come back. Let's go to week 3 when they won all of their games. And again, go to the 0 line, which is now lower on this graph. But notice how, like, in 2 of those games, they have 2 of their biggest early game leads of all, and they're never really more than 1,000 gold behind in at least the first 16 minutes. A pretty substantial comeback against Team Liquid, but even that is only like 2,500. So they were actually 3 improved. To me, these are 3 improved early games. They're not amazing early games, but they're slightly
These
improved.
look exactly the same to me as the ones they lost, where they had up to 1,000 gold leads, and they lose those gold leads in 2 of their wins. They go back below 0.
I'd say
and
that's
then
a
they
slight
bounce.
improvement. Anyway, and then this one against 100 Thieves is also the weak mid game. I don't have a graph of all 12 of these.
Only one game is a clean gold lead. It's the Immortals game. They've won.
It's the legend change. The 2,000 gold is better than the 1,000 gold from the previous graph.
There it is.
All right.
But either way, the point of all these gold graphs is they kind of suck early game.
Yeah, that's what I took away
Yeah.
from it. I'm like, damn.
That's a good takeaway.
But Dignitas have the second lowest, I think, goal difference at 15 in the league. Let's see who is picking Dignitas or FlyQuest
This was from
today.
yesterday when Mark was
Also,
trolling.
yeah, this is M&S
What do you
calling
mean
Mark
trolling?
out
Mark,
for picking against him from yesterday.
all 5 games wrong yesterday.
Unlucky. We go again today.
All right, let's see what you have
Let's see
today.
if there's any redemption here.
Wow, I think we're on to your
M&S called me
game.
out, and you know what?
no.
M&S, I'll do it again.
Immortal.
All right, don't test me. You
Wait,
know that,
you're
you know the
different?
crazy goofy picture?
You're
I'll do
literally
it again,
opposite.
too.
I did not realize all 3 of us were going to be exactly the same.
Boring.
You did not pick Immortals over C9.
Why wouldn't I?
All right.
M&S called me
NRG
out.
over
I saw
EG.
the miscommunication, the friction on the analyst desk, LC9. All right, I saw the problems. It's going to emerge in the game today. They're going to int this one.
You also talked about
Trap
earlier
game.
about Golden
Trap
Guardians being like how they've only lost once after their first 3 games. Now you
Okay.
think that TSM is gonna win?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Could happen. Insanity's back.
All right.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
Oh, this is the taco tier
Thank
list.
you. Wow. I hope you're happy because I feel
This
like
is
a lot
why
of
we
people
do our
aren't.
jobs, Mark.
Yeah.
I hope you're happy because you ruined my day. All right? It's the happiest day of your life, and you ruined mine.
You hate tacos?
I didn't.
All right.
I like
really
tacos. I
hates
eat
All right,
tacos. We had tacos for breakfast.
we need to
You know
get
what?
into
Tacos
game.
were tacos.
All right, we'll talk more about tacos off screen. It's time to throw it to the show open and then casters.
Mark hates tacos.
Apparently.
I love them.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the LCS this lovely Friday. What a way to end our week with a match kicking off between Dignitas and FlyQuest. I'm Gabby. I got Azale. Good to see you. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Good to see you too. We got Dignitas versus FlyQuest. Should be a pretty fun one. Both these teams, obviously not where they would want to be. Dignitas, I do think, is more towards where people were expecting to be. FlyQuest obviously have a lot of ground to make up if they want to get towards the top of the table, where they were really kind of forecasted to be by almost everyone. But there's not a lot of time left in the regular season here. We're almost at the end of week 4. There's only 2 weeks left after this. So, if FlyQuest doesn't start winning now, they're probably not going to start winning at all.
And you could hear it in the interview with Spica, for instance, after their first victory week, where they could feel that pressure of the 0-6 to begin with, and then now we're at the reset with that second round robin, and if they go 0-3 to kick this one off, I'm sure that pressure will re-emerge for this team. Dignitas on the other side also had a very difficult week. Evil Geniuses and Cloud9 were their first opponents, so they're looking to try and scrounge some kind of win to bring that energy forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're going up against opponents like that, it's maybe expected that you are starting off 0-2, but, they did start off the first round robin on a positive note. They were above 50-50, went 5-4, which I think is a lot better than people were thinking would happen from Dignitas after how bad their spring split was. So we're going to see if they can get a win here against FlyQuest, who's sitting at 3-8, which is honestly pretty shocking, especially after they won last week. They had that 3-0 week last week. People were starting to think, okay, maybe they've actually turned a corner. Everyone has been hearing about how they're doing well in scrims. Spica talked on stage in an interview about how he feels their win rate is really high in scrims. We are getting a quick restart on picks and bans. Someone didn't get into the lobby, so that is just being relaunched. It's the same couple bans that are going to be thrown down, so we'll be flying through this here pretty quick, and hopefully moving on into game.
Yep. Zooming on in to our champion select. Dignitas taking away Milio as well as the Zaya and Tristana. We've seen a lot of Tristana from Vikla specifically that has gotten some criticism, but is such a strong pick that already was emerging on 13.
I know those guys.
And now on 13 come through more. Hey, some familiar faces that we will be watching in the next game to come.
Sizing up the competition, I see. Dignitas going to go with the first pick, Ivern. Yeah, Tristana in general has become very, very popular on 13-13. Across all leagues on 13-13, it's second highest presence of any champion. So it is mostly being played mid. There has been some flexes towards bot. You know, some people very rarely also do even play it towards top in specific niche matchups. I've seen it top lane played into things. You know, it's like Kennen can work in that matchup. So it is pretty flexible, is really powerful in this match. Ivern, though, also really, really strong, but not that many people have been playing it. So it's good to see more people picking it up. We had seen Contracts bringing it out. We saw, I believe, Armeo play it as well. So Santorin going to be bringing out here for Dignitas. And Vikla back on Annie duty. Annie Viego is a good combo. You know, it's so much of the upfront burst to try to help get that first reset, but honestly, it feels like in the LCS, this kind of whole year, we have not been seeing Viego do very well. I feel like almost always it comes out and it just kind of loses.
Yeah, the attempts for the junglers to kind of step into that carry position seem like they're usually answered the following week with going back onto those facilitators, you know, the Maokai, the Sejuani, and the like. And for Spica specifically, taking a look at how he has performed on the Viego, it wasn't a win the first time around, but only one game on the pick thus far this split. And now paired with the Renekton, that I think Impact, when you're looking at the wins that FlyQuest pulled through, he was a big part of that, and specifically on the Renekton, able to assert so much pressure in the side lanes and just soak up a lot of damage. And Dignitas will have to deal with that threat on the FlyQuest side, but bringing a different look to themselves, the Rumble locked in.
Yeah, Rumble getting really popular. We've seen a number of different people bring it out, both in, you know, kind of more hard counterpick matchups. We saw Revenge actually bring it out against, I believe it was a Malphite. That matchup really bad for Malphite. We saw Summit playing in this exact matchup yesterday where he went Ignite Comet, went really, really aggressive against Solo, I want to say it was, and got very ahead in that 1v1. So, you know, there are some pretty powerful matchups for Rumble. Also can be flexed towards mid. You know, I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy, but I have seen some Rumble jungle and solo queue as well. And Ivern can potentially be going down towards support, but definitely expecting it to be Jace mid, Rumble top, and Ivern in the jungle for Dig. And I assume the FlyQuests are going to work under those same assumptions. Rel, another good flex pick on this patch. We haven't seen Rel jungle, I don't think, in the LCS just yet, but it is really popular in solo queue. Also, obviously, a really, really strong support these days. So is a powerful ban.
Yep, ever since the changes came to Rel a few patches ago, there was that emphasis on the duality of her roles between support and jungle. But again, highlighting that support position in the LCS, Diamond already has had 3 games on her. It's been a comfort pick for a lot of the supports coming back into this engage meta, so stripping that away as an option for Dignitas. And continuing down the bans, there is a focus on that bot lane, whether it be support or the bot lane position, to take these picks away, but Kai'Sa getting locked in for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Nautilus here from Diamond. I do think it works well when you are playing with Rumble, have that lockdown for the equalizer, have setup as well, potentially for this Ashe. Could obviously go a lot of different directions, but it is going to be Braum, so more about the counter engage, more about shutting down some of the offensive pressure that FlyQuest is going to be looking to put on, because they've gone pretty heavily towards early game, mid game picks. You know, they want to play a lot of dive. We'll be interested to see what the last pick is going to be here. Are they going to go more for 2v2? Are they going to be going for setup, you know, for the Kai'Sa? Like, Nautilus Kai'Sa is incredibly common as a pick, but Braum does answer that fairly well. Blitzcrank coming through, really interesting from Vulcan. So it is a very aggressive look. There are not a lot of dashes over on the Dignitas side. So when you're actually looking at a lot of their champions, Ashe is going to struggle to deal with that. Jace can potentially struggle, even Rumble, Ivern. Like, none of these champions actually have an easy way to just dash out or avoid those Blitzcrank hooks. So that could be difficult for them. But Blitzcrank from behind can be really, really trash. So we'll see how FlyQuest is going to do in the early stages, because the early games have not been very strong so far in the LCS.
And so with this early game focus from FlyQuest and then Dignitas on the other side, bringing some of that disengage with the Braum and the like, what do you make of the draft overall?
I mean, I think it's really interesting, right? We are going to see the Ignite Rumble again here coming through in the top lane. I do think a lot of pressure on FlyQuest to get things done, especially on the top side of the map. You know, utilize the Viego, the Annie, the Renekton to try to get some sort of pressure, to try to create picks, to try to create action potentially in Rift Herald fights. But on the same time, I think Dignitas have a really strong composition. I do think they have pretty decent engage, with the Ash Arrow. They have really good team fight in the mid game as well with Jace, with Rumble, with Ivern. So I think they're pretty evenly matched. I think it's just going to come down kind of just how these teams perform in the early game and the mid game.
We'll have to keep an eye on it for Dignitas and FlyQuest kicking off this Friday. And with them being somewhat close in the standings, there's really only a couple games differentiating a lot of these teams. You can make that hefty jump up if you're someone like FlyQuest to start to close that gap. But taken to the Rift, it's all the more important to rack up these wins. Of course, top 8 do make it into playoffs, but if you manage to avoid those bottom 2 positions, you do get that second life in the bracket. And I know a lot of these teams do care about that.
Yeah, getting upper bracket is a really big deal, but at the end of the day, it's just going to matter most what your form is going into playoffs, because it is relatively easy to get into playoffs with the top 8 teams all making it. Of course, you definitely don't want to be in the bottom 2 and miss out, but even if you get in 7th and 8th, whatever, and 6th, if you are really on point, if you're playing very well at that point, it doesn't necessarily matter. You can make the run. You can always make those miracles happen, as we have seen before. Both teams, though, just kind of fanning out level 1. We see the red ward down on the enemy red buff. Both red buffs getting warded out, by either side. Defensive ward here as well. So both teams just trying to scout out where the start is going to be. With Ivern, there can be a lot of counter jungle shenanigans. So you definitely want to have an idea of where this guy is going to be starting. Is he going to choose your buff or anything like that? And Jensen, is just kind of sitting around here trying to track Spica, does spot Spica, and actually drops that Raptors ward. So they'll have full information on exactly what he's going to be getting done.
And with that early game focus, it's all the more important to establish this early vision, get some intel on where the junglers might end up going. Because Ivern, surging in popularity despite the nerfs that were applied on 13.13 to Brushmaker and Daisy, is still somebody that has the toolkit available to set up and really empower the rest of the team.
It's also really interesting. I feel like Jensen has been kind of changing up the style of champions that he plays. Over the last couple games, we've seen some different stuff. He played a Tristana as early hook, is going to force the exhaust, and is an exhaust on Vulcan. So that has to be a misclick actually from Diamond. They were fairly stacked. I think he just meant to click on Prince there, but Prince going to get those Halo Blades autos off, and that is actually pretty bad for Diamond. Already down low, going to have to be popping his potions, is down the exhaust, but back to the point about Jensen. Jensen has been such a mage player throughout his career. We saw him bring out Tristana yesterday. That was only the 2nd Tristana game of his entire career. Remember, he has played hundreds and hundreds of pro games. He has, I want to say it's nearly 700 pro games played at this point. He only has 5 Jace games total. He only has 2 Trist games total. So, he never played AD champions mid, really, in the past. So this is a little bit of a different page for him. I don't know if he feels that he's forced to in this meta, or that he just feels like, he was always strong on these picks, but it just didn't, weren't right with his team. But it is interesting to see someone, this long into his career really kind of swapping up the style of play.
It makes me wonder what his focus as a player is currently. Is he trying to expand that champion pool and try to be able to keep up more effectively? Is he doing this purely to facilitate what the team is looking for? I know he did just have an interview recently with Travis Gafford where they were talking about the mid-meta, LeBlanc on the static shiv specifically, even with the nerf, how it was pretty annoying to be going against it and just see the wave get absolutely annihilated. So the impact of some of those changes, but didn't seem to feel one particular way or another about this current meta. So
yeah.
I think more to be seen in how he develops.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Will he stick with this throughout the rest of the split? Would he stick with this towards playoffs is going to be a big question for me, because his most played AD champion all time is Lucian, right? And he only has 10 games compared to the 90-some on Orianna, 60-something on Azir, 60 on Syndra, etc., right? So he really has not played a lot of those. And then beyond Lucian, he's got a couple games on Yasuo. He's got 5 games on Jace. He's got 2 games on Triss now, with having played one this week. So it's really not been champions in his wheelhouse at all. And I do think these are champions that you have to really execute on, because when you're playing things like Jace, when you're playing things like Tristana, you've got to execute on the early game stage. Jensen in trouble now, though.
Stepping up, leaping to the skies, knocks back Vikla, down about half HP. So Jensen circling through the river and ended up keeping all his summoners in the moor.
Why did Vikla hold his stun that long? It felt like he wanted to try to hold his stun for Spica to get in range of a W flash or something, but he ended up holding his stun so long and then just gets knocked away and doesn't even get it off. So that felt like a pretty big misplay from Vikla to me. And now going to be able to utilize this pressure. Santorin just goes up towards top side. He's going to be able to back up Rich here, steal away the Krugs. Jensen getting very low, but does still have a Biscuit in pocket. And Rich is going to continue trying to bully this matchup.
So Spica feeling some of the hurt of the time that he spent mid and not really able to grab anything from it right now, was technically leaning in that direction, but Santorin still hovering on the top side, having punished Spica in his own jungle. Impact, though, now losing his flash and more on the top side. Ooh, can we talk about Rich for a minute? Drawing that first blood on Dignitas and what he has been able to do for this team.
Yeah, Rich has been an exciting player. Joining the league, has been bringing out different picks, aggressive picks, and is able to get that first blood onto Impact in this 1v1. You know, when you're playing with that Ignite, you want to be able to play aggressive. You want to harass under tower with these Electro Harpoons. He has the overheat. He gets him with that first Electro Harpoon, has the overheat for the additional damage on the auto attacks, and then as Impact steps up to farm those range minions, that's where you're most at danger in these melee versus range matchups. So he just flashes in, gets the auto, gets the Ignite, and that is enough to take down Impact. It is really difficult when you fall behind in these kind of matchups too, because you are just always going to get pushed in. You're always going to get harassed on every single range minion, and it can become really difficult to be useful as a Renekton from behind.
Though FlyQuest, to offset some of that pressure on the top side, are focusing down on this dragon here at the 6-minute mark. Able to burn it, no step up from Dignitas. So evening it a tad and trying to not let any leads become too insurmountable for the Dignitas side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is just about a 700 gold lead right now. Not the end of the world by any means, but still pretty significant this early on. We are seeing these two mid laners trading back and forth pretty aggressively. It is first strike on both, so when you are playing first strike versus first strike, you always want to be trying to poke off that buff as often as you can. You know, get that trading advantage, get that gold advantage. And Jensen looking for an angle here with the Shock Blast. Santorin is in the area, so he knows he'll have that support. You can see Spica is over on the Wolves finishing up that clear. So I think both mid laners going to be feeling pretty safe at this point. You can see Jensen is cheating towards the top side of the map because he has no wards on bot side. And with them taking away the red buff, this should be a bit of a giveaway that Spica can only kind of be on that bot side of the map. You know, if he's not going to be there contesting his red, he's got to be down on the bot side. And I think that's why Tomo and Diamond are moving out from lane. They're trying to see, where the hell is Spica? You know, where could this Viego be? We don't want to walk up all the way. They are going to spot him now.
Now have the eyes, throw out the volleys. Spica flashes to get more in the sights of Prince and Vulcan, but even after being exhausted, able to get knocked down. But Tomo also falling low. Ignite burns Prince here, getting the kill credit. But a scrappy fight in the bot lane, all off of Tomo and Diamond searching for Spica.
Yeah, they got the read that he's there, and Prince needs to be a little bit careful as he does get tagged. Diamond trying to step forward, but Prince is 6, so you're not going to kill him now. As long as he gets plasma on you, he can always ult back to safety, and Brahm's not going to burst through that. Santorin was spotted moving down the river, so they are going to be able to stay safe, but nice play from the Dignitas bot lane. They knew Viego had to be down there. He wasn't answering his stolen red buff on the top side, so they search him out. They do get the kill in the 2v3.
All the while, Rich now in the 2v1 up top. Impact has the dominance. Equalizer thrown down, but the burn won't be enough to finish him off. Rich seeing if he can take Spica, but Spica coming on through with a Heartbreaker to make this a good play for FlyQuest on the top side.
Yeah, I kind of want to see that one more time because Rich was overheated before he got his Equalizer down, which is one of those things that can really, really come to bite you when you are playing Rumble. So I want to see, like, did he overheat before Viego showed, or did he actually mess it up? Because in that 1v2, if he got the Equalizer down really early, that fight could potentially look very different. And it's something you always have to watch out for when you are playing Rumble. Overheating at the wrong time can be devastating, and it allows them to get that kill back. It does not go to the Renekton, but let's see it one more time. So he's sitting very close to overheated. He wants to keep his heat high. Okay, so he overheats, then Spica comes through. So this one's a little bit harder to blame him on. I think it's just good timing on the gank there from FlyQuest. The Equalizer does come down, and as his Ignite comes back off cooldown, he uses it onto Spica, but can't quite get the kill because Spica gets a level up off the kill, plus he's going to get the heal from taking over that Spirit. So you can see a little bit of frustration on the face there of Rich. Wanted to keep that snowball rolling and is not going to be able to as a result, but Santorin will grab Herald. So they're going to be feeling pretty good about things overall, and they are still in the lead over 1K.
Yeah, increasing that gold lead for sure, and that Rift Herald will make an opportunity in the future for Dignitas to continue extending that lead unless FlyQuest have something to say about it. But Rich returning back to lane, still a bit of time before the teleports are back and available, but not much longer until they are officially unleashed. Bot lane for Dignitas left alone in the lane currently, off of a reset from Prince and Vulcan.
Yep, you can see that Prince just finished his static shiv, so he's going to be back out on the map. Vulcan threatening a move towards mid. He is playing that Blitzcrank. I will say it is pretty annoying playing against Ivern as Blitzcrank because Daisy can get in the way of a lot of your hooks. So he does have to contend with both Daisy and Braum in those 5v5s. But if they can hook really anyone else besides the Daisy or the Braum, it's going to be pretty good because it is very squishy members on the Dignitas side. Even Rich can be very vulnerable if he gets hooked in. You know, he is going kind of a bit of a tankier build. Looks like he's you know, not going towards like an early Zonias or anything like that. Potentially just rushing Demonic. But we'll see exactly what he does want to go for.
And I mean, when looking at those targets, whether it be Rich or someone else that Vulcan could try to go for, I mean, I'm just looking at Tomo on this Ashe, very immobile, but that puts the pressure on Diamond and the like to be able to protect him in the team fights to come. Right now, a lot of hovering from FlyQuest in the bot side jungle to get these deeper wards extended and trying to lock on to where Santorin might be going.
Yeah, try to track where Santorin is as much as possible. He is going for the Moonstone build, so going kind of that full support build. We have been seeing more like Night Harvester and things like that. Nice flash hook.
Flashes, get the hook, the knockup, and more. An attempt for Jensen to get on top of Vikla, but cannot pull him down. So 1 kill to the FlyQuest side.
Yeah, great job there by Vulcan. Makes the roam happen. Have been hovering around mid for quite a long time. Does have the Swifty boot, so wants to be active on the map. Finds the flash, finds the hook. Jensen did not have flash, so could not respond to it. And that's going to allow not only the kill, but a second dragon here for FlyQuest. So starting to get some more purchase in this game.
Now 4 members of FlyQuest down here on the dragon.
Rich is coming as well.
Coming from mid. Teleport as Rich makes his way to the party. Stun up onto Spica. Tibbers is down. Tomo has to flash out of the fight. And Impact is coming from the jungle to get one last swing onto Diamond. Grabbing the kill and wanting to go for more. Jensen finds himself in the crosshairs of Prince here, but the equalizer blown down by Rich to try to zone off the rest. 3 taken away by FlyQuest. Pushed off the dragon, and Dignitas punishing the play.
Yeah, good roam down there from Rich. He does arrive. He's not playing TP, so Impact gets there first, but Dignitas do win out on that fight. Getting that final kill. The Root Caller lands onto their target, who's in that equalizer. He gets shredded down. Dignitas will be able to take this, and now Vikla TPing back, but Santorin Flash Shield is going to be able to help turn it around. So it is flash for flash there. Santorin saves his mid laner. I'm not sure if Jensen would have gone down if he had not flashed in, but either way, is going to be able to get the flash in response from Vikla, and they get the TP off him. So no TP's up now for FlyQuest. We can watch this one more time. FlyQuest first to that dragon, but Vikla was already chunked low, and we can see Vulcan Hex flash in onto Tomo, but Diamond is in between him and those targets. It didn't look like the Tibbers actually landed. Back to live, though. Vulcan looking for another play.
Trying to get the knockup, does manage it onto Tomo, which means Spica feels all prepared to go for the Heartbreaker. Diamond busted on back, double kill for Spica. Good setup from FlyQuest.
Yeah, great game so far from Vulcan. 006 has been involved in everything. Held the hook there the whole time. He just popped W, walked past the Braum, knocks up Tomo. They get the kill there. And then when Timon uses that jump back to his ally, just gets hooked right back in. Congratulations to Jensen, moving 10th all-time in the assist. Closing on that 3,000 mark, pretty crazy stuff. But it is going to be Dignitas dropping the Herald on top side. Rich and Santorin up here. Impact and Spica are in the area. For sure it's going to crash. The question is, can they stop it after that? We can see Vulcan is moving up here as well, so FlyQuest for sure do not want to allow that full tower to go down, and they won't have to.
But still some plates that Dignitas were able to grab off of that crash. Only 30 seconds remaining before the plates fall. So Dignitas was up a bit in gold at one point, but starting to minimize that lead.
Yeah, you can see the Hex Flash play again here from Vulcan. Hex Flash into the brush, run up. No Q tag. I'm not sure if it was on cooldown from Diamond, but you got to kind of try to tag that blitz as he's running in. He didn't have his ulti. I assume his Q was on cooldown. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there. So Vulcan just runs straight in, hits him, knocks up Tomo into the air. They get that first kill, and then he saves his hook the whole time because he doesn't need to use it for that first kill. Now going to hook in Daisy and looking to actually just try to kill that off. It is 50 gold, and it does reduce a lot of the power of Ivern if you can kill it off. So even though it looks a little bit funny there, especially if your jungler's around and you're just like smiting this thing down and bursting it down, Ivern kind of sucks without Daisy.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, you were saying it earlier, Azale, how a lot of those hooks can be blocked by Daisy, so why not just kill her off? So then you leave that opening. Vikla won't be golden for long, but does have Spica nearby and a wave.
Yeah, it's going to survive, and he was under the tower, so just needed to buy that time. Diamond blocks the hook. Well, can they turn this around? Doesn't look like it. He wasn't able to get the passive onto Vulcan. You know, when you do get hooked in there, it's so important as the Braum to try to tag that Blitz with his Q, especially if Blitz is using the W on the run-in. He's going to get the natural slowdown from that ability. If you tag him with the Q, then all of a sudden Ashe can maybe follow and try to chase him down and punish. But Vulcan seems to be able to get in and out of these fights pretty easily without being punished, so has been big for them. It is going to be first tower, though, taken by Dig on that bot side. The top tier 1 is also very, very low, so Dignitas close to collecting a couple turrets here and trying to extend that gold lead back to where it was.
Many members of FlyQuest leaning towards this top side so they can try and take this second Rift Herald for themselves. But the pings coming through from Dignitas. Jensen using his teleport to usher towards this mid tower.
Yeah,
Wards are good by FlyQuest. Diamond first to throw out the Glacial Fissure, lands onto Spica, but the zoning's good from Fly, so Dignitas, they're not going to force this one.
Yeah, they felt really hesitant to walk in there because they know that they don't have any vision and Vulcan is going to be over the wall looking for a hook. So if you give that angle to him, he's going to grab one of your carries. The fight is going to be instantly lost. So they needed to wait for Diamond to allow him to go first with the shields behind him. Vulcan, though, getting tagged. Jensen.
Crystal Arrow does manage to stun him up. Takes a decent amount of damage, but no follow-up.
Yeah, Jensen not wanting to commit his flash, not wanting to go in over the wall to actually get in onto him. So it is just that chunk at the end of the day, not going to mean too much. But it does buy them time up on the top side. So another turret going the way of Dignitas, back that 1.3k gold lead that we were at for Dignitas quite a while ago. So they are still looking pretty good, but we'll have to see where the game goes from here. Jace now kind of outplaying those side lanes more heavily. You know, Rumble definitely can be pretty solid in the side lanes too, and it was the Demonic Embrace rush that I was talking about. I haven't seen this a lot. Almost always, you know, when I do see Demonic Embrace come in, it's like as a second item. Generally, we're just seeing Rumble still rush their Mythic. So a little bit of a different take on it here from Rich. Does make him more tanky. Was potentially worried about, you know, getting burst down by Viego Renekton as a combo, or maybe getting 100-0 by Annie in a fight or something like that. So wanted a bit more HP, wanted a little bit more tankiness. So gonna try something a bit different here.
Handled himself well in lane where, yes, there was that attention spent by Spica, but Rich still maintaining that farm. They did use that first Rift Herald to get that turret open on the top side, and now Impact with teleport available will be ushering that way forth. There's one hook coming through to try and burn down Daisy, so heavy tools that Santorin has that have now already been drawn and expelled, so Dignitas turning their eyes over towards the Dragon. Teleport from FlyQuest will allow them to entrench on both sides. Rich looking for a good angle, has the equalizer. You can always use that to separate some of these fights. But Spica and the rest of FlyQuest know where he's lurking. Uses the Scryers, and that's enough to try and push some of FlyQuest off. Dignitas really also want to keep an eye on where Vulcan may be coming from to try and hook in. Dragon's already down to 50%. Jensen coming from the bot side.
Impact's gonna look over the wall here.
Diamond gets grabbed by Vulcan, but not the one you want, and Prince has fallen low. Equalizer dropped, and Rich focusing his sights onto Impact. Impact gone. Spica coming through with a Heartbreaker, and the Dragon has been reset into the pit, and FlyQuest already backing off of this one. It's the 2-for-1 so far. No jungler for Dignitas, but nobody on the Dragon anymore.
Yeah, FlyQuest, you know, they have some low health bars there, so they want to get Prince back to base, let him reset. They dropped Herald mid in the midst of that. Well, dropped Herald in the river and it went mid. So they are going to be able to get multiple towers here and pull into the gold lead themselves. They should be able to reset and go back to the Dragon as well. But look at Impact. His angle here on this fight was really, really good. They'd already killed off Daisy. Impact gets in from the side onto the back line, so Tomo and Jensen are just pushed out immediately. And then sure, Diamond is not that premium target that you want to hook in, but when he's split from his DPS, and when Impact is zoning out the back line like that, it's just a firing line there for FlyQuest, so they're able to take out multiple members. They kill off Santorin, they kill off Diamond, while their carries are not connecting on the other side. So it's really good frontline play there from Impact without overcommitting, and now Diamond gonna get hooked in again.
Yeah, the commitment of the hook onto Diamond means that he flashes towards the team. So one summoner taken away, and Dignitas responding similarly to the way they did last time, focusing back onto the Dragon. They've got Santorin once again, a few ultimates available, but no equalizer as that hasn't come up. No Enchanted Crystal Arrow, no Glacial Fissure. So FlyQuest feeling more agency and stepping up. Vulcan taking a bit of damage, and Rich trying to focus it, but the healing comes through. Daisy still setting on to the Dragon, and Dignitas zoning off FlyQuest. They don't have Vulcan to threaten with that hook anymore, so Dignitas feel a lot more comfortable hanging around this river.
Yeah, Prince is landing a lot of good poke there. As the W evolve on the Kaisa, he's just hitting those W's time and time and time again. Dignitas will get the Dragon. Santorin has to be a little bit careful on the exit, but he's going to be able to get out of there. And this time they got the kill onto Vulcan. The redemption really paying dividends for Dignitas in that fight. It is one of the advantages of having an Ivory on your team with these supporty builds is the items are so cheap that he gets this 2-item power spike that are really efficient items very early on. So bringing a lot of power to that Dragon fight. Dignitas have been chunked down quite a lot, and that redemption got a ton done. It was about 1,300 in healing from that one redemption. So that is really, really impactful in a fight like that.
Buy things that are cheaper and you feel rich faster.
True, yeah. I mean, it is really nice because junglers often in the pro play, are going to be kind of unlimited income. In the early game, maybe you're hard farming, but especially come mid game, it really does slow down as you're more kind of tied to your support and trying to get vision and trying to play around that. Tomo does get tagged, but Prince doesn't have vision to really follow it in, look for the kill. He'd obviously win the 1v1, but if you don't know where everyone else is, it is risky. And we do see the Enchanted Crystal Arrow fishing, not going to be able to hit Vikla. Prince going to be going for Luden's build here, so committing more heavily to the poke. I know some people really are a big fan of this. We've been seeing more Rage Blade, but if you are just going to be more committed to playing long range, playing for that poke, the Luden's proc, of course, is very nice, and it does really kind of ramp up that damage and make it pretty annoying to deal with. But Kaisa is just like so high variance because if you're hitting the Ws, you're also resetting the cooldown, right? So it becomes really low cooldown, becomes really oppressive. But if you're able as a team to consistently avoid those, Kaisa poke doesn't really become a big deal.
But there are other people on FlyQuest's side that can become a big deal if they continue getting stronger, like Spica. We were just talking about Santorin being able to hit those items quicker because it's being more supportive, but now Spica's a couple items deep. 5 and 2 on the scoreboard. We were talking about the fact that not everyone has been able to make Viego work this split in the same way as others. I know that we saw a great Armeo Viego game, for instance, but it hasn't been consistently a carry. But in this case, Spica has been finding some big targets, has been able to get the ball rolling and get some gold into his pockets to make him effective.
And Viego from ahead is really, really strong because it's so much about having the upfront damage, being able to take these duels, being able to get those resets where he can really pop off in a fight. So I do think, he's in a pretty good spot. I also like the fact that Vulcan is going lock at this game. Both supports actually going lock at this game. We see a lot of kind of these other options, but I do think especially against Rumble when there's heavy AoE damage, Locket is just a must to me.
Spica's a lurkin, Dignitas making sure to move every unit. They land the arrow onto Annie, follow up with the equalizer, and Jensen's coming in with the teleport, but the burn is so good onto the FlyQuest mid laner. Dignitas almost about to get on Baron.
Oh no. Oh, okay, so this looks like it's a Dignitas pause, right? So you can see Santorin and Rich are talking there. I'm just inferring from what I'm seeing. It seems like it's an issue with Rich because he was pointing at his screen. Santorin immediately turned to him, was talking with him. So we'll see what the issue is going to be. And Rich actually DC'd. So I don't know if it was a pause after he DC'd or he paused and then DC'd to try to reconnect and fix something. So we'll let you guys know as soon as we do get any updates. But of course, the game spot is Spica was forced to flash there to get away from that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It did tag Vikla. He dies right by the Baron. We're post 20 minutes, and that means they can look for a Baron here. Spica also had to use his ultimate in retreat, so no flash, no ulti. If there's not a blast cone, he doesn't have a way into the pit, right? And that is going to be the difficulty here because they can look for that turn. But the good news, of course, for FlyQuest is that Equalizer was spent. Enchanted Crystal Arrow was spent. So there's not really a good turn from Dignitas off this Baron whatsoever. We are getting some ready calls in all chat from both teams, so I assume we are going to be unpausing here pretty quick.
It seems that it was a client crash, so just getting that back up and taken care of before getting into this Baron play that you're just talking about the different tools that are available on both sides, and that's going to be very important to track on how FlyQuest punishes Dignitas and not having these key ultimates. FlyQuest positioning Spica, Prince, and Vulcan, but one route onto Vulcan already escaped. Equalizer drone on down, and another pop.
Okay, this time Prince paused the game, so I'm not sure what actually happened, but it was the other team that paused the game this time. So last time, it was Rich DCing out, so they paused for him. This time Prince pauses, so we'll see exactly what the issue is. But this is I'm not gonna lie, these pauses suck, right? Like when it is a high intensity moment, it is very difficult to have that go into a pause, right? You can kind of lose the flow of how you're trying to play that out, but it does give you the unique opportunity to really think out, how do I want to play out these next couple minutes, and kind of plan out in your head and really think about the exact situation. So we can kind of try to take that moment and do just that for ourselves, right? Where it was, Root Caller actually connecting over onto Vulcan. We saw them try to engage off that. Diamond hit an ulti over onto Spica. FlyQuest is in full retreat. Impact has TP'd in, but he didn't want to actually look for that fight because Vicla's still dead. So he arrived with the TP, immediately just pulled back. And, it is FlyQuest on the run in that 4v5. But of course, there's not great hard engage at all from Dignitas. So it's unclear if Dignitas will be able to actually pin anyone down long enough to get a kill here.
You never know exactly how people will respond to that disruption of the flow and the adaptation to the
It can
information.
be a real tilter.
I think, I'm trying to remember, there was one pause, it was Revenge versus somebody, where the pause specifically did actually impact the way the play was played out. I think it was a 1v2, something of like that ended up turning.
And then we replayed it, and the person, like, it was a 1v2 kill, and then we replayed, and they didn't get the kill, I think it was.
Yeah. So very, a nice edge when it comes to some of these moments and what you're digesting versus going in it, or now I have a moment to think about it.
And my understanding is generally in short pauses, the teams aren't allowed to talk, but if the pause goes long, then they're told that they can start talking. So then that really does change the dynamic here a lot. Prince has pretty good positioning, and maybe we can even just kind of like look in game while we're in this pause and kind of just see what the scenario is, so everyone can kind of be up to date on where we are in game.
Yeah, I keep leaning
for
over
when
your shoulder,
for when we go
looking
and
at
pause. Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of just looking at myself. I can't move the screen around because it is paused. But Prince has pretty good positioning over the wall. It is this kind of 4 or 5 man chase in the river with Spica, Vulcan, and Impact. The members of FlyQuest in that river running from the 5 members there of Dignitas. It's 28 seconds until Vicla responds, so he's not going to be a part of this fight whatsoever. But Dignitas clearly didn't want to just hard commit to the Baron. They wanted to look for a turn. The question is just, can they actually get something here? Can they actually, find that kill that they want to then return to the Baron?
Yep, all of this was off of the pressure they acquired by getting that mid kill or that mid laner kill onto Vicla when they landed the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So how much can they pull off in this fight while he is still down? We'll find out.
Okay,
we see.
So I just got an update. So the original pause was the rich client DC. Then after the reconnect, there started to be some latency issues in game that teams are complaining about. So League Ops officials are actually watching back in Shadow Play, which is essentially the replay of the player's point of views to make sure that there actually was latency issues, that the pause was justified, and then we are going to be going forward from there. The players obviously have been given permission to stand up. I don't know if they're probably running to the washroom, running to grab a drink, something like that. But hopefully it won't take us too long to be able to get back into this one. It obviously is a really important game for both these teams. I think FlyQuest, even just for motivation, for being able to kind of have that, I don't know, a little bit of momentum moving into the final weeks here. They kind of need to get a win, right? Because they started 0-6. They went 3-0 last week. They're 0-2 this week. If you have another 0-3 week, this week, it is really, really rough, right? Like, you're not going to be finishing at the top of the table. You're just trying to scrape into the upper bracket at that point. And Dignitas would love to get a win here to move themselves back to 500, continue their winning ways against some of these lower ranked teams.
I love to think about the difference in expectations on these teams coming into summer and how that impacts where they are currently in the standings. Dignitas is coming off of a very disappointing spring in that 10th place position. They moved around a couple pieces and are trying to find this identity. So I think it's a wonderful surprise and resurgence when you see Rich come in, a player that people are waiting to see how he ends up working in this team, really work out and give a strength to the top side play of Dignitas. And shoring themselves into the middle of the pack is a good position to be. I loved seeing with Santorin when he came and joined the cast last week, and he had mentioned this a bit in the lounge as well, that feeling of, oh yeah, I do love to do the content, but it's always the it's reliant on how we do. So now we're winning and I get to be in the lounge and I get to be on the cast, and kind of the difference in feeling when you're in that winning position and mentality and moving forward.
Yeah.
And I know that FlyQuest, you can see the pressure coming in as a team where lots of high expectations across the board. everyone had them in the top 3 of the league.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely. And some people had them as like, well, they had themselves as hard number 1, right? You know, I remember at the beginning of the league.
Yeah, you had a little.
Prince was roasting me, like, just comedically, but kind of, you know, saying like, oh, like, what's your problem? You don't have his number 1? Like, you must be sick. You should go to the hospital, right? So definitely not the kind of split that they were expecting, that anyone was expecting at all. But to touch on what you're talking about with Santorin, you know, generally what happens for a lot of content is that players, after they lose, don't want to do content, right? So you'll invite a player from each team that's going to be playing, and then generally you take the player from the winning team because they're in a better mood. They're going to be, you know, down to do some content, down to have some fun stuff. So since Dignitas was losing a lot in spring, probably every time he was reached out to, they would lose. So it'd probably be the player from the winning team that's doing the interview or the analyst desk or whatever. So, you know, back to their winning ways a little bit here, though, in summer for Dignitas. And I think Santorin, you know, at the start of the split, I do think he had still a bit of a rough start to summer, but I do think it has been picking up. I feel like his Poppy games have been looking really good. His Ivern game so far has been strong. So it's nice to see him returning back to form somewhat, because people really, like, even though they did so bad in spring, coming into spring, the expectations were still relatively high for Dignitas because people were really thinking, myself included, that a team with a core of Santorin and Jensen, these guys who have been so good in the league for so long, surely are going to get some wins. Like, these guys alone are going to be able to carry them to quite a few wins, and it just didn't really work out that way. So obviously some changes have happened between then and now. You know, the bot lane has changed out, the top lane has changed out, but I do think both Santorin and Jensen are having better splits as well individually.
Yeah, I, for one, am one of the pundits that believes in that duo, and seeing them rise to those expectations, a lot had on them, is a good look for Dignitas. But while we do wait for another update on the pause, we're going to send things over to the LCS Lounge.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. Unfortunately, we're waiting for the result from the pause. They investigate a latency report from both teams. One thing I think is super interesting right off the bat is we see FlyQuest going for something that kind of forces them to make plays early game in draft.
Yeah, that was interesting to me because we were looking at their goal graphs before the game, and essentially,
not good.
All 11.
The prognosis was not good.
Their early game wasn't great. I
Yeah.
still contend their early game is like decent in their wins. If they're like slightly ahead, they actually have a decent chance of winning the games.
Yeah.
But that's also because they were picking a lot of scaling. Like this game, it almost feels like that overcorrection of picking all early game instead of picking all scaling. Kai'Sa does scale decently, but like when you're going Blitz Kai'Sa, Annie Renekton, Viego, it's just, it almost feels like they're kind of panicking for a win to say we just need a ton of go buttons because we have a problem going.
Yeah, and even then, I think, even
isn't that how it works?
That is pretty fair.
You know, you're not wrong, Jack.
I don't disagree. It's just a problem going.
And even there, I feel like the counter picks from Dignitas' side are just working phenomenally. For me, Rich had a great early game. And we've seen Rumble versus Renekton a few days in a row right now. I know you guys are looking at me. All right? He had
I'm
a great
glad
early
you.
game.
I almost sold my stock. I almost joined you.
You almost did,
You
but I
talked me off
pushed
the
you back.
ledge.
I did push you back.
I mean, you think it's probably more like the matchup.
Yeah, the matchup.
Yeah.
Well, no, okay.
Like Rumble for Renekton's kind of busted, no?
It's a little strong,
Like,
let
we've
me
seen
tell
other
you.
People get like Summit got a solo kill with it. Like so,
That's just kind of matchup.
That's how it goes, guys.
Yeah.
But no, like when we call it the replay here, it was a great solo kill that we ended up seeing here, and it was him just turning on his Q after Harpoon, knew he was just going to be in basically the in-range form, so your auto attack deals a lot more damage, and he has Ignite. Forgot to mention that point. He is playing for lane, and he just smashes Impact on that one. So it was good to call out because oftentimes we see both sides of Rich. A, getting a solo kill within the lane or getting solo killed because he's just he's a risk taker for this team.
Yep.
And he is the engine. He just goes, as Jat would say. And I thought that was a really positive thing for Dignitas. That's why they're really being able to find a lot of wins here. And even though they had two people go topside to get a kill on him, right when they're able to come back out of base, they go straight to Rift Trail because of the pressure that he has in lane, and they have just been doing well off the pick. These dragon fights have been working primarily because of how much damage Rumble is doing right now.
Yeah, and I got an update from production.
Oh, yeah?
Chrono break.
Boom.
To 22:36, I think is the time. They have the exact time. If I got that wrong, it doesn't matter. But I'm going to say 22:36. It was basically what happened.
It's at 33.
Is there was a pause when they resumed. Both teams had latency.
Yeah.
So instead of just starting it again and being like, everybody's going to be lagging for a bit, just deal with it, they're going to chrono break
Smart
to
decision.
that point right after Annie died. And hopefully that resolves 22:33.
Yep.
That's the correct time. Thank you, graphics.
There it is.
Production will
covering
always
for
be
you.
right if we're not.
Yeah. So we're just waiting for that to happen, then we'll get back to the game.
It's rewind time, y'all. Where's Will Smith at?
Let's pull in some clips from the LCS vault.
I refuse to watch that movie. I refuse. I'm looking at the YouTube VOD. I'm just checking.
What are you checking?
What? Yeah.
Where 2233 is. Like what?
It's
what
right
we're going
after
on.
Andy
You'll
died.
give an update. I'm sure they could pull it.
They could.
If we want to put more pressure on production to be right, I'm sure they could.
They're not
going to
pull me up.
Jet already told you.
22:30.
Do you not believe Jet? You just don't trust.
Yeah, you
your
don't think
coworker.
22:33 is the right time, Raz?
I know it's the right time.
He's going to start like heckling the refs.
This is a
Raz
race.
is roaming
It's between-
backstage right now.
It's between production to show us the lead up to the pause where the corner breaking to, and Raz to check it. Who can
Yeah.
be faster?
We'll see. My bet is production.
Well, we
Although
also-
Raz already
The
has
sad reality is, as you've mentioned.
Oh, here it is.
Look at how fast
Production
they are.
You lose.
They're so
I won. I was
much
about
better
to
than you.
deliver the news. Okay, Annie is dead. I'm just gonna spoil it for you guys. I'm just gonna
Wow.
spoil it for you. He is dead, and that's where we're going from.
Yeah, so Annie dies.
So 22:33. So that will include the death here.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
As newsman Raz has.
This is also right where Rich paused essentially like immediately after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct?
So, yeah.
So,
they
yeah,
paused
that
to
makes
do.
sense.
I actually don't remember what the first pause was for. I think I got that update. But basically, what happened is
He
there was.
DC'd.
Oh yeah.
Client crashed.
Rich's client crashed.
Yeah.
So they paused. And then when they restarted, everyone was lagging. And you can see
This is a Baron setup.
This is like a rather important point in the game where
Yes.
you don't
Yeah.
want everyone in the game lagging. So it's a good corner break.
You don't normally want people lagging, but if they're going to be lagging, please don't do it in a 4v5 Baron setup without your
Yeah.
late laner, where everyone's just trying to do like a smite fight probably or some
Yeah.
shenanigans
Let's
gonna
actually.
happen.
Okay. I love that we have this up.
Yeah,
Because
What's
this
gonna
is
happen next?
This is a pretty
like
good neutral
quiz
ball state.
question.
That's what they always
Yeah.
talk about. Is like it's a neutral ball state. Like
I wish we could draw over it.
We probably could.
I mean, if you want to just keep throwing things on, can we get
I know.
this in the telestrator behind us, and then we'll.
Oh no, they're updating the completion to 70%.
Yeah, I actually
Oh my
love
God, we got
this.
loading
This is
bar?
really cool.
Okay, but
I
let's
love
actually
it.
let's talk through this. It's 22 minutes into the game.
Okay.
Diggs Baron is
Good.
pretty good. Yeah, Ashe, Jace, both pretty good DPS. Even Rumble, but Rumble using his cooldowns means he's less there for the fight.
They don't have much. They don't have their easy turn tools. Ash arrow down.
Prince's ult is up pretty soon. Impact's ult is up pretty
Looks
soon.
like Brahms, yeah.
Speaker has no ult though to get into the pit easily with Viego.
I think
without
it's-
flash.
And the hard engage from Dig is not very good without Rumble ult. I don't think they can do this Baron. That's my call.
All
We
right,
can
they-
draw on the telestrator.
Oh, we're gonna do it.
All right, we're gonna go.
All right, a lot of people going up.
Oh yeah.
Don't everyone stand up at the same time,
They're
guys.
all gonna stand
What
up
are
at
you
the
gonna
same time. I'm gonna draw Speaker here. He's the one I'm gonna draw my eye to.
Okay.
Oh, it's not on that program yet. I guess when they cut to us. But
we'll look like
Speaker
slobs.
draws my eye because he lost his ult surviving that Ash arrow and
it's
his
on the
flash.
screen.
Oh, there
There
you
it
go.
is.
Sick.
Yeah.
So without any of these things up, he's over the backside of the wall. He's gonna have to come group up with his team and just try and brute force through like Daisy and Braum and stuff.
Yeah.
Brahms getting his ulti back up, by the way. So.
Yeah, for sure. So
no
like,
Ashe arrow, no Rumble ult though.
so the question is, do they do enough damage to Baron so that Speaker's forced to go in, or are they going to get chunked by Baron and AoE'd and like these kinds of things? That's usually the like push and pull that you're going to see.
The other thing I'm looking at is this. Woo! Because we
Teleport
see,
up.
Yeah, Impact is gonna back, and then
Not any great
right?
wards
He's
for
backing,
him.
right?
Yeah,
not already, yeah.
he's backing.
So it's like where do we think would be the best
Minion
place
wave
for him
behind-
to come in? Right here.
There's that, or if they want to take a flank, minion wave on the top lane.
I think he probably
Yeah,
teleport. You
there's
see that control ward by the
Yeah.
Raptors? I think that's the spot where you TP.
Oh, Raptors?
Oh, Raptors control word.
Oh, I was gonna say
Raptors
up here
control
is kind of your X factor if you really want to get crazy.
Yeah.
If you really want,
That's
so
what
like if
Raz-
Dig is for some
Or
reason
the-
like hard
this is
committing
the-
for
this is
Baron,
the
you
one
do
that
that.
Jet wants. That's
But I
what
think you
Jet
just do the
wants.
safety because otherwise they might peel off. He gets Braum ulted, then because if they kill two, they can actually
Here's
think
what I
about
say.
doing Baron.
Give.
You haven't won a game this week. You go up here. You go up here and you pincer them and you hope Diggs' turn is not clean and they get chunked by Baron and you try and win the game on the burger flip.
You TP up there, they're just all gonna run an impact
I mean,
and kill
yeah,
him.
he has ulti up.
Yeah.
They're gonna kill him.
No, you're going to get him off Baron then.
No.
Momentarily.
What's that death timer on Bitcoin?
It's 41 seconds.
Yeah.
Victor's
Victor's out.
You're
Yeah,
actually
but
losing.
if
Victor's
you
out.
teleport up here, they're not going to be able to get up there and like, you're fine.
Okay, so do you think Dig can get Baron here?
I think Dig can get Baron
Do you
here.
think they should get Baron here?
I think you force it and see what happens. You don't have
That's
to.
not an
commit to the
answer.
force. No, wait, that's literally a shot call.
Yeah.
I think
yeah.
they're gonna.
What are you
start-
talking about?
I
That's
think-
not an answer.
So
That's
I think
how
they're
you
literally
shot
gonna
calling
do
a game.
Baron until they get TP and then they're gonna back off.
Yeah, I think you get TP, you see what your health's at, you see if anyone walks too far forward. You're fishing with Daisy Qs, you're fishing with Braum Qs.
Oh, you mean
Braum
from Dig's perspective. Oh, I meant from Fly perspective, they should not contest.
Well, Jat asked.
Well, you don't think Fly should even contest?
I don't think they should.
Wait, what?
So you're just giving
You're
Baron?
sacking Baron? Raz, that's how you don't pick up wins. Just sack Baron 22 minutes in after they use all their turn, like a bunch of their turn.
Yeah,
tools.
let's walk up to the Braum and Daisy ulted Dignitas and see how this
so
goes.
we have votes. Hold on. I think you and me are aligned, actually. They start Baron.
Dig Force, see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay, and Raz thinks you just give Baron.
I think you just give.
I disagree with Raz.
Yeah, dude, you're really going to outscale him later after you sack the Baron.
You are completely short range.
No
You're
way I'm
walking
sacking
up
Baron.
against the
No
Braum
way you sack
Ivern.
the Baron here.
Okay.
People
Maybe
tweeted us,
right.
pro
We'll see.
players listening right here,
Okay.
who you
That's
sack
fine.
Baron here, we can get their opinions.
This was fun.
Yeah, this is a surprisingly good time for a
shot call
pause.
more often.
Yeah, casters can do it now. Sorry, guys. Take it away.
Like the analyst said, hey, pros on Twitter, if you want to get in on the conversation.
Definitely do not sack the Baron. I'm with everyone flaming Raz on this one. I think what we're going to see is we're going to see Impact TP to a safer ward than he did last time. And I think Dignitas are going to try to turn off the Baron, and they're not going to be able to find anything. I do think that FlyQuest made some small mistakes in their initial approach on this Baron. Vulcan walked up too close, got queued by Daisy. Impact TP to a dangerous ward, immediately had to use the slice and dice and retreat. I think those two things will be changed by FlyQuest out of this replay. So that is one of the advantages that they get. I do think they made slight mistakes. It's hard to know if they actually would have gotten chased down and punished for it. But my guess is that Impact TP is a little bit further away and that Vulcan does not walk up close enough to actually get queued by Ivern. And they just played a little bit slower because you do have a 3-item or a 2.5 item, AP Kaisa, who can just be poking, right? Who can barely be harassing. And if they hard commit to it, Impact can go in and really try to create some chaos in that pit. So I think definitely you will force out the TP from Impact, but I don't think they should really be able to get much more than that as long as FlyQuest play it well.
Yeah, and it does feel, as you're saying, like FlyQuest do just have a lot of intel they can gain by the way that engage ended up happening.
Yeah.
So getting a reset on that opportunity, Dignitas also making note of how much they can really grab for themselves just off of that single pick, and perhaps having a safe retreat as a result. But I mean, this is a pivotal point in terms of FlyQuest's ability to try to bring some control back in their favor.
And we have readies in chat, so all the players seem to be ready. So hopefully we are going to be kicking this off here pretty soon. It is always fun to have those predictions come out, from the analyst lounge, as it were, to see exactly. Oh, now there's I guess a mouse issue with Diamond. He said in chat, so I think we're now waiting for that. Unfortunately, I guess when it rains, it pours.
Yeah, I also feel like in terms of that conversation on whether to sack the Baron, it makes sense to go against Raz, the rich hater, the one that whenever Dignitas is playing, you are supposed to go against Raz.
Yeah, absolutely. Raz is definitely the captain of the rich hating team.
I actually, there's a Dignitas jersey that I now own with my name on it because when Rich played Quinn, and I was like, oh, okay, if he carries on Quinn, fine, I'll buy a Dignitas jersey. And then Dignitas did it, and they won the thing, and that just arrived yesterday. So I'll have to bring it in Rocket on their next victory, which could be today. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. The teams are bantering in chat. It's pretty funny. All chat can be pretty funny. They're just saying, imagine being the other team, sitting in the waiting room, nothing worse. Vulcan goes, I only care about me. They're pretty
So
funny, just
selfish,
bantering back and
Vulcan.
forth. Watching the two teams fighting to not be 0-3. So it should be hopefully ready here pretty soon. I guess it's Santorin that was having some mouse issues that they are working on, but all the players are reconnected. All the players are ready to go besides him. So as soon as the mouse issues are fixed, we will be kicking it off.
If I'm on FlyQuest and I see my support say, I only care about me, I'm a little worried.
Supposed to die for the team.
Yeah, the noble sacrifice.
True.
Always trying to support your teammates.
Oh.
You can't do that.
We're getting readies again.
Okay.
So maybe this time the readies are actually ready.
Maybe.
We'll find out.
Or are they just ready to be ready?
They're ready for the next pause, is what they have been ready for. But the game is unpaused, so we are counting down. So we're going to be back in here in a second. Dignitas onto the Baron here. We'll see what the approach happens. Is Impact going to TP? He's in base. He's finished his base. So this is what I'm wondering now. Will he TP to a safer ward? So he's going to TP to the same ward, but they haven't walked up and actually gotten queued by Daisy. So now Dignitas has to choose. Do they commit to the Baron?
Will they do so? Rich ventures forward, gets stunned up, knocked up, and more impact with Dominus activated, swings into the back line, and now Rich has fallen. So Dignitas retreating towards the top side, exhaust thrown onto impact. The acceleration gate makes for a nice way to escape.
Yeah, they are going to be able to get the Baron and get out. I'm actually pretty surprised that FlyQuest didn't commit more heavily to that fight with them in the pit. It was kind of like a little bit of like a half turn. I think a root collar connected and Rich clicked on the target, and that actually pulled him in range of getting the hook there. So I do think that was a little bit of a misclick. We saw Santorin hit 11th most all time now. So let's watch this one more time. I think that's what happened. I think a root collar connected, and then Daisy gets sent out off the root collar. Rich clicks it too, and then he gets hooked up. So they're getting this poke, but the Baron was just burned down very quickly. Yeah, root collar connects. Rich clicks it. That was an accident. I can pretty much guarantee you that was an accident. Daisy went out, and he goes out too. Unfortunately for him, dies instantly. And it's just going to be a full retreat for Dignitas, but they do get the Baron. They do get 4 members out alive. So honestly, really good for Dig. I didn't think they'd be able to claim it.
Yeah, I think that escape was really great from them. You want to keep as many with that buff as possible. So Rich being the only one sacrificed in that regard, and now bringing that pressure here across the mid lane. Of course, Vikla is back up and back and ready with the stun, trying to find a lurking angle if needed to keep Dignitas away. But the damage is oh so good on the turret, even dropping the equalizer to make sure they can put some work onto FlyQuest. Spica had to use the Heartbreaker, was worried about the lockdown that Dignitas could follow up with.
Yeah, gonna have to use that in retreat. Prince taking a shock blast back. They're trying to kill out Daisy. It does seem to be a big focus here for FlyQuest. Every time Daisy gets summoned, they're just trying to actually just burst it down and really reduce a lot of the power that Ivern has. It is dead now, and we see that FlyQuest are looking. Vikla lurking over the wall, does have his flash, but Dignitas were aware of it, so they pull back down, and it's just been Prince just poking and prodding non-stop, but it will be Dignitas having the Baron, moving the 3 dragons, so they will be on soul point now. One off that Mountain Soul is going to be a really big deal against a composition that relies pretty heavily on a lot of upfront damage, you know. Yes, there is poke from Kaisa, but Annie, Viego, Renekton, all these champions, Blitzcrank, and you're hooking someone in, you're trying to burst them down. Mountain Soul is going to make that much more difficult.
And here, past 25 minutes, over 1,000 gold in the lead for Dignitas. Just over 30 seconds to go on this Red Bull Baron buff. Bringing that pressure to the bot lane means that they get the tier 2 here. And that's a lot that they were able to siege off of this, because that soul point that they're putting themselves on, feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, I mean, Impact canceled his recall, but he's so low. If he goes in, I think he's just going to insta-die. So I don't think this is going to work, but it seems like they're down to flip the game here. Vikla's going to TP in, and this could be the final fight.
Looking for it. Impact gets stunned, so trying to retreat in the direction of the mid lane. Rich is over the wall, and Jensen trying to go for it, but FlyQuest is going in. Santorin marked low, has Tibbers on his tail. Diamond right there in the bucket of multiple FlyQuest members. And Dignitas losing 2, traded for 1, as Vikla has also fallen.
Yeah, Prince was able to find the angle there into the back line. A huge fight from Prince. Is able to get in with that killer instinct, get in on top of Tomo, take him down. A massive team fight win for FlyQuest, because if they lose that, the game just ends. So it was really big. I mean, Impact was pushed out kind of as I expected, but he drew a fair bit of pressure. Jensen was chasing him out of the fight. They didn't have everyone together, and that opened up the opportunity for FlyQuest to win out on the other side, to dive into the back line. So we'll watch this one more time. Impact's so low as he's going in here, and you think he's just going to go down. They used the redemption again early to reset, but look at Jensen chasing him. Rich is over on the side, not with the squad, and they find the opportunity as the plasma is procced onto Tomo by Vikla. Prince gets the killer instinct into the back line. The bot lane had been kind of abandoned there, as everyone was so distracted by Impact that they kind of forgot about the rest of the team.
And Vikla put in that work before he fell, getting that great engage alongside the rest of FlyQuest. So Dignitas were pushed off and unable to get that inhibitor in that bot lane. And now Impact spending some time trying to push that wave, because you can see that that turret for Dignitas bot is pretty weakened already, but they're going to go for the tier 2 here across mid. Spica lurking in his own jungle. FlyQuest have been attempting to find these collapsing angles whenever Dignitas step forward, to seeing if they overstay their welcome.
And that's absolutely what they're going to have to do, right? You know, as they push up towards the base, you're trying to maintain some semblance of defensive vision, find plays, find picks. Vikla, though, has been spotted, but it's Spica and him collapsing.
For drop down, Jensen falling into a lot of damage. Diamond coming to withstand behind me, and you can see the healing coming from that supportive build of Santorin. And Dignitas, they do keep their mid laners safe. still holding on to the flash for Jensen. The FlyQuest making their stand in that moment and now going for some resets.
Yeah, they do proc that Hex Drinker there from Jensen, but had that to help them survive against the burst. And as Ivern arrives, they have Redemption. They have some shielding coming through from the Moonstone, the shields from the Ivern E as well. Braum arrives. Everyone is there to kind of keep him safe. And it is really important because he's also holding a 550 gold bounty, so you definitely do not want to lose Jensen at this point. He is the strongest member on their team. And Dignitas just trying to continue pushing this game forward. FlyQuest up towards the top side of the map, trying to establish some vision here around the Baron. That is going to be spawning in about 25 seconds. A minute or so after that, we will get that soul fight potentially. So Prince just kind of hanging off to the side, playing in the side brush, trying to land as many Void Seekers as possible, soften up Dignitas for a potential fight, but they do have to be really careful because one lost fight this close to your base, this late in the game, it can just be over.
And Dignitas are attempting to maintain that vision on the outskirts of the Baron pit, though FlyQuest making work to try and clear it out. And I mean, FlyQuest, when you're looking at the recent moments of being able to make that stand in the team fights, if you can find a good angle from Vikla, find a good moment for Impact to be able to delay some of the onslaught of Dignitas. It's worked out once before to keep them at bay, but will it work out around a second Baron?
Vikla is not spotted, probably was spotted now as Santorin used the brush for a bit of reveal there, and they push him back. So they know Spica's on the top side. They know Vikla was up there. Will have his flashback momentarily. Diamond has been doing a good job just standing in front, blocking out Void Seekers, getting shields from that Ivern. This is obviously ideal though if you can just dodge it instead of blocking it, because it does make that cooldown that much longer. Prince looking like he's going towards Death Cap as well, so wants to commit more heavily to that AP style build. Vision has been reclaimed around that Baron by Dignitas. You can see a couple of these wards. They have multiple pink wards in this area. All of this defensive vision, though, is kind of there to try to keep their side of the jungle safe for FlyQuest. And it's FlyQuest to have vision down around this dragon first. They know they've got to be there first. They cannot afford to give up an easy soul. So it's going to be Daisy used to face check here, and they will look for the engage.
At the Enchanted Crystal arrow already thrown out, but wasn't able to land. Vulcan still going for the play of getting the Q onto Daisy. Try and eliminate some of that frontline possibility of Dignitas. Vikla sweeping out in the line brush, but we're back at it again, ahead of every major objective, the crucial moments we must be on the edge of our seats.
Yeah, right, as it's kind of building up to that crescendo, unfortunately into the pause again. So just looking at the game state, it is 7,900 HP on that dragon. Dignitas are on it with multiple members. Vulcan has already had to flash out. He's pretty low. Impact has been chunked down. He's lost about 30-40% of his health from Rich, who was marking him on the side. But Impact, as well as Vikla, do have a potential flank angle. Spica, Prince, and Vulcan are on the other side, kind of over by that blue buff and river area. They could look to move forward, but will be difficult if they don't time that right, because, as I said, no flash on Vulcan. He's already really low. Prince and Spica can't really start off the fight, so they kind of have to wait for that pincer to come in from the top. And I'm curious, are they even going to try to commit to this? Because from the position that I'm looking at, it looks like a losing fight. But if you give over Soul, it's going to be really tough to come back.
Yep, and as you can see on the screen, investigating some of the mouse issues here for Santorin. So we'll get that shored up. But yeah, when we're looking at the advantages that Dignitas have created recently off of that Baron, putting themselves on a soul point, also asserting that pressure to clear out some of the turrets to open up these inhibitors. If they can get themselves a good buff and a good push, that could be the game ender for FlyQuest. They need to offset that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough, right? If you give up Soul, then Baron is there as well. It's going to be really difficult. Have some Dignitas fans there in the crowd cheering him on. And, it's going to be up to Spica and Prince. Those are the guys really with all the gold on the FlyQuest side. Just looking in at the gold leads. Prince, second richest in the game. Jensen is sitting at number 1, but Prince is only a couple hundred gold behind him. He's about 2,000 ahead of Tomo. So Prince is really fed. And Spica's pretty damn strong as well. So there are going to be opportunities if they can kind of create that perfect fight for Prince. But it's really tough, I feel like, when your flanks are getting marked and Prince doesn't have an easy way into that fight, because if he goes in first or he goes in early, he's just going to get burst down.
and less protection available to him because of how Vulcan did have to flash away and into that bot side jungle over the wall.
There's also, you know, the kind of advantage of having triple stopwatch right now.
Yeah.
For Dignitas. There's a stopwatch on Rumble, there's a stopwatch on Jace, and there's a stopwatch on Tomo. So, you know, even if you're trying to go for that 100-0 play where you killer instinct in the backline, stopwatch can buy time for them to be able to collapse, to be able to peel. So we'll see, you know, if Impact and Vikla can really make it happen on the flank. Because I think if they can set up Spica and Prince, there is an angle to win here. Are getting readies in chat once again. We have gotten them from FlyQuest, so we're just waiting for Dignitas. We'll see if they are ready to go. And then we will be back into the game here on this dragon that could be that Mountain Soul for Dignitas.
A pivotal moment, a tool that could be all Dignitas needs to end the game if it goes in their favor. Dig still on the dragon. Vulcan making his way from Prince. Or with Prince over from the jungle, but takes a lot of poke. Equalizer thrown down. Impact going on to Rich, but that's one stopwatch right there. Stunned over the wall. Spica has left the building. Vulcan eliminated. Vikla popping his watch, but Jensen going for the slaughter. Dignitas, they claim the soul. A triple kill for Jensen. Going in pursuit for more. The Quadra gets it. Dignitas up on top in the fight.
They're hunting. They want to get him the Penta. They see Spica, but Spica is running for the hills.
Denying it. He knows what he's doing, but Jensen still sticking on Spica. Dignitas is going to go try to end the game. I see a world where they just kind of hold it at the Nexus as well.
Oh, wait, he's waiting for him. He gave it to him.
He followed up. He gammon it over. Penta kill for Jensen. What a weird way to end it. But just in time for Dignitas to end the game. Jensen teleporting into the Nexus to be rejoined with his team and celebrate the ace in Penta.
Yeah, he waited for him. He gave him the Penta at the end. Spica could have kept running. He gives it over. Dignitas get the win. Jace Penta for Jensen here. Only his 6th time in his career he plays the champion. Had a great game on it. You know, even before that final fight, was the strongest member of the team. And Dignitas back to their winning ways. Able to move here to 6-6 after some defeats to the teams at the top of the table. They handle business here against FlyQuest, who is now faced with another 0-3 week. But I like the draft. I like the play here from Dignitas, showing some flexibility, you know, bringing out some different picks. It's the Rumble with the Ignite, you know, bullying out Impact in the top lane on the Renekton. It's the Ivern for Santorin, you know, really suiting him in his playstyle, that kind of facilitation style that he's been so good at. We've seen him do it on the Poppy. We've seen him do it on those tanks for years. And the Ivern really looked good today. Jensen bringing out Jace, something that's pretty different for him and looking really good on it. So, you know, across the board, a solid game here for Dignitas, and they can be really happy about how they're ending up this week.
Yeah, a really good look for them, that's for sure. And seeing Jensen on picks we're not as used to from him perform so well is going to give Dignitas a lot more opportunity in the games to come.
Yeah, so we can watch this one more time. This is just a really tough fight. You know, I talked about it in the pause, but it's kind of just such a winning position for Dignitas because Impact has been fully marked. Rich is bullying out Impact. You can see the equalizers dropped onto Vulcan. Vikla flashes in, but Cleanse is there for Tomo. Santorin shields him up. Redemption comes down. Like, there's just no way that you can solo out a carry 100-0 unless you're monster fed on an Annie from that position, because with the Enchanter behind him, Tomo's never really in danger. Prince cannot follow in. Jensen chases in after him, gets it to the skies, hammer form onto the minions, lands the slow onto him, finds the Quadra, and then Spica, he's feeling generous. He waits for him. He gives it to him. That's the Penta secured for Jensen on the Jace.
Nice play, Spica. Nice.
I don't know where I stand on that, you know, because it's like Pentas kind of have to be earned, right? You know, it was a really good Quadra. It was a sus Penta.
Yeah. I feel like
Quadra was clean. The Quadra was deserved. The Penta, I'll let you be the judge.
he just wanted there to be a nice flashy moment to end this, to walk away with that FlyQuest can be happy about for Jensen in celebration. Oh, what a game, what a game. A reminder though to everyone that Fantasy LCS is happening over on Sleeper. Make sure you lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. But for now, we are joining Raz and Jensen for our stage for a Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you and congratulations, Jensen, on the win and the pentakill. What the hell? Like, you have now been on winning ways last split, we don't have to think about that. This split, you now are 6-6 going into the last 2 weeks of the split. New teammates, got that penta. Just tell me how it feels. I think people haven't heard from you in a while.
I mean, being 6-6 is like, it's like middle of the pack, right? But it's definitely an improvement from last split, so I definitely can't complain about that. But I mean, things are starting to go better. I mean, I think we still have a long way to go. I mean, we went 1-2 this week, which is not ideal, of course, but you know, we're shaping up for playoffs.
Yeah, I feel like the team identity is like you guys are pretty scrappy. You guys have picked up pretty big wins. 2-0 over FlyQuest, sure. The win over Team Liquid. Like, you guys are taking up wins versus some of the better teams. But like, what do you feel like with the next 2 weeks coming up that you guys feel like you need to kind of work on? Just kind of either be it yourself or just like as a team as a whole.
I mean, I think right now we're just making too many mistakes in the early game, and we're falling behind a lot when I feel like we generally tend to create pretty big leads. So we need to like sharpen up our early game and not get caught out mid game as much as we are, because I think we have good fundamentals. So as long as we can play the game like on our terms and we don't make too many mistakes, I think we can make things happen.
That sounds good to me. How about yourself? Because something I love learning about players, just like some of their own personal goals, either as a teammate or just within the game, right? Something I feel like you have always been really growth oriented. So something about yourself, like tell me what you've been working on.
I mean, as for my own personal self, I think I'm just learning how to become more human. I think I've been a pro player my whole life, my early teens. So I didn't really know how life functioned too well. So I think I'm just learning a lot about life. That's for me, like personally. And then like, you know, when it comes to the game, I think I'm just trying to work on cleaning up my mistakes as much as possible and trying to play a few more champions than just, you know, falling back to Orianna as every game, because that gets a bit boring. But yeah, I mean, I'm having fun and just trying to go with the flow.
Actually, why not just talk about that? It feels like you guys have been one of the more creative teams. Sure, you guys have Rich, who's just willing to play anything. Today it was Rumble with Ignite Flash, that's fine, but we saw the Quinn, we saw the Alawi, you're picking up the Jace, and of course your teammate with Ivern. I feel like you guys have been much more creative. It's easier when you guys are playing well, but just tell me more about like how that has been with you guys. You don't have to showcase anything, you don't have to show your hands, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think the meta right now is just, it's all over the place. Like, you can kind of play whatever you want, I think. Unfortunately, mages are a bit weak right now, so hopefully by playoffs, Riot will buff mages.
That's a message.
So that I can win, otherwise I'll have to play these champs again. But yeah, I mean, I think we're just trying to be as versatile as possible during the regular season and then, you know, see what happens by playoffs.
Sounds good to me. Any last messages of the fans out there?
I mean, it's boring to say thank you guys for supporting me, but I don't really know what else to say, but yeah, I mean, I hope you guys will continue to support me and see you guys in playoffs, I guess.
There it is! All right, thanks a lot, Jensen. Once again, congratulations on the win, brother.
Thank you.
I'm going to be going to a break after this one. Thank you, guys.
Spica's a lurking. Dignitas making sure to move that unit. They land the arrow onto Annie. Follow up with the equalizer, and Jensen's coming in with the teleport. But the burn is so good onto the FlyQuest mid laner. Impact going on to Rich, but that's one stopwatch right there. Stunned over the wall. Spica has left the building. Vulcan eliminated. Vikla popping his watch, but Jensen going for the slaughter. Dignitas, they claim the soul. A triple kill for Jensen. Going in pursuit for more. The Quadra gets it.
Which champion has the most skins? What is the new passive on Ginsu's?
I may have sabotaged the team.
There are 3 champions who only have 1 skin. Name one of those champions. Hello and welcome to Are You Smarter Than an LCS Caster? It's a different edition now. We've got the play-by-plays joining us. Going up against Golden Guardian. This is a trivia game show, so if you've never seen this before, they will be coming up one at a time to try and answer questions. If they buzz in first, they have to answer it alone. If they get it right, great, they get points. If they get it wrong, it goes to the entire enemy team. We have 3 categories today with a final bonus mystery thing at the end. You guys ready?
Yeah.
We're always ready, Mark.
Yeah. First 2 people up. The category is
Get in there, flowers.
The big mid-season changes is the category.
I haven't looked at the patch yet, so rock and roll.
What is the new timer of Unleashed Teleport?
10 minutes.
Correct! Damn. That's all right.
We're off to a good start.
All right.
We're giving that false sense of security.
We're gonna hit him with the CLG strat. Give him fake hope.
All right, you got this, bro. Let's see it.
All right, Fuki.
Here we go. There are 4 new items to League of Legends. Name one of them.
Echoes of Helia.
Echoes of Helia is on the board. Yeah. Here we go. There's 4, so we're gonna go back and forth. You have a chance to match here. What is one of the other new items?
Sorry, what was the question again?
One of the new items? No. This
No. What was the question again?
Name one of the 4 new items.
Name one of the 4 new items. Oh, yeah. Stormrazor. Is it?
No. All right, go back to your teams. You guys can go back to teams. Give me another new item.
Static Shiv.
Static Shiv is back. 2 points to them.
Guys, come on. Tank.
You should know these are like all support items.
They are? Even Shroud? No.
What? You played Blitzcrank with Even Shroud. That's not new.
Do we get points if we can draw the icon?
No, if you don't know it, it's fine. All right, the other 2 are Lifewell Pendant and Chalice of Blessing.
Never mind.
Oh, okay. I know that.
Yeah,
You got to see, you know, the Chalice crest.
All right, get in there, River. Okay.
You may be a river, but she's a mountain. She's gonna put you into a stop.
Okay, here's the question. Ginsu's Rage Blade is a mythic item now, so it has a mythic passive. What is the new passive on Ginsu's?
Ginsu's?
Do you know it?
No, I'm just coughing.
So I'll give a hint. It has pen.
Give me help.
All right. Son.
Gabby has her hand raised, Mark.
She got an answer from Rafa. All right, let's see.
Hybrid penetration.
Yeah, okay. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, but he was telling me he doesn't know any English.
Well, if you ever do know, just you can press it.
It's a bad question, Mark. Just move on to the
They
next one.
broke the sound barrier first between contestant and team. So
Whoa. Jay was just coughing over here. Something was in my throat.
That's going to do it for this round of Are You Smarter Than an LCS Caster? We'll be back later in the day with more.
I appreciate that, you know, Fuki trying to cheat a little bit for his team. Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. It's time for another edition of Draw My Life. So, draw my LCS and OPL life, Ayla. Bill Ayla Wynn got his pro start on Team Regicide in the Oceanic Challenger Series in 2017. In the 2018 OCS playoffs, while on Chiefs Academy, Ayla got the first ever support pentakill in competitive play on Pyke. After years with Chiefs Esports Club, Ayla ended up coming to North America in 2021 after Oceania shut down. In 2022 LCS lock-in, Ayla substituted in for Core JJ while Core had visa issues and won the entire tournament with TL. After a disappointing spring on FlyQuest, Ayla is now on an EG roster, ready to prove doubters wrong. And I think the big thing I did want to stress through this about Ayla is how consistently he has been this giant support prospect for so many years. And now we're finally seeing that come to fruition while on EG. For more on EG, I'm going to toss it over to Jad.
All right, we do tier lists a lot. We have one player at the top of this list. This isn't a tier list, though. This is a player pyramid of early game power. I want everyone's reactions to this.
Okay, so this is early game.
This is early game, so JoJo's at the top of the pyramid.
And this isn't every player. Like, these are
For
good.
early game power. This is every LCS player. Like, that I'm ranking. Obviously, there's players that are off.
That's what I meant, is like, you don't
the
have...
The pyramid, in theory, continues to go into the ground, but I didn't want to rank. I didn't want to make a 50-player pyramid. That's too many faces.
That would be really impressive, though.
It would be.
And
maybe that's
really
next.
piss off graphics.
For now, this is the player pyramid of this many faces.
Okay.
Yeah, so JoJo at the top, he's first in pretty much every statistical category, is the catalyst for everything they do. I think Summit is there. Maybe you could pick on Blabber because he does have such winning lanes, but I feel like his ability to consistently get leads puts him on that second tier of the pyramid. Revenge, I think, highly underrated. Piosik, pretty underrated. And then, you know, the rest of the pyramid fills out. I think some people would be surprised to see Doublelift even here, but I feel like his early game performance is quite good this year in laning phase. So this is just a new way to look at it. Any complaints?
I have a question.
Okay, Emily.
I don't have a complaint. It's just I want to know your criteria because when I look at, for example, I value Blabber super highly because of his power farming. Again, his ability to recognize when he has really good counter jungle opportunities off of his winning lanes. But River is a...
Sorry.
Wow.
Are you?
I was trying to hold that in for like 5 minutes.
Oh, I thought you were making a choking comment.
No.
River is a jungler who I think of as an insane early game jungler because of pressure he applies to his lanes.
Well, I agree with the Blabber one just because he leads the league in kills and assists at 14. It was 3.6 when I looked. And so, yeah, that's insane. I think River plays around his lanes really heavily and helps them out in a lot of ways, but I still think I like the kills.
The reason I didn't put River higher in this one is I feel like his early game has been more inconsistent. So Blabber ends up getting the edge because he's consistently ahead.
I mean, I'm not even disagreeing with Blabber. I just wanted to know your criteria based on what I think of those two.
Yeah, I checked a lot of at 14 stats. I checked a lot of at 8 stats. I also just kind of eye tested it and felt out who do I feel like is doing a lot of stuff early.
I only have one complaint, and I think it's Unforgiven.
Okay.
Not because I don't think he's good in lane, because he is, but they don't play a very lane-centric style.
True.
I feel like if I really racked my brain, there's got to be someone who's like more flippy early game aggro, doing like Rich. Like, is Rich a more aggressive laner? I think so. And I think he's got more solo. He led the league in solo kills.
Unforgiven, for what it's worth, is on here a little bit more from eye test. His stats aren't amazing early game, but that's because I think Armeo almost never goes bottom, and he absorbs a lot of ganks with Ada. Raz, you have your hand up.
Now that I've got it in there, because Marco's not looking at me.
It's over
That's
there.
True. That's true. Look, that's fair. Maybe you should be an owl, Mark, okay? So you did mention that Revenge is underrated, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
But the idea of Revenge over Fudge is the only one that I'm interested in the early portions of the game.
Yeah, true. For this one, I think Fudge has actually had a bit of an off split. He had that game where he got solo killed twice against Rich. I feel like he's actually having a lot of bad early games and then arriving in team fights. So Fudge is like maybe a higher performing overall player, but in terms of the early game power, I think Revenge has.
I'll defend Fudge this split. When he was on the couch, you heard how antagonistic it is for him to try and get any support. He's like, I wanted Blabber to come top, and Blabber's like, I don't want to lose Gromp and stuff. And Berserker's like, you have to come bot. Top lane doesn't matter. He's like, I'm playing Renekton, guys. Give me one game.
Blabber wants to maintain his power at the top of the pyramid.
Yeah.
He's not giving that to someone else.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I don't know, is it Fudge or is his team has inted him now?
Yeah, we got a lot of riches in chat. He is Hots Faker.
There it is.
Yeah.
Someone else can make one. We can update this throughout the split. If you like the segment, let us know.
We'll put all 50 players on.
But now we have a League of Legends game between Energy and EG, so casters, take it away.
What a player pyramid there.
Is that Mark just coughing
I
loudly
know.
into his mic on the toss? Thanks, Mark.
The disrespect from Mark Z coming into the cast. But one thing that you have to note in that pyramid, a lot of Cloud9 who we've known to have early game aggression, but a lot of evil geniuses who are the sole possessors of the #1 spot in the standings. Only 2 losses thus far, 1 to Cloud9, 1 to Dignitas. They've already gotten the dub over Dignitas to offset that first one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, EG has been looking really, really good. I think, you know, it's an interesting way to kind of just basically do a power ranking, right? It's kind of like more visually appealing. So I thought it was cool, Jet. You know, I think as far as the early game stuff, people will probably get caught up on which player they think is better versus which player is better in the early game, because there's also a lot of Liquid on there. Liquid is really good in the early game, not so good in the mid and late game, but definitely deserving to be on there for the early game. We'll see, though, if EG are going to run over Energy early, because they had many more members in the pyramid, including the guy sitting on top. JoJo has been a menace this split. I think he's on the march for an MVP here. You know, I think he has really been looking outstanding. He's crushing people in lane. He's really playing well in team fights. I feel like the biggest criticism of JoJo, you know, not just last split when he had an off split, but even last year, was that he had a lot of silly deaths. And he seems to have shored that up tremendously as well. He's not really dying a lot. He's having very few ISO deaths. So he's kind of just across the board, giving you everything you could ask for from a mid laner. And over on the other side, Energy not having the split that they were envisioning. Of course, you know, this team, there were some changes on the roster, but they were 4th overall in spring, so they were looking to do that or better. Energy are sitting at 4-7 coming into today, so looking to try to improve upon that. But they've been so up and down because like this team has beat some really good teams, but they also lose to a lot of the worst teams in the league. So it's so hard to know what you're going to get. And I will say one of the players that I was so excited about in spring that I feel like we haven't seen much from at all in summer is Dokla. I feel like Dokla was really having a lot of standout performances in spring, but has felt like he's kind of a bit absent in summer. You know, not that he's playing horrible, but like he is definitely not shining in a role that has become extremely competitive. There are so many good top laners in the league right now, and if you are not playing on your A game, you're going to kind of fall to the wayside pretty quick.
Where we just came off of a game where you can see the impact of keeping some of that control in that solo lane can impact the control of your team overall in the early game, and seeing how he can hold his own against Revenge, who has really come into his own on Evil Geniuses. There's so much talk around JoJo as this clear MVP frontrunner. Obviously, the MVP conversation kind of starts up in the second round robin, but every member of Evil Geniuses have stepped up in some way, and Revenge is willing to take that duel if necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be LeBlanc, first pick here for Palafox, only a second play of the split. If I recall correctly, he had a pretty good game on it individually, but it wasn't a loss. We will see if he's still going to be doing the Shiv build. It has gotten very heavily nerfed, specifically for AP mages, and especially, you know, the dash interaction has been nerfed as well. So it's way worse on LeBlanc than it used to be, but people are still building it. So it'll be interesting to see if he is going to go that route, or if it is just going to be more of the kind of common like Luden's Rush that we used to see. On the other side, it is Poppy. It is Azir locked in. Poppy really rising in priority. There's so many dash champs in the meta these days, and I do think it's really strong as a playmaker. Especially, there's so many people that I feel like are running 2-threat comps, and if you're going to run a 2-threat comp and even get one person ejected by the Poppy, that can completely dismantle a team fight. You can also, even against multi-threat comps, you know, eject the flanker and things like this. There's a lot of opportunities for big plays, so going to be exciting to see if that does go to Armeo. That's kind of where I expect, but definitely could be up towards Revenge as well if he gets the right matchup.
You can for sure create a point of vulnerability in these fights by bringing that numbers advantage onto your side with Poppy, and then Azir obviously becoming a staple once again in the mid lane. Even with some of the bans going his way. I know that Palafox in a recent TGI interview also talked about you ban the Ahri against JoJo every time. You see what he brings out after that, but no reason to dip too deeply into his pool. On the energy side, we've got Sejuani locked in and the Renekton here. So a couple melees coming through for the combo.
Yeah, I mean, they banned out the two most played from JoJo. You know, they banned out the Ahri, they banned out the Jace, they first picked the LeBlanc. Those are some really powerful picks for JoJo. He actually hasn't played a single Azir game yet this split, so it is going to be his first Azir game of the split, but obviously trying to knock him down from what they believe to be the S-tier champs for JoJo. So we'll see if he can make it work on more of a control mage, something that is not as well known, you know, for being able to dominate in the early game, and that is really this guy's bread and butter. Put me in, coach. It is going to be Rakan being banned out, obviously wanting to take away that pairing from the Xayah. Unforgiven has been playing a lot of Xayah. It is actually now, with this game, going to be his most played on the split. So this will be his 5th Xayah game. He has 4 on Aphelios, 2 on the Varus, and only 1 Lucian game. So, you know, it is becoming really, really popular. And I don't blame him, right? When you're looking at the first 3 for energy, it's a lot of dive, it's a lot of aggression. Xayah answers that so well. And we'll see what energy are going to try to round out their picks with, because they obviously need to draft their bot lane. And on the other side, we're still looking for a jungle or a top potentially, and then the support.
And 100% win rate on that Xayah. Obviously, you're going to have a lot of 100% champs when you're Evil Geniuses with only 2 losses. But I know they're talking a bit about Unforgiven and the pressure that he can assert early game. I know I've heard Ayla in multiple interviews really give props to Unforgiven for also showcasing in the NACL what he's able to do, basically optimizing to get as much farm as he can, try and pressure his enemies in a way that they can't recover from, and we'll see what FBI and Ignar can do in that matchup once they get their picks locked to them. But as Evil Geniuses on the selection side for now, we know what's going in that mid lane and the carries where the damage will be coming from, so Who will be setting that up? We've got Cassante up top for Revenge.
Yeah, Renekton and Cassante becoming incredibly common these days. So it will be Poppy jungle. So we know the top 3 for both of these 2 teams now. It is just about finishing off the bot lanes. Jinx going to come through. What will the support pick be? So Jinx Rel. So some very powerful engage drafted in here from Ignar. And now I'm just interested, you know, REG going to draft for the 2v2, or are they just going to draft some engage of their own? Alistar has become by far the most common answer. I do think there's a lot of other answers, and I feel like kind of a bit of a broken record talking about them, but Alistar seems to be the one that people do use in LCS. You can go some enchanter options if you really want to kind of more play to that 2v2. But I am just expecting Alistar, honestly, because it feels like that is the default. Nautilus is going to come through, though. Does give you that point-and-click ulti, really powerful against champions like LeBlanc, who wants to be able to distort back. That depth charge is going to follow you, and you can still do some things like hooking the Rel out of her W, so there's ways to actually interrupt and disrupt that combo, while still having that extra utility of that ultimate later on. So I'm actually more of a fan of this than Alistar. I'm not really the biggest Alistar fan. I feel like people are kind of just defaulting it a bit too much, so we'll have to see what they can get done. EG playing a little bit of a less standard comp for them. You know, they generally play more threats. This is very much so just like a 2-threat, front-to-back style team fight team. This is more something that we've seen a lot of from like 100 Thieves and those kind of teams. Where on the other side, this is more something that I would identify more heavily with EG, where they have some early game aggression, they have some agency, they can potentially play through sides, look for picks. Of course, they can 5v5, but they're not really trying just to run straight front to back. You want to have people being able to look for flanks and picks with the LeBlanc, with the Renekton, finding multiple angles and making it so it can't just be this straight up front to back, where EG, I think, will dominate.
All right, Energy and Evil Geniuses coming in for the second game of the day. I know that Evil Geniuses have been riding such a high off of their victories. You can hear it in their voice when they're in the content. You know, Revenge sharing a lot of his vlogs, and even a couple weeks ago saying it's a new feeling for him being at the top of the standings. And what that does for a team environment that had a lot of doubts around them going into summer, it can put you in a totally different mindset of what you want to improve on, how you want to oppress everyone you're facing in this league, and focusing on that early game and making sure that you suffocate anyone that you're playing against is one way to really make a statement.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Revenge is a player that a lot of pros will tell you very positive things about, but the community was overall very negative on him because he had never really been on a good team. And when you look, you know, at his kind of tournament results, you know, I'm just looking even just on low wiki at all his tournament results. It's like, okay, 9th place LCS Spring, 9th place LCS Summer, 10th place LCS Spring, 9th, 10th in lock-in. You know, it's like these are the kind of results that he's been having. You know, he did get 5th, 6th in playoffs in 2021, but that is about as high as he has really ever gotten. So it is going to be one of those things where it's like just straight up, this is already the best split he's ever had, right? This is the best he's been on as far as teams do go. And that is exciting, right? For a player who's always felt like he had it in him to be on a top team, to be able to win a championship, to be able to challenge at the top of the table. Now they're having that opportunity. And the same goes for a lot of these people around him, right? Armeo has been stuck in Academy forever and has been at or near the top of Academy for a very long time. But every time he came into the LCS, he was fairly disappointing. And no one really thought he was truly going to be able to maintain that LCS level. So he's been overlooked. Ayla, of course, you know, was heavily overlooked after his split with FlyQuest, which was really bad. A lot of these players are being able to step up and trying to, you know, rewrite the narrative about themselves, so to speak. So I think it's a really cool story to see that EG is being so successful after basically erasing their entire roster that they had from Spring, which had such high expectations.
And in terms of kind of changing these narratives around these individual players, yes, there are a lot of young stars like JoJo that are still making a name for himself, even though he very swiftly created a lot of dominance within the league. But someone like Armeo, who's been around for a long time, can fall into that effect of, oh, we've seen everything we can from him. But I think this is a great split for him to come in when we're coming off of Stixxay stories, for instance, right? A player that had championship experience early on, went all the way down to the tier 2 level, and then coaching to rise back up into the finals, and Armeo evolving as a player. Ayla, for instance, when speaking in his Dgon interview, was saying that he feels that Armeo learned a lot when he was stepping into the coaching as a member of Cloud9, and even going into these other organizations, having played with Armeo previously and now doing so again, he feels like he's a renewed player, somebody who has evolved in that time. And I think that's some of the highest praise you can receive. I'll stop on that thought for a moment. Revenge falling low, gets the drawback onto Dokla, contracts hovering nearby
He's looking-
to follow up. Goes in with the Q. Flash for Flash. First blood drawn by Contracts.
Yeah, nice kill there. Revenge wanted to greed it out and stay around. He didn't want to actually base. That's why he goes down to the tri-brush to actually ward it instead of just basing and TPing back, but he gets punished for that greed. Should have known. Contracts could have been up there. There was heavy trading. Contracts just skips his topside camps, goes bot 3 straight up towards top lane. Finds himself an easy first blood there and the flash off Revenge. So Revenge definitely going to be kicking himself for that one. Should have maybe played a little bit safer.
And it's a good look if you're on the side of Energy, because when it comes to their victory against Team Liquid, Ayla does hook down. Ferromancy allows Ignar to escape. Some poke offered onto FBI, but he can dish it back. Good sidestep of the zap. But for Energy, yes, they got that victory over Team Liquid, but I mean, you heard it in the comms after. It's a heist, it's a heist. It was that late game win. And in their game against TSM yesterday, it felt like Contracts nor anyone on Energy were able to make the early game plays. They just got stopped right from the start. And some of their victories come off of when Contracts clearly is able to get these leads into the lanes, facilitate, and find himself in a position to keep pushing that opportunity. But maybe they can do so here after drawing that first blood on the top side and bring that advantage somewhere.
Yeah, we'll find out. It is going to be Palafox going for the ship build. Of course, his hand was tipped. He's playing Fleet. He started with Longsword, so kind of already knew that, but it is, of course, confirmed as he gets the Kerchi Shard. So he's going to be just looking for that poke, that prod. It can be pretty difficult to deal with, and the sustain is actually relatively high, you know, with a champion like LeBlanc having Fleet, because you can always get those Fleet procs on the enemy champion just by soaring forward, whereas oftentimes Fleet procs are wasted on the minions where it heals for way less, so it is very nice to be able to utilize it in that way, and it's one of the things that can make a big difference. Of course, it is very early stages, but he's already gotten about 100 healing from that, so, you know, is one extra charge of that refillable potion, and it just based on the short amount of time they've lain, that's pretty darn good.
And now, after 5 minutes, first dragon has spawned. Teleport was just used by JoJo to get back to lane, and the supports have been unlocked from their lanes, hovering over towards this mid side. Ignar doing so to get some wards down, and EG pushing up on this wave. Contracts hovering in the brush. Does have the control to make sure that he's not seen, but you have the shifting sands from JoJo to be able to create that distance.
Really good sidestep on Palafox's chain. If the chain connects, then Palafox could potentially look for a flash follow, try to lock him down, then Contracts to maybe come in and get something done. But it was not to be. They do push them out, though, and this is going to mean tough stuff for Revenge, who's had the base again, and Sejuani is between him and the turret. Doko's going to be just proxying, not allowing him to walk up. Palafox is missing as well, so Armeo's going to come up, but this is a level 4 Poppy who's not going to have the easiest time doing it, and Revenge is stuck watching this whole wave die. He's trying to get him range to at least get XP, and now will get him range to start farming this up, but that was a good 3, 4, 5 minions that were lost. Another plate is going to fall. Excuse me, the first play is going to fall there for Dokla. So Dokla getting pretty far ahead off his exchange.
And now Palafox has retreated lane, so leaving 3 of Energy, stunning up onto Revenge. And follow up here from Armeo. Contracts hooked by the depth charge here. Oh, the dredge line managing to catch him. Revenge sending over the wall. Contracts gone, 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 baby, gone. A double stun. Ignar, not long for the world, has fallen. Energy losing 2 over here on this top side. Once Palafox had gone away, they weren't able to stand up to him.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, they stayed a really long time up on that top side trying to punish Revenge, and the initial play was great. You can see Renekton still is 14 CS ahead, got the plate, but the overstay was just way too much, and the full roam comes up. They had been spotted, and I think at that point you need to kind of just retreat, but Armeo comes up, Ayla comes up, JoJo comes up. They send the whole squad up towards that top lane. Revenge gets a kill, JoJo gets a kill, so Revenge is going to equalize in this lane a lot. So is helped out by his team from that early pressure that he was receiving. And the fact that JoJo gets a freebie off that roam really sucks for Palafox, because he wants to be bullying this lane. As the LeBlanc, you want to be poking, you want to be prodding, you want to be making it really, really difficult for JoJo, and it's not going to be the case. So Revenge went in early, took a lot of damage here, but did get some poke and slow on the squad as they're trying to exit out. They just can't quite do it. And then Revenge going all out. He's already down to half HP. Is going to be able to take one over the wall with him, isolate him down, gets that first kill here onto Contracts. JoJo shows up. They can donate this one over as well because there's nowhere for him to go. So JoJo in a great spot, has the tier 2 boots, already has Lost Chapter. So he's kind of in that comfort zone now on the Azir. And Palafox just going to be working towards that Shiv where he's going to try to find some windows to really just chip JoJo down.
Yeah, good job of Evil Geniuses to offset some of that pressure, even though there is that slight gold lead still remaining for Energy. It's not in a significant way, as Dokla was positioned to try and get a big lead up top side and still has the farm going in his favor, but Revenge garnering a lot off of that previous fight up top. And now that Dragon still remains here at 8.5 minutes, so Scuttle has been secured by Energy's side, seeing if they can try and bring this back towards them a bit. They know that JoJo is starting to build this lead for himself, just trying to emo a little bit. Jungler is still in the vicinity of this mid lane because you've got multiple objectives that you're trying to set up the wards for.
Yeah, I mean, there's just been a lot of attention around mid lane there from Energy. They are really focusing on JoJo, you know, multiple bans, the first pick takeaway of the LeBlanc, you know, and now in game as well, bringing up the support constantly. Rel is here again, you know, FBI as well moving up. So they want to try to take this first Rift Herald here and potentially use that to kind of dislodge JoJo on this Azir from mid lane. Even if you can't poke that turret down, if you can get both Heralds, that is enough to knock down that mid lane turret and take away that safety. On the other side, though, Unforgiven is going to be given some alone time to catch up in farm and to farm a plate of his own. Will be basing now, so it looks like they're potentially going to make a swap to match because Revenge could be in trouble.
Energy once again spending time on this top side. Flash already used by Revenge, even hitting with the Super Mega Death Rocket for FBI to knock this one into his pocket. And Energy answering back on the top side. They got that Rift Herald, so now those plates are theirs to claim.
Yeah, they're going to get this first turret for sure, you have to think. Armeo and Ayla moving up, though, so want to have something to say about it. And it doesn't feel like Energy is confident enough to stay around and finish it off. I felt like they probably could have done so, but maybe worried about Revenge TP flanking, you know, when he does respawn, or maybe didn't have the exact TP timer on JoJo, so worried about his response. But at the same time, you know, that did mean Unforgiven had another wave to be able to push out down on bot side, so denies a little bit more CS, chips that turret down a little bit, and Palafox will be able to finish off a plate here in mid, so going to be able to get a little bit of an advantage there for himself now that he has that static Shiv completed. Will be ramping up that poke, ramping up that wave gear, and trying to lock JoJo in place.
Yeah, you could see that pinging that was coming out before that too, so Energy making sure they go for the safe play, and now keeping FBI and Ignar towards that top side. Dokla down bot, matching against Unforgiven, who did get that ample amount of time to push up on the waves and try and get closer and closer to building his first item. That turret's still really weak on top side, and Energy want to capitalize. They keep denying Revenge so much, just locked between these turrets, afraid of what he can lose if he tries to stand too strong against Energy, but also trying to draw their attention as the rest of the team on Evil Genius's side do start up that Dragon. So different focuses for both of these squads.
But I mean, EG are not getting nearly as much back. Like, Revenge is really getting kind of blasted in this game.
Absolutely.
There's so much pressure up towards top side. Another plate's going to go down mid. They took the full tower top. The early plates from the Herald Crash were shared, but the first turret gold was not shared at all. So FBI is way ahead of the curve now. I want to check in on the gold and see actually how much ahead he is. He is a good 700-800 gold ahead of where Unforgiven is, even though they're the same farm, just because of all the plate gold he got, all the turret gold he got there, and his Cole cash out. So that is really, really big. And again, back towards mid lane, trying to look for JoJo.
On tracks, hits with the Glacial Prison. Emperor's Divide used for the disengage.
Yeah, gonna be able to stay safe. Palafox, I don't think, has the damage I need. Look for any sort of a follow-up play here, so just gonna continue chipping away at that turret, trying to get as much poke down as possible. JoJo plays it calm. Didn't feel they had enough burst to kill him, so it doesn't expend the flash at all.
Yeah, manages to hold on to the Summoner, which means that he can be a bit more secure in his ability to farm up in this mid lane. But still taking damage off of the poke of Palafox, knows that Armeo is nearby, was just clearing out in his side of the jungle.
Yep, so just gonna be able to finish up this wave. He'll go back. He has his TP now, but
Oh, now they get the flash.
Okay, nice reaction though to that Super Mega Death Rocket coming through cross map. Don't want to give that to FBI. FBI is already getting really rich on this Jinx. Armeo's trying to hold the wave, so he's just going to try to keep it here for JoJo to TP back to. Wants to pull it to the side. Contracts will be a little bit annoying, but because Palafox is going back to base, there's not really any danger for Armeo, and this will secure that wave. Therefore, his mid laner making sure that JoJo is going to stay safe. He's going to go Crown, which I don't really get, you know, against the Shiv LeBlanc. I feel like it's going to get poked off a ton. but maybe feels like later on in the team fights, it's going to be about the hard engage onto him and need to survive through that. So I think in the 1v1, it's going to be totally useless, like popped off instantaneously, right? But maybe in the 5v5, it'll pay dividends. So I'm going to be interested to kind of track that, if they can actually poke it off him before those 5v5 engages come through, or if, you know, he gets hard engaged on by Rel and it makes a big difference.
And Ayla getting engaged upon currently means flashing over the wall. Armeo here to stay. Throws out the Keeper's verdict. Teleport coming in for the Evil Genius's side. Dokla already centered on down. Dominus in effect. Revenge draws him in. Unforgiven throwing out the Featherstorm. Multiple burns and locked here in the Riverside. And Emperor's Divide already thrown, but Jojo, he falls low. Triple kill for FBI.
A penta.
A stun up here with the Glacial Prison. Make that a Patra. Second penta of the day. Let's go, FBI claiming it.
FBI 13-minute Jinx penta. That is huge for Energy. Nearly 5K up off the back of that. 6-0-0 now for the Jinx. We can watch the fight one more time. EG's execution was pretty messy on this one. The initial play, nicely done by Ayla, buffers the hook, gets away. Then in comes Armeo. He ejects contracts. They say, all right, let's take the fight. But it's a double DP coming through. Dokla's responding as well. Armeo's already chunked low. And how they actually manage this on the right side of the fight, Revenge tries to solo out Dokla, but Unforgiven, you know, is really taking so much damage from him as well. So both Revenge and Unforgiven are put incredibly low. Dokla also got the cleanse and the ulti off Unforgiven, so he's not really able to re-enter the fight. And it just sets up for the situation where the Jinx is untouched the entire time, and there's nowhere for them to go. They get the penta for him, and this has got to be a game that FBI can carry. He has been set up so well by his teammates.
What a great position to be in as Jinx. So much gold in his pockets right now. Look at that, 8,000. Next closest is so much lower. I was going to do some math. Over 2,000. Yeah, Bill Gates really, really holding it down on the FBI side.
Yeah, he is rich. So we'll see what can EG do about this. They are known for their early game, and they have been blasted in the early game. A lot of the agency was on the other team. You know, they were going more for this kind of scaling, slower style. Revenge really got punished so heavily in the top lane. Energy did a good job, you know, with their team, you know, getting up there, punishing him. They put a lot of focus towards Jojo, which honestly didn't really get them much. You know, Jojo's still in a good position, but Unforgiven has been put so far behind FBI off of the early Herald, the swap towards top, donating all of that first brick gold onto their ADC. Now he gets a pentakill after that. So EG are just going to look to fight once again here. They're on the Herald, but could be in trouble.
Contract's already answering, throws in with the ult. Multiple knockouts on both sides, but Ayla has fallen. Energy coming up on top in this fight thus far. Downtown, Rocket hits some. Double kill set up for Palafox. Revenge on the retreat alongside Unforgiven. And Revenge already separated by Palafox, who's looking for the last hit with some autos. Gets it. Unforgiven might find Dokla waiting for him on the other side here with that wave ushering forth, but FBI still got that downtown input in the fight with the ultimate and then able to pressure on mid side, a turret claimed.
Yeah, Armeo was able to eject the Jinx from the fight, which was massive for EG, but they're just too far behind at this point. You know, Jojo goes in for the big Azir sack. Looks for that shuffle play. They're pretty grouped up here, though, which allows contracts to go forward. You can see Jojo scooping up multiple members. FBI going to get ejected right here, and you're thinking, okay, maybe there's some sort of opportunity, but Jojo's in the midst of everyone. He's going to get burst down, you know, really early on. He's picked off. Revenge is softened up. Unforgiven has really nothing left to contribute to this fight, so he's just on the run, and it feels like that's about all she wrote for this one. NRG are now so far ahead. It is a ridiculous lead at 17 minutes, 7,500 gold. They're going to grab the dragon. They got the mid turret as well to add insult to injury. So EG just has nothing working for them at this point besides, you know, maybe hoping Jojo somehow, some way can carry this game.
And of that 7,000 gold lead for Energy, so much of that is held by the carries of the team who have been throwing it around in these fights. You saw how ahead FBI was able to get early on as the team was setting it up for him. But Palafox, too, now becoming a huge threat that Evil Geniuses have to worry about. And now the Vision also getting aggressed in the favor of Energy, throwing down some of the controls, and Jojo just hanging out on the top side to try and prevent some of the pushing as Palafox is there to potentially match as well before hovering down to join NRG, who have the Rift Herald they previously acquired. Trying to break up this turret so that the Herald can get a better crash onto the tier 2.
EG are TPing for this, though. They're going to try to stop this turret from being taken. I mean, they know they're way behind, so I think EG are the kind of team that are just going to look for fights, see if they can make something happen.
Armeo's the one that's trying to do it. Jojo flashing to get back, and Emperor survives on multiple. Unforgiven throws down the Featherstorm, gets multiple en route, but the teleport coming in from NRG means they've got more numbers at him. Palafox going for the kill onto Armeo, can't quite find it. A stun up onto Revenge, but he's able to dash out, focusing onto the turret. NRG create more of an opening for them to collapse upon Evil Geniuses, who have lost 3. One of them almost close in death. Revenge has to go back to the fountain to heal, which leaves Unforgiven alone. Gets a little bit tagged up by the chains, but still keeps his life. In the meantime, NRG are claiming control of this map.
Yeah, Dokkan even able to backdoor that mid tier 2. They get another kill. You know, as soon as the TP was coming through, you know EG are just going to go for the Hail Mary. They know this game is basically over, you know, after that pentakill on the Jinx, honestly. So they're just going to see, can we make something happen? Jojo's going to look for it. Tries to go deep. Armeo is really charging it ahead of the team. He wanted to see if he could get in on FBI and scoop him in. Does go with the flash, but FBI had the ghost up. He doesn't quite catch him. And not going to be able to get that kill. They know Jinx has no flash. This is maybe our one chance if we can find Jinx. But he was positioned so far back that it was always going to be a really long shot. I can't really say I blame Jojo for going for it, though. Like, this game is just so doomed from the position that their Jinx got in really early on. So now it's just up to NRG. Close this one out cleanly. Now, they did lose a game like this to Immortals back in week number 1. So they definitely want to make sure that they're really dotting their I's, crossing their T's, make this one nice and crispy clean, and try to have a quick closeout.
Yeah, try and not get too hyphy in the face of Evil Geniuses. I mean, this is the currently #1 team in the league for a reason. It's not just early game domination. It's their good play overall. They've had excellent team fighting. But still, it feels like you have to give props to Contrast and Ignar for creating that space for FBI to continue to rain down the damage, even when targeted by someone like Jojo, which, like you said, Azael, was the right play, but just unable to grab as much as he would hope for against NRG, who are now working with over a 10,000 gold lead and funneling EG towards their base. Get a stun up onto Armeo, more to follow. Look at the damage coming from FBI. Armeo immediately eliminated once focused, and Revenge teleports in the center of it all, but NRG will claim the life of the jungler before walking their way over towards the Baron setup here.
Yeah, EG just don't have enough damage, right? You know, Jojo's just on 1 item. Unforgiven now does have 2, but they cannot get through the front line at the same pace that their opponents can. FBI, if he's free firing, it's just going to crush you. He's already on 3 items and has an LDR, plus the Kraken Slayer, so going to be able to just punch through that front line that EG has drafted for incredibly fast. Nice stun, though.
Oh, they managed to get the stun onto Palafox, using the passive to escape. EG were really hoping to grab one their way.
Yeah, it was a good initial stun there by Revenge. The follow-up was there from Ayla. They locked down Palafox for quite a while. Would have been a nice kill to try to get, you know, get that 600 gold bounty. Maybe, you know, create something working for their team. But as long as NRG just fight together and honestly don't have like a ridiculously bad fight, it's pretty much unlosable with this sort of an early gold lead. You know, you drafted this front to back comp where you're trying to play, but like the frontliners are so far behind, the carries are so far behind. You have a 1 item Poppy with a locket. Not going to say it's the wrong idea, but it does mean that he is incredibly squishy. Your Cassante got put way down too. He's only on 1 item, so LDR Kraken Slayer Jinx is going to pretty much cut through the entire frontline like butter.
And NRG are still looking for ways to keep EG continually oppressed. That 10,000 gold lead, like you're saying, is just going to hit so hard at this point. And I think you do have to give props for the way they are taking a very controlled approach, even when rotating towards a Baron. Immediately, we're going for the play to peel off of it and look for an opening if EG did try to come contest, not overstaying. Also, keeping that disengage available, keeping in mind that Armeo is always going to be going for FBI, but FBI had so much damage that he's able to output from the back of these fights.
Absolutely. I mean, you don't want to go too crazy, but you also don't want to play it too slow, right? Because if you give them too much time, that can give opportunities to your opponents. So you definitely want to see them close this one out. They have more than enough of gold lead to be able to do it in the next, 5-10 minutes. It should definitely be over. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it, though. They are over onto the Baron. This is the kind of play you need to make. You don't have to hard commit to the Baron, but you have great tools to turn. You have Palafox to zone. You have Sejuaniel. You have flanks from Dokla. You have hard engage from Ignar. So draw them to you, force that fight, win the fight, take the Baron and the game.
Many flashes on both sides. Jojo just using his teleport to get into it. And one ult expelled here by Contracts. Rue onto Armeo. The rocket comes from downtown to chunk down Unforgiven and Ayla, who tries to get his hook back into it. But now Revenge drawing one over the line. FBI just submerged into Evil Genius's territory. But the trade backs are good. 2 have fallen for Evil Geniuses. Make that 3. Energy say we don't just need FBI's damage. We got so much more. Ayla, the victim of a triple kill from Palafox. If you don't got Jinx, you got LeBlanc.
Yeah, absolutely. Revenge tried to go for a huge play. Was really beautiful. Found the Q3 flash, as able to isolate FBI, pull him back over the wall. They had the ulti from Unforgiven to follow it up, so I love the chance at a turn here from them. Again, they know they're not going to win any normal fights. Armeo early on was chained up, was burst down on the side. Dokla almost died, but did not. And that ulti coming through from Jinx, softened up a lot of members, but a great buffer on the shift there from Jojo. Now watch Revenge. As FBI goes forward, Q3 flash, dashes in, ults him perfectly on the angle, over the wall. Unforgiven, with his dying breath, gets the ulti off. You know, barely survived. Had like less than 100 HP, does get zapped down finally by that Shiv. Jojo got the shutdown, and it is going to be a 1K, so Jojo will get a big injection of gold, but you are still so far behind here, and they're going to have to do that multiple times to even have any chance.
Yeah, 12,000 gold lead now for Energy, though. You are going to worry about where Jojo can be as a threat in the later fights if given a chance, but Energy still working up these waves and keeping up the map pressure. You have that dragon spawned on the bot side too.
And 25 stack Mage Eyes, so EG just going to try to attack one side. Will force the flash. I think that's going to be it. Dokla trying to look for a little bit of turnaround. Will pop the ulti. I think that's a bit ambitious, but this is traded for a dragon on the other side of the map. One thing working for EG is there wasn't really any early dragons taken, so they have a lot of time before they have to worry about Soul. So really the only thing you have to defend is Baron. You don't care about dragons at this point. You can give up whatever. You're just trying to get farm. You're trying to survive, but Palafox is comically strong. I mean, he's 25 stack Mage Eyes. He's going to have the Lich Bane soon. He already has the Shiv and the Night Harvester, and now Ayla may be caught out.
Ignar slamming down, another rocket from downtown. Ayla hooking into the wall, but Ignar will latch onto him. Palafox still zoned off by Revenge on the bot side, but Ayla's life finally claims. Armeo down to half HP. Means Energy are feeling good about the top side matchup. That turret already marked low as well.
I mean, Palafox is in a 1v3 on bot side. They can't even do anything to him, right? Like, no one can match him in the 1v1 on the push. He just distorts forward. He pokes away at the towers. He's slowly whittling down that base. And on the other side, you're losing too. So it is going to be back to the Baron. Armeo going to look, but he's going to go down.
Good forward positioning from Energy in the enemy jungle around this Baron take. FBI and Contracts are able to hold it down on their own. So Energy securing the Red Bull Baron buff to continue pushing these lanes and controlling this game.
Yeah, this should really be all they need to close this one out. 15k gold lead, end the Baron buff, reset, spend your gold, group up, push it in. You can go 1-4. I think just send out Palafox to a side lane. The other fours you can just group. I don't think you need to get that fancy with 1-3-1. Palafox needs to be able to draw to multiple members to him. And if you send multiple members to Palafox, you can get Dove on the other side. If you do not, he can slowly take your base. So even the turret will survive there on the bot side as Dokla is able to come in and clean up that wave. For now, they're getting all the waves moving in the right direction. You can see Palafox already pushed out top lane. They're now grouping up, taking over vision control in this topside jungle. Dokla going to be the one pushing out through bot. Looks like they may still want to play through 3 lanes, but I do think they have the opportunity to just kind of brute force it. Like, you don't need to kind of get so fancy, so to speak.
Yeah, there's no teleport for Dokla yet, but of course the time it takes for you to rotate towards the team is lessened when you are this close to the enemy base. Evil Geniuses forced into some defensive positioning. They want to get the wards in their favor, kind of on these direct outskirts, because you're worried about the way in which Palafox can kind of jump in and out over those walls. But look at how Dokla is able to focus onto that bot in him. And here on top side, Armeo running into some trouble. Ignar using the Magnet Storm to secure the kill for the squad. And now Palafox pushing up from the mid lane means that they can claim a second inhibitor and the turret on the top side. They're just going to go for all 3, because even though Evil Geniuses still have 4 up, can they make a stand one. Ayla stunned up and burned down way too quickly. Palafox into the backline he goes. Unforgiven throwing out the Feather Storm. Double stasis from Dokla and JoJo, but only one erupts alive. Energy keeping up the pressure. They've taken every single turret here on the map, looking to slap down the Nexus for a resounding win against your #1 team, Energy on top.
Energy with a big upset win here to end week number 3. Really well played by them. Massive carry performances from Palafox, from FBI. They got ahead early. They stayed ahead late. Was very well done. But Energy, just played a really solid, really intelligent game. They played the map better than EG. They're able to punish Revenge on the top side so heavily, zoning off so many waves, taking away turret plates. They're reinforcing Palafox in that mid lane. Clearly, a lot of their game plan was about focusing on JoJo. They ban out 2 of his picks. They take away the LeBlanc. They're putting a lot of pressure through mid. And, they're moving this Jinx around the map really intelligently. You get the Cull Cash, you get the early crash for the turret plates. Then they send him back up towards topside to get solo first tower gold and get him even further ahead. So, even at that point, the Jinx was already going to be a huge threat. Then we have that big pivotal fight in the bot side river, a pentakill at 13 minutes for FBI. There's no real shot you're coming back from that point. So congratulations to Energy, taking another win against a big team, which they have been able to do a number of times throughout the split. Like, we know this team is good. We just don't know if they can do it consistently, because this is EG they've beaten. They already beat 100 Thieves. They beat Cloud9. They beat Golden Guardians. They've beaten all our top teams. They're just losing all the bottom ones as well.
And I think that Energy needed a win in this fashion, right? Not one that's some kind of late game turnaround, one that shows their ability to actually have a game plan and execute against such a strong team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely going to be a confidence builder here for them. We just have to see, can they repeat it? AG obviously can have some moments that look a little bit silly, but when you fall that far behind, I don't blame you, right? Like, when Jinx gets a pentakill at 30 minutes, the game is pretty much over. So from that point, any opportunity you see, you're just going to have to try to hard force. And if everything works, maybe you can come back. If it doesn't, you lose faster, but who cares? You already lost the game anyway. So for EG, definitely going to be a bit of a frustrating game, but it is just a blip on the radar. They still had a strong week overall, and we'll see if they can bounce back from it. Also, wasn't really the style that I would say I associate with this team, where they are playing just kind of like a 2-carry comp. They're playing more front to back, more kind of like scale for late style. EG, to me, is more a team that would play the style of comp that we actually saw from Energy today.
Which it makes sense to be switching up that style when you're in the second round robin and you have such a strong hold kind of towards the top. Obviously, some fiddling that can be due there to prepare yourselves for the different looks of your opponents. But on the Energy side, yeah, you get the carry so ahead that early. I also love to see that kind of play against Palafox, who is always willing to say his piece. Gives respect to someone like JoJo as an MVP candidate, but also doesn't consider him to be this unslaughterable king, and showing out with the rest of the squad here today. What a game from Energy to keep themselves really in that fight in the standings, and what a broadcast it has been. We always have our other types of broadcasts going on, though, because remember, Vive la LCS. LCS en Español is the official Spanish language stream of the LCS. This new viewing experience is live on LLA's Twitch and YouTube channels right now. So scan the QR code or go to lolesports.com to learn more. But for now on this broadcast, we are joining Palafox, Dokla, and FBI at the LCS Lounge for our Verizon post-game interview.
Welcome to the lounge. We have all 3 lanes, representative from all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
From Energy. I gotta ask really quickly, guys. You've now beaten EG, TL, Golden Guardians, Cloud9, but lost to TSM again, Dignitas, FlyQuest. What's happening? Why are you beating the top and losing to the bottom?
We just try harder. Yeah.
I guess it's kind of a hard question to answer.
I mean, I think realistically, our biggest problem is consistency, and it shows on stage and in practice too. So I think as long as we can work on that and be, more disciplined in scrims, because honestly, some of them are a bit crazy. But, yeah, I think we can beat the best and we can lose to the worst, so it's just about consistency for us.
I do want to check out your Pentakill really quickly, but so we're going to do Grubhub delivering win. Grab a meal while you watch the LCS and get your food delivered by Grubhub on time and at the lowest prices, guaranteed. Download the Grubhub app and use offer code LCS Summer for $10 off orders of $15 or more for new diners only. Terms apply. So this Grubhub dub is going to FBI and your pentakill. That's actually a nice photo of you as well. But yeah, talk me through this play, guys.
I mean, Nautilus is just inting it, right? So we just go on him and then just kind of just taking the fight. I don't know, like, he's just right-clicking. That was a really good play. Like, that flash saves this play, like, completely, so that was really good by FBI. And here it's just, like, I do Renekton things. They're kind of just behind here, and we just have Jinx resetting, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks about. I'm just right-clicking. I think Niship, Dokka had really good comms here to make us confident in this fight, and we'll just right-click people.
Yeah. I mean, AK is a hard roll.
It's really hard.
Hype.
Yeah, wow, get hyped, guys.
I was pretty hyped in the moment.
You're so good, Vic.
Like, I was clapping like this on stage. I don't know if the camera got that, but yeah.
I feel like it's always the 80 carry. Every time we have an 80 carry pentakill, they're just like, yeah. Like we had Stixie on, and he was like, yeah.
I mean, surprisingly, it wasn't on Zeri, right? So, I mean.
Yeah.
I was on the other pentakill champ, Jinx.
Yeah.
And
Or Kaisa. Yeah, I was gonna say Kaisa's back in
Yeah.
meta. My big question is, obviously, you guys had a very targeted plan to go topside. Was that something that you just decided automatically in draft? Because I was targeting Ignar, and he was up there constantly, along with contracts.
I mean, I don't think it was a target. I think it was just like how the lane went. So like he just pushed his wave in as Cassante, so you shouldn't do that. So I just got a really good trade. His conditions really bad, and then one just swooped up for a kill. So I mean, it just kind of like you adapt on the fly and see what the situation is.
Yeah. I want to ask you guys a little bit about like you two in particular, about being together for so long.
Yeah.
Right? Because from the COG time to now, this is your third full split together.
I'm going to add something in. My very first team, I played on Optic with Dokla as well.
And we go back before that in amateur as well. So yeah, we've known each other for a while.
Yeah. Just how's the relationship going?
It's a love-hate.
Yeah. I mean, this guy loves to argue. Like he's very stubborn on his points, but yeah, I mean.
Yeah, it's been a good time, you know.
Yeah.
What's been the sticking point this split? Because as we mentioned before, like it's been so up and down, and you don't need to answer that. The alternative question would be like, how are you looking forwards towards the rest of the split and playoffs?
Honestly, I'm feeling pretty good after this one because it shows like how we can play.
Yeah.
So I think just going into these next weeks, we just need to really like get our shit together and iron this out because no one wants to like not make this split count. So yeah.
I agree. I mean, I think the teams are really close just in terms of skill level in this split. It might mean we're all bad. It might mean we're all good. I'm not too sure, but
so many of your games are really close.
Yeah, a lot of the games are really close between like the supposed top and bottom teams, and yeah, I don't know. I think whoever wants them more is going to end up winning this split.
With you coming into the team, obviously, again, we just covered that Palafox and Dokka have played together a ton, but you coming in onto yet another new team with kind of an existing core of players, what's that been like for you?
Well, I actually played with everyone in the past too.
Australia, he's my boy.
I actually played with Dokla on my first year in Australia. So we go back further than either.
I forgot about that. That's actually
we go down under, eh?
But it's been a really easy and comfortable experience for me because like I get along with everyone and we've all played together in the past, except for Ignite. He's just been a really good lane partner. So it's been good.
Thanks for joining us on the lounge again.
Thank you.
Congratulations on another big win. I feel like you only have big wins. That's good.
That's kind of
yeah.
Wish
That's
it
good.
was the
All right,
case,
thanks
but-
very much. Up next, we're gonna have Immortals versus C9. So we'll see you then.
Now there's no flash. Look up, guys. Up. All no flashes.
Yeah. Dino sums. Yeah. I'm looking at
Luke is here.
That's
No flash. Look here, guys.
Yeah. I can go back. I can go behind. Yeah, keep going. No,
I'll tank.
Yeah, no, don't need tank. Wait me. Nice.
Damn.
Nice. Let's go.
Go, guys.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
Welcome back to Are You Smarter Than an LCS Caster? We're continuing on with Golden Guardians. All right, next two people we're starting for the next category. The category is skins.
Okay. Mark, I hope this one's about starters.
Which champion has the most skins? Lux. No. Goes to the whole team.
I think it's that one, bro.
Yeah.
Our guess is Ezreal, Mark. Wrong.
It is a marksman. It is a marksman. It goes to you guys.
Yeah, but it comes to
Yeah, it goes to them. Yeah,
but we
take
can
your time.
think about it.
Yeah,
take
you
our time.
have like
Yeah,
5, 10, 20 seconds. I don't know.
But like, so we have to say answer and then give it to you, right?
Yeah,
So like,
that's-
if I say something like Ash, it doesn't count. But I can
don't play this.
Bro, what are you trying to do here?
James, Ash,
No,
Taylor.
okay, you guys are wrong. Back over to here. You don't need to come. You can just say.
Is it still history?
No, you guys can just.
We are guessing Ash, Mark.
Wrong.
Okay.
Really?
It's a marksman. It is a female champion.
Caitlyn.
No.
Misfortune.
Misfortune.
Wow.
She's got 19 skins.
19? Really?
Yeah.
What?
Next two are up.
All right. Get back up there.
Similar line of question. There are 3 champions who only have 1 skin. Name one of those champions.
You want to go?
Millia.
Yes, Millia. There's 2 others. I'll give you as many points as you can get right. 2 more. Don't look at your team.
I can't look at them?
No, you're still alone. You're still answering by yourself.
Oh my god. Belveth?
Belveth is another.
Oh my god.
One more. One more.
Millia, Belveth.
5, 4,
Oh my god.
3, 2, 1. All right, still pretty good. All right, going over the whole enemy team over here.
Point of inquiry. Do prestige editions of skins count as an additional skin, or are they included?
You want? I don't actually know. This was based off the wiki. 3 champs with 1 skin. I don't know, man. But we can go to you.
Cassante.
Wrong.
Well, prestige counts then. Thank you for my clarification, Mark.
You figured it out. It's a female champion. She's pretty new. She plays in the bot lane. She existed for like 3 games. Berserker played her.
Nyla.
Nyla!
She has a Sarah Moon skin.
She has the star.
Yeah, she has Star Guardian and
Guardian.
It said 1 on the site. I don't know.
Just blame the site. It's not
I-
Mark.
It's not the host.
Oh, Sailor Moon was actually her release skin, so that is the only one. I may have sabotaged the team.
I knew it!
Apologize. That was my bad. I have griefed.
There's one more question in this category.
Oh, yeah, now Gabby's actually here.
Oh boy. All right. Ultimate skins.
Okay.
You know, like Gun Goddess MF, those kinds of things. How many ultimate skins are in the game? Go ahead and guess.
8.
Too high. Going over to you guys.
5?
Too high.
Oh.
Or too low. Excuse me. Too low. Too low.
6.
6 is correct. Yes. There's Udyr, MF, Ezreal,
Lux,
Sona.
Who's the 6th one?
I can't remember now.
Whatever the 6th one is must not be memorable.
That's it for this round. We'll see if Golden Guardians can make up the difference later on in the broadcast.
Let's talk about Immortals. They had a strong start to the split. They beat Dignitas in 27 minutes, and then had a massive comeback win against Energy. Off-season acquisitions of Treats and Solo, as well as keeping Balulu, Kenley, and Tactical from Spring, seemed like moves that were going to pay off for Immortals. Since those 2 wins, though, things have been rough. Immortals currently sport a 9-game losing streak, the longest streak of this year in the LCS for any team. And losing is hard. It's also hard to identify what's wrong while you're losing. All it takes is for one thing to be off. And things often snowball from there until the season becomes completely unsalvageable. First, they lost in 21 minutes to Team Liquid. That could have shaken their confidence in laning. Then the next week, they lost to 100 Thieves in a 36-minute game, which adds doubt to their late-game decision-making. Now, they can't seem to make anything work. They are down an average of 2,665 gold to 15, which is worst in the league, and no matter what they try, they can't stop the bleeding come mid and late game. Balulu has defaulted back to his comfort pitch with recent losses on Vel'Koz and Zoe. Kenley looks like he doesn't have strong lanes to play for, and also never gets to play his signature Kindred thanks to other teams banning it every game. To top it off, Treats is trying to force engagements even though they are consistently in losing situations. Even if it started with just one thing, everything is piled on to make this a disaster.
So, you know, I got one of the producers in my ear telling me that the chat segment before this 3rd game was going to be a little weird. And I still don't know what I just watched, man.
He's hinting. I don't know.
I guess.
Are we on drugs right now?
Dude, I don't know what's going on. I got this Martian man, alien, space dude shirt.
Yeah, there we go.
We're ready to vibe here
Martian
for game number 3. Welcome, everybody. I'm Captain Flowers. That's Kobe. That's C9, and that's Immortals. Jat just told you, Immortals on a bit of a slide right now, and it's starting to look like a pretty steep angle, and they got their work cut out for them going up against C9.
So that slide is 9 losses long, Flowers. We are on a 9-game loss streak for Immortals. Actually, gonna be hard to turn this one around versus Cloud9 as well. Definitely a very difficult opponent in front of them. So 10 is on the horizon. Love the blabber signs as always. They did ban Milio out, and that's partially due to Blabber and his affinity, you know, for playing Kindred. Cloud9, of course, they're going to cover the Kindred ban themselves because of Kenvi.
Right.
The Kindred and Graves, the 2 champions that people do still associate with Kenvi.
Let's Van Cast. Well, hey, fun fact,
get him up here.
Depending on who wins this game, if C9 wins this one, he's casting with us for game 4. So there's your update on that one. So if you want Sven up here, you're cheering for C9 to win the game. Let's go ahead and see how the draft looks, because it's Jace, Milio, LeBlanc, Kindred, Tristana, and Vel'Koz all banned away. You already mentioned Kindred's a target ban against Kenvi. Vel'Koz, obviously a target ban against Balulu, because nobody else in North America plays that champion.
And I like this approach from Cloud9. Usually on red side, you're pinned into those must-ban champions, you know, like the Nico here that does get let through. But because they're against Immortals, all they're really scared of are those pocket picks of these players. Balulu, the Vel'Koz, and the Zoe that the team has let him get back to very recently. Drop the FUD SoundCloud. I'm willing to listen to that as long as track number 1 is not about Renekton. The perma pick for Fudge recently, he's giving some input onto the draft right now as they hover Kenvi's other champion we were talking about. There it is. Track number 1. I knew it was going to be true, Flowers.
Dude, it's just going to be called Get Me Out, parentheses, Renekton Remix. Fudge's debut track.
Fury of the Sands.
Yes. Well, we got the Renekton. We got Sejuani picked up next to it. The 1-2 punch, the wombo combo in the jungle in the top lane for the meatball front line. Stock standard stuff. Back in Immortals, what's it going to be? It's Viego in the jungle.
All right, Viego for Kenvi. He always likes getting really aggressive with those invades. The Viego-Nico duo is a pretty strong mid-jungle duo. Maybe Immortals can cook something up to get an end to their huge loss streak they've been building here. What do they want to round it out with? Bottom lane is left open here, so they're going to double down a little bit more dive here, Flowers. Nico's always amazing in dive comps.
Yeah.
So they want to get that Kai'Sa early before the next round of bans come in. And Kai'Sa actually has so many viable partners now with all the buffs to engage supports. It's not just Nautilus. You have Rakan options, you even have Leona options, you have all kinds of engaged supports. Rel plus Alistar, both very viable at the moment, so plenty of bottom lane champions to go along with the Kai'Sa here. They're not worried about support getting banned out, and Cloud9 will just lock in old reliable here, the Orianna.
Cloud9 has about the most, like, if you asked an AI robot to draft a team comp in League of Legends and it would just pick the most common champion names on the internet, it would pick Renekton and Sejuani and Orianna. And I'm not trying to flame the Cloud9 draft or anything saying a robot could do it. I'm just saying these are the most common champions ever.
Well, yeah, Ivan, yesterday they also had M&S on the Tristana. He just completely popped off. So this is definitely a very different look for him, right? A lot more utility coming from the C9 Mindler and the top side of the map. The Rel is banned out. One of the more scary ones with Kai'Sa, just because Rel is so powerful right now, rising above the other engaged supports. We'll see if they do follow it up with like the Nautilus or something, or if they feel like Rel is the only one in the tier above that and all the rest are not as noteworthy.
And I like the ban on the Xayah there. You're talking about diving in with Nico and Kai'Sa. Xayah's really good at outplaying dive, getting herself away to safety, so Immortals want to make sure that Berserker can't just have that get-out-of-jail-free card there on the ultimate.
Yeah, our good old Xayah and Kai'Sa meta has come full circle all the way back.
Right back here.
From Worlds. Imagine us, right back here.
Yeah, who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Rumble banned out as well here, so there is going to be no solo aggression. I feel like solo's pretty much perma tank duty though, so that ban is a little extraneous. in my opinion, and just in case Immortals want to get a little crazy, I guess, and go double AP solo laners. I feel like the chances of that actually getting picked if it wasn't banned, though, are super low.
They are low, but in respect to the ban, I do want to remind everybody that Renekton's have been getting cooked by Rumbles over the past couple of days. So maybe it's just a, hey, Fudge, we're just trying to make your life a little bit easier here.
We're like, you're 98% sure Solo's going to go tank. We'll just make that 99.5.
Plus, we heard yesterday when Cloud9 was doing their Analyst Lounge segment, they don't care about helping Fudge. So if they have to put him in a matchup like versus Rumble, and he's just going to get beat over and over, they don't want that to happen. They want to at least just be able to leave him alone all game responsibly.
So what I'm taking away from this is actually today, they care a little bit enough to ban the Rumble for him. So that's
more than you normally get.
Exactly. Improvement. Small baby steps, Flowers. And there you go. We say tank for solo, you get tank for solo. Locks in the Malphite, plus that Nautilus we have been going over. So straight up what we expect from Immortals here, following on those first 3 picks, doubling down on hard engage, treats and solo. Going to be able to set things up with Bolulu. Full-on dive comp. This is hot off the presses here from Immortals. That's what you want to see if you're trying to make a big move. Full dive comp and just send it. Full send, try and get some kills on those Cloud9 members. See if you can get those juicy backliners. Both Orianna and Aphelios do not have escapes of their own, so they're going to be reliant on their front line to peel. Sven picking up the Braum has been so good. Braum is just such a good 5-on-5 support here, providing so much peel, so much defense. And it's going to be on him to stop the big dive.
I love Braum as a counter-engage mechanism into these types of comps, especially when you're dealing with multiple melee enemy champions. The Malphite, you've got the Viego in the jungle, tagging everybody up with that stacking debuff, making it so easy for everybody else to just control those targets as they try to fly in. I'm loving it.
I'm loving it too. Apply that passive to everybody as they're coming in. You got the Freljord bonus with Sejuani as well. Stuns all around to protect the valuable carries. Berserker, see if he can carry this one for Cloud9 and keep their own little win streak budding here. See if they can put 2 to 2 together so they can get back on track and catch evil geniuses.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
Their loss.
With EG losing there, Cloud9 now has the opportunity to once again tie up for that first place spot. Big deal here for them as Immortals are out onto the Rift looking to put an end to the loss streak so that Jat does not have to make any more confusing videos.
30 seconds until
now, Cloud9, they're not going to do anything too special at all here at level 1.
Yeah, you wait for it. Braum level 1.
It is scary stuff.
Intimidating supports in the game. The Q, the passive, the slow, the stuns. He can do it all.
Very adept. Just one man with a big old shield. So much skill in one small package.
Sven himself, of course, being a
rather tall person.
Very tall package.
Look, it's a level 1. There's nothing going on right now. This is about the best you can go for. There's not a whole lot to talk about.
He's not going to recover from that one, though.
Nope.
Both Immortal solo laners getting free 100 HP trades to start it out, Flowers. That loss streak is as good as over.
Potion only heals 150. That's 2/3 of a potion. That's 33 gold. Yeah, I had to think about that for a second. I almost said the wrong number.
Great stuff. We're getting a pull down for the bottom lane. So Sejuani was hovering towards a Raptor side start, but actually ends up starting on bottom side with a full leash from Berserker and Sven. So Blabber's getting the full leash treatment here, even though he is on Sejuani. I want to see how this accelerated Sejuani jungle path up from bottom actually culminates towards the Renekton, because I've talked about Sejuani Renekton pairing probably 30 times in the last couple of weeks, with this being one of the most picked duos for jungle top. But very rarely do they ever send resources on up there and actually make use of the super quick stun stacking. But Blabber, of course, will be ending his route on the top side of the map, and he is definitely one as a huge fan of the full clears. Leaves the second little Werf. He doesn't even want to turn around and give it an auto.
The puppy survives.
What?
For now.
No love?
Nope. He's
the abandoned dog here, running back to the... He's got to have a dive. He must have a dive timing he's trying to work on for Renekton there then.
I guess. There's got to be some reason. Normally you just turn around and slap it. Ooh, M&S, speaking of getting slapped, Balulu messing him up here
Yeah,
early on.
wants that dive timing. We
All
get
right.
to see it. Some top lane focus flowers.
Let's go. Blabber's coming up to help Fudge. And they get the dive here on solo. Arctic Assault connects. W2. File your taxes, buddy. It's first blood. Back over to C9.
This is why we lay the groundwork, Flowers. You talk about Sejuani Renekton for 30 games straight, and they finally actually play to it. The dive for Cloud9 is successful. And now the dive for Immortals is going to be successful. There's no way you're living that.
M&S decided to try to stand and fight to see if he could buy enough time for his team to show up and turn the play around, but he was such low HP. Immortals just kills him and exits stage left.
I like it. Action-packed from the very beginning. Back-to-back dives. Immortals not going to be caught sleeping here. They answer immediately back. They get the kill onto M&S in the mid lane, and it goes into Kenvy's pockets. He has definitely been a player for Immortals that has been underperforming due to, or compared to the expectations that were set for him. But now on Viego with an early kill, it's definitely a champion that, especially once you can get to an early level 6 off of that kill, maybe he can start to take over. Maybe he can start to win some skirmishes for this Immortals team, because they have a very straightforward composition to play. Very clear dive win conditions. And the early snowball, maybe they can keep it going.
And I like what you bring up about Kenvy not meeting those expectations, because for me, when I'm looking at Immortals and I'm trying to figure out what the cause of the problems is for this 9-game loss streak, I think Kenvy is one of the players who could use the most improvement. He's not had a lot of good games so far, not a lot of standout performances, and if he can shore up some of those weaknesses, really hit his stride, find a way to play the game more successfully than he's been finding here this first half of Summer Split, excuse me, then maybe Immortals can get that success. But hey, still plenty more they're going to have to figure out to take down Cloud9 in this one, as Blabber's going to show up here in the bottom lane. And as soon as that control ward is placed down by Treats, it is immediately converted into gold for the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, a lot of bottom side control here. And with the wave pushing towards Cloud9, that darkness makes it really scary for Immortals. So you're going to see now Tactical and Treats cautiously trying to pay enough respect to the Sejuani while still trying to like throw out W's, still trying to get the little last hits here without having to burn anything. Yeah, he's so scared. Couldn't even go up and get that one. Berserker scaring him off it. Sven threatening the jump here as well. And they have to wait for Kenvy to come all the way over and give them the assurance that the dark and scary fog of war is not home to a Sejuani.
And he'll do just that. Kenvy lets him know. Okay, so now Tactical and Treats are feeling a little bit better about it. Blabber pathing back up towards the top half of the map now. You can see that his presence up there in the top lane has not gone unnoticed. Even though Fudge was not the recipient of the kill there in that dive, he is up a couple of waves of farm over solo here on the Renekton versus Malphite matchup. Now, of course, playing Malphite, as long as your R key is not broken, you will have presence in the game.
Oh man, they're gonna return to it too, Blabber.
Are they going to make a liar out of me? Are they going to bully Malphite so hard he's not even allowed to play League of Legends? No, sir, it's actually Solo getting the kill first there from the turret aggro. Blabber nearly gives over a double, 17 HP left on the Sejuani. Cloud9 have a mission in mind, but it's getting a little dicey.
Yeah, almost giving back the double kill there. Tiny bit more, and Immortals would have been super happy with that. Solo at least getting one counter kill for himself while his team is able to get the cross-map dragon here. So they pick up the objective in the aftermath. And while Cloud9 seem like they are on a mission to give Fudge some love after the interview yesterday and top lane being ignored, that might not be the best path toward victory now. But they do have the level 6 advantage on Malphite, so they're going to get this kill. Solo's able to get the flash away from the extra bit of Blabber damage there at least, and buys enough time to get one. A little bit more minion damage, and it could have been 2 there, but not quite. They also got a turret plate while going for the dive there, so a little bit of extra money on the dive for Cloud9, and while Fudge still has not gotten the last hit, is going to be ahead still pretty significantly. Plus, he started with that early Cole, 66 stacks left on that.
Plus, the other cost of having Blabber go back up into the top half of the map yet again here nice and early on is Kenvy was able to take the Drake for free down in the bottom half of the map. 7 minutes into the game, that's an early Mountain Drake for Immortals. They're happy to have that. If nothing else, it'll make it so Cloud9 can't have some early Drake stacking win condition that Immortals will have to answer before they're ready. But like you already talked about earlier, it's a straightforward Immortals comp. They want to dive, they want to fight, they want to do it as a team. So hopefully they can get to the point where when it is time for those objective fights here in a little bit, they're ready to go.
Yeah, and we'll see about this, how the side lanes play out too. If this investment in Fudge does mean for Cloud9 later on, he's able to get the early push out and then roam over to the rest of the team to set themselves up with some advantageous objectives. If not, then we'll go back to plan B. Just protect Berserker. You can always count on him. And right now, they're just farming away on the bottom side of the map. Looks like we will get at least a Sven roam and a bit of a half roam here. Berserker going to follow too for the Rift Herald. So looks like it will be the full commitment up here, at least to the mid lane.
Reach goes in after Sven. I don't think he was expecting Berserker to be right there too, but can be right behind him means that no real concern for the Immortals.
What's HP on Herald right now? Because they've been on it for a while. Yeah.
Nearly dead.
All right, HP gone. 0. So all they needed was the roam up. Now we check the bottom tower. That wave getting up to the turret. Not even close. So Cloud9, they don't drop anything as of yet in exchange for the power play upriver to guarantee Rift Herald for themselves. And as long as Berserker doesn't get dove here with Kenby leaving, Cloud9 give up nothing, and they're able to get that Rift Herald no problem. They had invested a lot towards top side, had gotten Fudge well ahead, and they're able to utilize that. They capitalize. Rift Herald picked up for themselves, even though, of course, Immortals had that early dragon on the other side. This is going to help Cloud9 with the snowball.
Ooh, Fudge going in after Solo, forces him to use that unstoppable force. The other direction means that even if he tries to teleport into a play here in the next 45 seconds or so, once those teleports become unleashed, he's not going to have the impact that he would like to have. Still nothing really to fight for, though, very soon, probably until that ult's back up anyway, just because there's no Drake for 2 minutes. The Herald just got taken. We'll see where exactly Blabber and Cloud9 want to drop that. I expect they'll probably just save it until the Drake spawns and then use it as a distraction, as we often see. Kenby at level 7, Blabber at level 7. Blabber actually back in the lead in terms of farm here.
Word on him.
As Balulu will just leave that little baby recall thingy. I don't know what the name of it actually is.
The clone recall trick.
Yeah, the clone recall trick. I don't know if there's actually supposed to be a name for it, but if there is, I don't know, because Nico's banned in every game, so it's one of those champions that I unfortunately don't have all of the lingo down for.
Well, yeah, you either spam the recall or the taunt or dance move to be able to have that animation play, and then the clone just lasts longer there.
Right.
And the term for it, the technical term, is annoying.
Okay, that's what I was looking for, actually. Thank you. But Nico is the X factor for Immortals in this game. This is a champion that, for a lot of teams, you don't really have any experience playing against because it's just perma-ban list. Every single team bans this champion every single game. You pointed out during draft how Cloud9 chose to focus on the target ban specifically in a metagame where often red side feels heavily taxed to get rid of the OPs, and that means they're playing against one of those rare OPs here. Remember that earlier on this split in the first round robin, C9 was one of the 2 teams that did get to play it themselves.
Always count your minions when Nico's in the game. Make sure there's not an extra little one following through. And it is worth noting, too, that the Nico got slightly nerfed on this patch. The Q as well as the ult getting some slight touches. But like we said, with the amount of extra engage on Immortals, I don't think the ult nerf is really going to matter, being able to see her a little bit earlier, since they do have Malphite and Nautilus to start out the engages too, and it's just going to be a full dive for them. And we'll see about this 4-on-3.
Kind of weird.
Don't like those numbers.
Sending 4 melee minions. Oh! Berserker trying to get away, but he will not flash out in time. Pop Blossom, Balulu got him. Nicely done from the Immortals, picking off the Cloud9 AD carry.
Yeah, nerf on that ult. Don't care. Still with the flash answer, they get the pick. Rift Herald used in mid anyway for Cloud9, so they still get that turret play money onto Blabber. Doesn't matter that nobody's close around. The jungler will always be guaranteed the plate money if nobody else is there to soak it, and they're gonna fight.
Yeah, C9 saying, all right, you guys committed some resources killing off Berserker. Maybe we can get the fight now. And M&S just explodes Kenby, but now Sven gets traded back as Balulu joins the fight. M&S and Blabber in retreat as Immortals have a 3v2. M&S flashes away from the dredge line and barely escapes the end of the hitbox.
Okay, Cloud9 have stopped the dragon, and Berserker's back and alive. Blabber over the top here.
Lulu in some trouble, disrespectfully walking right in front of the Cloud9 mid-jungle duo. What?
So Immortals tried to make this dragon play through bottom side. They make their successful gank. They dive onto Berserker. They get the kill, but then transitioning over, they gave up all of the mid push. And so Cloud9 got a bunch of money off Rift Herald charge, plus 2 straggling kills. And it looks like off the reset from Berserker coming back from dying, they will also get the Dragon Flowers. Despite all of this starting out off of a successful Immortals tower dive, it is Cloud9 that reap the rewards.
Bululu wants that one back. I'll tell you that right now. Just walking through that little pathway next to the Raptor camp, giving over that free kill at the end of all of that. Feels bad, man, but Fudge will just go back to farming underneath this tier 1 turret here. Solo at least picks up a single turret plate before the plates fall here in about 35 seconds or so. Has the Sunfire Aegis completed, so not nearly as scared of the Croc as he used to be. Patience. Plus 3,000 gold for C9. Immortals looking to even that out a little bit further here as Berserker has to get away. The Heartbreaker from Kenby sets it up for Tactical to find the first kill. Sven retreats in time back underneath the tier 1, so it will not be more than just that single kill going over to IMT, but Tactical's looking for some plate money.
And they want to teleport behind here from Cloud9. They want to catch some extra kills on the way out again.
All right, Fudge Factor coming in big. Tactical, very low. He knows he's dead no matter what. And Fudge is looking to lock down Treats and make sure it's not just one for the side of Cloud9. They'll get both enemy bottom laners, and C9 goes up 6-5.
Again, another Cloud9 collapse. In the end, they get the last laugh. Blabber with the flash there on the W from Sejuani to guarantee he gets slow on both, and they're going to be able to pick up both kills with the commitment of their solo laners here. Really nice answers from Cloud9 to every move that Immortals have made. But still, with a 9 loss streak for Immortals, I'm really happy to see them sticking to their game plan. It's full dive comp. Guess what? They keep full diving Berserker, and they've gotten him twice at least.
And I just want to point out for anybody that didn't notice it on the left side of the screen right there, Blabber is the richest player on Summoner's Rift right now, 3-0-3 on Sejuani, full kill participation, half of the kills are on him. He has 2 fully completed items before any of the carries in the game do. Sunfire plus the Radiant Virtue, both already done. Viego's got Trinity Force and a rock. Kraken Slayer for Kai'Sa and a Felios Pope.
And Viego's a better off than most of his teammates here. Look at mid lane. Bululu's got a bunch of pieces that he found on the street.
Just picking up junk off the sidewalk. Man, C9 and Blabber in particular in a really good spot here to keep the momentum going. 15 minutes into the game, still 3 minutes until that next Drake spawns. Rift Herald number 2 is alive and well. And if you're Immortals, man, contesting any of these neutral objectives means having to get through the brick wall that is Blabber Sejuani. But a nice engage coming out from Bululu yet again. This time it's going to be a shutdown on M&S to start things off. Immortals still looking for more. The 4-man crew, they're going to get through that brick wall.
Raid boss down!
Wreck them, baby. The raid boss is gone. And Immortals are ready to pick up some loot.
Dive, 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 Flowers. And they're sticking to that game plan. Immortals, again, they see one of those backline carries, M&S, no flash, instantly dead. They make good on their dive. They turn it into an actual objective this time around, and they don't critically give some straggler kills over to Cloud9 in the aftermath. All right, that Rift Herald should be able to allow them to start pushing down some towers as well.
Yeah.
Maybe Immortals can actually start something here. Cloud9, though, still very comfortably ahead. Only reason we're getting real excited for Immortals is because they're on a 9-game loss streak, and
yeah, man, I'm gonna give them some credit. That was good. Nico just snuck up there, punched M&S in the mouth, and then they got another kill afterwards and took an objective. That's damn good.
Yeah, let's take a look at that punch.
Punch a minion.
Unassuming minion coming down the line. A boom! A surprise! It's not a minion, and he's down. Then after that, we see how tanky Blabber is, but even as you mentioned, he was so rich, has all these completed items, has the healing going from his Radiant Virtue, and it doesn't matter. With 4 members of Immortals, they're able to burn through him as well. So getting the extra kill after that, as well as the Rift Herald, actually gives you some comeback hopes there for Immortals.
1v4 is tough numbers, man. You can have all kinds of items. 1v4 is going to put you in a rough spot most times in a game of League of Legends. 2,000 gold still, the lead for C9. Sounds pretty good 17 minutes into the game, but it sounds a lot worse than the 4K that they were up just a couple of minutes ago. Less than 60 seconds now until our third Drake of the game spawns. Teams currently tied 1-1, so nobody's super on track for a soul just yet. And it's Chemtech Soul, which most teams I mean, let's just be
they're gonna
honest.
dive again, Flowers.
They don't care about it as much.
They open up the playbook.
He's ready to go. Berserker already flashed. Solo's over the wall. Balulu's over the other one. Berserker's gonna be the target, and Immortals just collapse. Cloud9 is crushed, and there's no way for him to fight back against that kind of a trigger pull. Solo finally drops, but now M&S is in danger. He's got to cut away back to Fudge, who shows up in the Ruthless Predator. The slice, the dice. He picks up Kenvi, and Tactical and Treats have to try to kite it out. Treats with a nice retreat there through the dredge line, as M&S is still providing damage from range. Tactical flashes back over the wall, trying to stay alive, but M&S has the ball delivery ready to go. Blabber ain't done yet either, as he continues charging forward. Get him, Piggy, ride forward, but it won't quite happen anymore.
That's one angry pig right there, but not going to be able to get any more. Cloud9, at least they stopped the bleeding, though. That was another successful dive from Immortals until they're trying to escape from the tower dive, and Cloud9 collapse. Fudge pays the team back for their investment in him earlier. He comes through with the flash play. They pick up the extra kills, and they stop this roll from Immortals from getting out of control. Fudge also going to be able to pick up the isolated tower up there. More money onto the Renekton. And here's another look at it. You open up the playbook here. The title of the playbook for Immortals is Dive. Page number 1 is Dive. The full table of contents, dive, 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 dive. And so you know what they're going to go for.
Oh, and now Cloud9's looking to turn it around right back onto IMT. Solo will get focused down first. I don't see any way he's out of that one. No, sir. Blabber picks up his 5th kill of the game, maintains 100% kill participation, and with Immortals having lost their main front line, they do not want to approach the Drake any further. The bottom lane Tier 1 falls. That is the final Tier 1 turret that Cloud9 needed to pick up in this game. They're going to get that Drake on top of it. They're back up to nearly a 5,000 gold lead. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Immortals in terms of the fact that they're not giving up and just rolling over. They're ready to continue trying over and over again, but Cloud9 keeps getting the better of them.
Yeah, Cloud9 have decided to take the initiative themselves, creating the play here by Dragon, charging them through. Blabber is able to pick up the Raptors as well in the aftermath, so that's 2 Dragons and a 5,000 gold lead now for Cloud9, stabilizing quite easily here out of that replay. I want to see how it exactly started up, but good initiation from them on the bottom side, chasing through. Everybody burning flashes though, so next fight is also going to be explosive. We'll see about the survivability when you don't have extra summoner spells. All right,
take another look at this.
Oh, it was a turbo blast cone. Yeah. We start and you see Blabber in the air. That's a turbo blast cone on the war pig coming through. Sven got in there in the river, got that Braum passive down, and got the flying pig for the extra support though. Thank you, observers, for catching that one. Sven now.
Speaking of catches, it's Treats looking to go in, but Sven is not a good target. Solo may be able to follow up here. Blabber still on the front line. Nice double ulti from M&S, and Balulu's killed before he can pop that Blossom. Kenvi has to retreat as Solo now buys some time with the unstoppable force. Blabber continues the chase. M&S right next to him to provide the damage. Treats will have to drop here too as Immortals lose 3. Their jungler's got 20% health, and C9's got eyes locked on Baron.
Yeah, Cloud9 say your fun is over now, Immortals. Our turn to end it, and we're only a minute past the spawn of Baron here. Already going to be able to take this one up. Another big pick. Sven, they thought they could go on the Braum. That is, in the history of League of Legends, one of the very worst champions to ever start a fight on. And when you also have this turbo-fed Sejuani, the front line of Cloud9 is the beefiest of front lines.
3 fully completed items now with the Abyssal Mask being purchased. And let's take another look here at what Immortals thought they found.
So Sven wandering through. Blabber wandering through. It's just me, a lonely Braum. Puts up the wall just in time though. The Unbreakable blocks most things, and then Blabber hitting the ultimate. But you highlighted it, M&S comes in, Shockwave, boom. That's the fight is just over. Balulu gets annihilated. Shockwave damage on Balulu and Kenvi, they were so low. Fudge was able to come in and finish them off.
And now I have to wonder, can Immortals hold on against the Cloud9 Baron push? Plus 7,500 gold. Baron buff available for more than 2 minutes remaining on that timer. This is tough stuff for Immortals to try to weather the storm here, but that's the only thing they can do. M&S is going to push up the mid lane wave as Fudge and Berserker escort the bottom lane wave to collide with the enemy tier 3 turrets at the same time, making sure they maintain multiple points of pressure, pulling Immortals back and forth between these lanes as Blabber and Sven once again frontlining. M&S takes a little damage, but he does not care. Blabber soaking all sorts of hits, but he still disengages in time. Now Sven stuck in the front. He's going to drop, and Fudge is soaking the damage next. Kenby has to try to get away, and he'll survive for now. A shutdown back of a Tactical as he picks up Fudge. It's a 2-0 for IMT. C9 broke into the base, but their assault ends there.
Cloud9, they do have to give up on the retreat here. A good push from Immortals to make good again on a dive, getting 2 kills for themselves, but Cloud9 were able to successfully increase their lead and push through. Now the mid inhibitor is exposed. Once they get their respawns, they can return to the pushing. Immortals, though, like you already pointed out, love that they're still looking for the angles. Tactical, he has flash.
Oh, just gonna disengage there. Good enough so far, but Blabber's not done. Shockwave sets it up. M&S picking up another kill there, nice and easy. Double when you add treats into the mix. C9 now with a 5v3. I think they walk it down mid.
Blabber, riding on the most menacing pig you've ever seen, walks up to your AD carry and slaps him. What do you do, Flowers?
You just say, thank you, Mr. Piggy. I'll see you next game. It's looking like this one's just about done. C9 picking up mid lane inhib now. Not going to force this any further. Instead, just backing away. Baron only around for another 20 seconds. Tactical and Treats both respawning in under 10. We got a Drake about to make its way onto the Rift here in 30.
All right. I'm going to... Well, actually, Immortals really... Again, they really only have the one shot, and it's trying to make a huge all-in dive play onto Cloud9 while they're trying to go over to the objective. So while Dragon number 3 is not the greatest, the game might just even get worse from here anyway, with Cloud9 having full control of the map and be able to starve you out. It looks like they're just camping topside, trying to maybe get an objective bounty off this top turret.
Yep.
The thing is pretty low, so even with the backdoor bonus, I feel like you just bring Malphite and have everybody shove that thing down, get an objective bounty for yourselves, and hope that that is going to be enough money to try and make another successful dive play. Because we did see at the gates, at least, they're still able to kill people that they can catch with their ultimate combo, you know, the Nico into the Malphite.
Well, C9 is pushing up that bottom lane next. Berserker's not here. Fudge is not here. Fudge can join with the Unleashed TP whenever he needs to. Berserker is off in La La Land, though. He's just pushing up mid, picking up some more of those resources. Still only 2 fully completed items on the Aphelios. You can see Tactical has 3 there on his Kaisa. I'm expecting Berserker to have a lot of money in pocket, and he's probably just finishing up whatever he needs to buy a fully completed item once he faces.
Yeah, I mean, Berserker is kind of chilling. He's like, you know what, Blabber, you could go ahead and carry this one. You've got enough damage with a Sunfire, Abyssal, Amp, right? Yeah, good enough. M&S is hitting all the shockwaves, so should be enough.
So many games where Berserker just shows up and cleans house, and he feels like this inevitability. I feel like I can give him this game.
Yeah.
Where he's got 20% kill participation, no kills, 3 deaths.
Take a day off, buddy.
He's just kind of chill. Yeah, Berserker's on vacation in this one, and it's Fudge and Blabber doing a lot of work. M&S too. Speaking of M&S, he's getting chased down by Solo, but I don't think M&S is the one who's really in trouble in this 1v1.
And I'm out. But you did nothing.
Yeah, exactly. It's the anime guy disappears meme. Now, C9,
he did get some slaps in, though.
Yeah, he got a couple of good slaps. Yeah. I mean, M&S lost almost half his health there.
Yeah, I will say, though, Blabber deserves a lot of credit, obviously. You know, everybody's already well aware, but 100% kill participation for him so far in this game. You know, the only one to have that. And of course, you can see it in the items. Super rich Sejuani all over the place. He's been the one that actually makes it really easy for M&S to hit a lot of these shockwaves too.
Yep.
So huge credit to them here, and we'll see if they can return to Baron number 2. 27 seconds on the clock, Flowers, please. And we'll see about the extra wards in a blue quadrant of the jungle leading up to it, just to make Immortals' job that much more difficult.
All right, I think if you're Immortals, you just, you know, you full send it here. Yeah. It's a Hail Mary play. Even if it's got a 2% chance of working, you just throw everything into the Baron pit.
And we throw it not on Sven and not on Blabber. Anybody else is on your screen, send. Full send.
I don't know about Fudge either, man. He's got Sterix and a stopwatch. I feel like we need to throw it on M&S and only M&S, because Berserker also doesn't really matter. So Okay, but maybe it's a little bit harder than I might have thought it would have been at first, as Kenvi instantly loses half of his HP to a shockwave combo there from Orianna. Baron's already dead before Immortals can even make it into the scene. M&S is targeted there by the ulti coming out from Treats, but it won't matter. There's no follow-up. A nice use of the stasis as Fudge cuts down Tactical. Blabber's leading the charge, and Solo's stunned up. Kenvi can't deal with the Piggy, and now he's got to use the Heartbreaker back over the wall. He just brings C9 to his own teammate. Kenvi has condemned Treats to die with him, as Immortals will all get wiped off the map. There goes the Nautilus. Sven ends up picking up the kill credit there with the Ignite. Kenvi's trying to run away, make it so they can't have the ace, but C9 is already onto the Nexus.
Sven's hunting him still. He
doesn't want to let him go. He's going after Viego, and honestly, I think Braum wins these. The Nexus is dropping. The Glacial Fisher. Get him. Oh, no. Blabber ruins the honorable combat, and C9 takes the game.
I kind of wanted to see that.
Yeah.
That's like an A-Ram where you're waiting for your rest of your team to respawn. Okay, come on. Don't end. Cloud9, though. Nice stuff from them. Even in the face of some pretty good dives from Immortals, you know, they draft full dive, they execute some plays for themselves. You like the looks. They're trying to end their big loss streak. Fortunately from them, they come up against Cloud9, one of the giants in the LCS at the moment.
Yeah.
And they simply cannot complete. Cloud9 very happy to get that one. Lock it out here with another win.
Exactly. Cloud9 now going to once again tie for first place up there with Evil Geniuses after they lost their game earlier today. And it means that, hey, the LCS is still up for grabs there in the first place spot. Immortals sadly sliding to 10 in a row now in terms of losses. Still trying to figure out what works. I liked the signs of life that we got here in this one, but I think you said it best. It's just tragic that we had to see it up against one of those top of the table teams. I think if you're pulling off dives like that and having that coordination against some of the lower level, even some of the mid-level teams, Immortals can find a dub there. And I hope that that's one of the lessons that they take away from this, and they continue trying to play aggressive.
I want to see damage to champions for this Sejuani. For Blabber.
That Sejuani was scary, man. And hey, a reminder to everybody out there, tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and 20th. That's coming up pretty soon, about a month and a half away. Head on over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot. And now it's time to join Mark and M&S on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Hey guys, I'm standing by here with M&S. Congrats on the win.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we win.
Yeah, very sad about that. As you know, I predicted Immortals to beat you. Why did you win?
I mean, just for you.
I don't like this gift. I want to return it back. Why'd you pick Orianna?
Kind of just for fun. Just, you know.
You couldn't have troll draft a little harder for me?
Yeah, I mean, I just hate boring games, so I pick Orianna for fans.
Yeah, it was a really fun game. How are you guys feeling now, winning another game? Happy with yourself?
I mean, I will not feel anything, but you feel sad, so probably you're feeling good.
Yeah, as long as I'm sad. Well, I don't know the next game you lose, but I hope it's really soon.
Yeah. Well, I will keep play for win for someone's sad.
I can't wait for you to lose. Yeah. Thank you for the interview. That's going to do it for us here. TL vs 100 Thieves is next, but APA's parents had some kind words for their son. Take a listen.
Hey, Ian, just wanted to say how proud of you we are and how much support that you have. Of course, from us, obviously, but the amount of love and support that you have from all over the world and how many messages we got in person, absolutely insane. But you completely killed it yesterday, and we are so very proud of you. And
very proud.
We will be there for an LCS game. We promise. We love you.
Yep.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Typical beginner's mistake.
Yes, they all start from the outside.
So, will we help him?
What else? Here, try it with Red Bull. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Are You Smarter Than an LCS Caster? Currently, the casters are in the lead. We'll see if Golden Guardians can make a comeback with this round. It's time for the final round of the game show. This one will be a chance to make up a lot of points. I'm going to ask the question. You're going to have a couple of minutes to start making a list.
Okay.
Then you will come up one at a time for rapid fire answering. Every one that you get right will be worth a point.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. The question is, list every player who has won a world championship since 2014, including 2014. So a couple of things as you make your list, just to note, if you write a player down once and he won a couple times, I only care about the one time that he won. Oh, I'll also say subs, don't care about subs. Sorry, sub players. 3, 2, 1. All right, pens down for now.
Okay.
Everyone get ready to start. Pick the first person who's going to start you off.
I'll go first.
You'll go first. Come up if you're going to go first. So the other thing is, if you say a repeat or one that is wrong, you will lose a point, but we keep going until we exhaust all.
Okay.
And if we come up blank, we'll just call it. You will start since you guys are behind. Give me someone who won world championship.
I'm going to go with Faker.
Wow! Start off as easy as possible. You're up next.
I'm going to say Deft.
Deft. Okay.
Yeah.
Recent.
Pioshik.
Pioshik. There you go.
Zeka.
Okay, Zeka off the board.
Doimbi.
Doimbi, here we go. You don't, I don't have the button. Okay, go ahead. Canyon. Canyon.
Kingen.
Core JJ.
Ruler.
Shot.
Deft.
Deft. Oh, they said repeat. That's a repeat. That's -1s over to them. All right.
Use this.
Barrel.
Crown.
Bengi.
Marion.
Bang.
Wolf.
Who?
Wolf.
Oh, Wolf. Yeah. My bad. Duke.
Kuve.
Kuve. Did anyone remember that?
Rookie.
Looper.
Samsung White, baby.
Ambition.
Ambition, yes.
Scout.
Scout. He was a sub. He did not play in the final games, did he?
What? Yeah. No, he won
Scout.
2021.
No, he won.
He won.
Yeah. Oh, Scout. Oh, you're right, Ben. Yeah.
Jackie Love.
Dandy.
My answer's Balon.
Viper. Show me.
We're getting down to it. Starting to get to the hard ones.
JJ.
Nuguri.
Mako.
Flandre.
Mara.
Ning.
Pawn.
There's only a couple left. You better hope the play-by-plays run out of cash. Imp. You guys are 3 points down. They keep going. They'll win it soon.
Tien.
Gimgoon.
Gimgoon. Yes. 2 people left. LWX. Crisp. But that does it. I'm pretty sure that's every player who's won World Championship since then.
Oh.
Let's go. You guys crushed it. The final score is 25-22. The play-by-play. Thank you everyone for watching. Are you smarter? I'm scared of that.
I'll do that.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go.
You almost griefed us.
Anyways, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you for Golden Guardians for playing. Very good ending to the game show. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys next time.
See you.
Bye.
Yeah, let's go, Mark.
We're in the same spot that was filmed. Isn't this cool?
That's cool.
Wow.
That's how fast they turn
That's
things
fair.
around.
But
Live.
it's tier list o'clock. What the hell is this, Jat? Explain yourself.
What time is it?
It's tier list o'clock.
Tier list o'clock.
It's time to make a tier list.
And one of us has 100 Thieves as the best bot lane in the league.
Okay, so this is, first off, this is a bot lane tier list.
Yes.
Yes, bot
Yes.
lane combined.
Bot lane.
And for me, you can have 4 S tiers. It's fine.
Sure.
I would say on any given day, I'm not like, oh, wow, this bot lane beat that bot lane. What a surprise. So they're 4 and S.
And you decided to have them higher
That
than
does not
Cloud9
answer the
enough.
question of why 100 Thieves.
Over
When
the other.
everyone else
is having a mad
put them
underrated
in
split.
A
He has
or
the
B
highest
tier.
CS per minute of anyone in the league, of actually anyone in like pretty much any league, actually. And then Busio is making some sick calls. I think the turbulence in the mid lane and jungle and top has kind of ruined their split, but I think their bot lane is performing at a super high level.
I think their bot lane is good. I still have them in B tier, but I think they are clearly a step behind these other bot lanes. I think, especially when you include the entire bot lane. I agree, Doublelift's had a underrated split and individually could be in an S or A tier for me, but I do think Busio is lagging behind a lot of the supports above them in the standings right now. I feel like he has found insane engages to win game. Core JJ has absolutely won 2v2
like
by
S tier
himself.
sick.
Yeah, like I think
mean, you have him in A tier, but I think he's better.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is I feel like, given that it's a combined rating, I do feel like some of the supports or players can drag this around a little bit more individually.
Then let's go to the next one because we hit on 100 Thieves a lot. Golden Guardian seems to be the bigger one as well, so you have them in S tier behind LG.
I'm really the only one who believes in Golden Guardians. You guys all have them.
I have them top of A tier.
I actually had such.
That's another one.
I believe them more than you. You have them fourth. I have them
Then put
second.
them in S, Mark.
Emily.
You have them B tier. You shut your mouth. You're scared.
I was gonna say I had such an issue with this tier right here in terms of like who I thought were the best 2 bot lanes, which I actually think C9 unequivocally won, except for Jet, and then Evil Genius is second. I think Unforgiven in particular, like obviously Ayla, I think is behind some of the other supports we see here. Unforgiven is phenomenal.
Yes.
Like he is so freaking good. And that's why I put them so high. But yeah, Golden Guardians is so frustrating to me because sometimes they'll have an insanely dominant game, but then they'll have another game where their laning phase is just not good.
That is the thing for me that is hard to quantify with Golden Guardians is their laning phases are not it sometimes.
Yeah.
But late game, Stixxay has hard carried them a
That's
number
true.
of times, and Huhi is like the engine for that team. So they are slightly more intangible for me, and like you're not going to see it just in CSD stats quickly looking, and even sometimes in game, it's like they'll lose a 2v2. I don't care because Stixxay Felios has single-handedly won more games, I think, than most AD carries in the league, and that's why they are my number 2.
Yeah, that's why I had Golden Guardians higher than 100 Thieves, is simply because I feel like it seems like they are just one of the better team fighting bot lanes with how important who he is. You've already mentioned that. Stixxay has had like week after week of strong team fights, especially versus 100 Thieves, so I just had to put that a little bit higher. Something that catches me off guard is NRG's placement. So you, Mark,
why don't you explain why they're great?
Me?
Yeah, you and
let's
Jet
be
have them
positive,
high.
Raz.
Give
Let's
them
be positive.
Okay, we'll start with the positivity. So I put them in B tier because I feel like they actually play out laning phase quite well pretty consistently. So a lot of the times what's hurting NRG has been some of the inconsistencies in solo lanes, where I feel like FBI has silently, another split, been doing decently in laning phase. And then, of course, in their losses, he has been the one that has had the lead. So I put them in B tier, a little bit behind FlyQuest, but I feel like with FlyQuest's performance, he could actually be placed a little further ahead. So now I need to hear your reasoning on where you put them.
I'll talk about TSM actually.
Okay,
I'll give
go
you
for
a
it.
switcheroo. I think
All right.
TSM's actually had a very good bot lane. I feel like there's been some shenanigans. You want to talk about shenanigans for 100 Thieves? TSM has had some shenanigans with their mid lane position. Yeah, with Insanity, they actually have a very good win rate, and I think he gives them some room to work with in the bot lane, because Turtle is the only threat on that team if Insanity's not in there. And I think he got targeted a lot harder in that 0-3 week, and they struggled more. But I think Turtle's actually been very good. I think Chime has been quite good. I have them still in C. I want them to do better. I do think there's a big gap between B and C.
Yeah, my defense of having no D tier is the bot lanes in LCS are actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at accomplishments. Tactical has been in multiple LCS finals, has an insane peak. Turtle is about to surpass everyone ever in games played and total kills. And we keep talking about how Tomo is a big improvement over last split, and they're definitely not the worst in the league. So it's like, they're all pretty good with the number of total like LCS titles and accomplishments they have. No D tier, you don't need it.
Yeah, that's tier list o'clock. I mean, we can go on and on and on about what we have here. That's up to you guys at home to start discussing stuff about like tier lists. I love conversations about tier lists. Make a tier list to yourself. That being said, we're gonna go to the next cast, and it's gonna have Sven involved in it. So Flowers, Kobe, and Sven, take it away.
I bet he has something to say about Jat's tier list.
I mean, they're an S tier. They're good.
Oh, it does indeed have Sven involved in it, and we're checking in on Team Liquid. Oh, they are stealing the dub.
They're performing a heist,
from
guys.
100 Thieves.
It's a heist, guys.
Yeah.
Get it?
Let's Sven cast. Hey! Well, happy to say that Cloud9 won the previous game, so Sven is here with us to cast this one now. How are you doing, buddy? You were on the lounge as the host yesterday. Now you're back on the caster desk. You just got done kicking ass out there. You're doing everything on the show this week.
What can I do? Also, why are you guys on boxes?
Well, it turns out, yeah, we just
when Sven comes on to cast, he's gonna raise the level of the entire thing.
Quite literally.
And thanks to the fan with the sign out there to be able to get this and make this happen.
Yeah, that was the entire driver of this whole cast. But okay, so you guys just got done playing against Nico, which we don't get to see that very often. How was that?
Well, the champ hard counters Berserker, like I said, because he sees 2 cannon minions. It's like, ooh, lucky day, right? And then they get one shot. In the game, we're like, guys, I can't see Nico anywhere. Be careful mid. Yeah, it's fine. I'm dead. Classic comms from Sinan Berserker there. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I think he's not that OP anymore. Now you can see the ult coming. You have like more time to react once he's a minion or something. So just more counterplay. But he's still strong, I think. If you have good like creativity with being a ward or something.
Especially if you do have some counter engage. Like the Braum. So let's get into this one though, because APA had his debut yesterday for Team Liquid. Really good performance on the Tristana, even though the lane phase was a little rocky. Ended up legendary with huge multi-kills.
Yeah. I will say, like, I don't think he played bad at all or anything, but he was playing against a really easy team comp, and he was also just playing against the worst team in the LCS.
Would you, if you're playing against them, would you like target him in bans right now and put so much pressure on mid lane just because, you know, he's new onto the LCS stage?
I think you could bench Sana because he had a good game on his LCS. He has confidence, which is really important for rookies to have confidence, because that's how they perform in first games. You see Rocky start, gets 1 or 2 kills, and he's like popping off, right? So it's worth banning Tristana, I think, but I think 100 Thieves is very happy to handshake Tristana Azir, because Squid's played Azir in, I think, every game he's played so far. So, okay, there you go. Yeah.
All right, so they'll ban it away. It's Jace, LeBlanc, Poppy, Melio, Kennen, and Tristana all banned away. First pick over to TL. It was that Trist that they first picked in their game yesterday. They were happy to give him comfort. Even in the post-game interview, he was just like, yeah, they said play something that you're familiar with, that you want to play, that obviously, you know, not some troll pick or anything random. But anyway, this time around, not quite going to be the case. It's Wukong locked in for Pioshik in the jungle.
I will say, APA is like a dark technology kind of guy. He plays a lot of champs that people don't play, like Cassio and Ziggs. He's not really like your typical Azir, Ahri, Orianna type guy, like rest of LCS. So I think it doesn't make sense to ban out the OP meta picks, just whatever niche he has.
I mean, he used to play Aurelion Sol back when it was the spin 3 balls around in a circle champion, right? Like, there's like 3 whole people on the server that played that champion. So I do have some respect for that. As the Sejuani locked in for 100 Thieves, Closer's got a pretty big performance to live up to following after Blabber's Warpig game.
It used to be a meme back in 2022 summer when we played against 100 Thieves in finals that Closer couldn't play Sejuani because they were banning it on both sides the entire playoffs. But yeah, here we are.
Wait, you didn't give me a chance to predict the common pairing, the Renekton
yeah.
with it.
Sorry about that.
Then you're so, oh my goodness, who could have seen that
I will
coming,
say,
guys?
this combo is so unskilled, it's unreal. You E forward action, W, stun with Serrani, E, stun with Serrani ult, it's just one shot. It's so unskilled, it's crazy.
So what were, actually, I want to know the comms on the second dive that Blabber and Fudge did, because that was the one where Blabber almost died too.
Kobe, they locked it in.
APA!
We got the Ziggs.
A lot of magic damage though in the first 3 here. They need a heavy physical damage dealing ball in here to make up for the somewhat magic damage.
I love what we're getting what you're talking about though, because this could be an APA Ziggs, it could be a bottom lane Ziggs, you know? Ziggs is definitely one of the viable mages that you can play in bottom lane, so it's still a little bit flexible.
I will say Yon doesn't strike me as a Ziggs enjoyer. Before TL had tactical, and it really enabled Coach J to roam around the map a lot when they had Alfari tactical combo, because they did have the best ball lane, but the best top laner in the league in lane phase. So they picked Ziggs to enable Coach J to roam top with the Rel, with the Shen. We saw so many different things from him that split. He was so annoying to play against because he wasn't bot ever. So it could be a flex pick, but I think it's just got mid straight, honestly.
Well, the Akali is the answer into it. They're saying, all right, if you want to try to play it safe, play from range, we're going to go for the assassin angle here on 100 Thieves. And that, critically, is not Azir.
Plus, it plays really well with Sejuani. So 100 Thieves here are stacking up some good synergies on the top side of their map. You can go for those kills, Sejuani ult and Akali with ult, for sure.
Well, there's no marksman on either draft so far, so I'm expecting to see that pool get pinched a little here. Aphelios first ban of the second half from 100 Thieves, and Xayah banned out from Team Liquid. I predicted this right. I'm pretty proud of myself.
Genius.
Yeah. Turns out, when nobody's picked 80 carries, you like to ban 80 carries.
I do think that if TL can get some AoE CC, you know, Rel, Nautilus type of champ here, it will be ideal for them. They need something that can lock down the carries of 100 Thieves to allow Ziggs and Rumble to actually hit someone, because so far 100 Thieves is way too mobile to hit them with, you know, Ziggs ult or Rumble ult. So they need some Rel, Nautilus type champ, even Alistar. So I wouldn't be surprised to see like some sort of like Brown ban or something anti-melee to allow for TL to play that.
Yeah, I like 100 Thieves kind of banning away a little bit of the possible utility bottom side of the Ashe too.
Yes,
so.
exactly. I think that's good too. Might pick a Varus, but it's really hard to play Varus against Akali. So I think maybe TL goes for like Kai'Sa here on 4-5. Kai'Sa Rakan could be a combo.
How easy do you need your setup to be for Team Liquid right now? Because we're already showing Rumble and Ziggs with the big AoE, and Wukong can be there, but usually you want a little bit easier than just the Wukong setup.
Yeah, I think they want some engage here for Core J. That's also what he's best at, and that's what TL historically they just play better when Core J can make plays. Like, it's not actually a meme or narrative. Like, Core J, he can play range champs, sure, but he's just better when he can facilitate and make plays happen. So I think
this one is screaming Rel. I feel like.
Yes,
yeah. I mean, Nautilus gives you the point and click guarantee, but Rel is.
I agree.
Yeah.
I just feel like we see so many more big plays out of Rel this split than we do out of Nautilus. Like, yeah, okay, dredge line here, maybe catch one guy, but Magnet Storms into Crashdowns just win games. And all right, you said we needed to see some physical damage in the bottom lane.
The Draven I like.
Draven.
The Thresh I don't like. He's a good Thresh player for sure. I think the best Thresh in laning phase we have here in the LCS, but I don't like to pick against these champs. You can reveal Akali in stealth if you hit the hook somehow. You know, Core J can make it happen, but their comp needs some actual CC, I think, to prevent Akali from, you know, doing Akali things to their backline here.
Core JJ, 1 second left. He locks it in.
So is he already thinking about like the possible Nautilus pairing here? Because I know he's talked about that.
Nautilus is the obvious answer. He's Blitzcrank could be good too.
Yeah.
Not to cut you off here. I'm sorry.
It's just that Core JJ like made a video and talked about the Thresh Nautilus matchup so much.
Yeah.
So I feel like he was looking a lot at lane phase rather than team setup. You know.
Definitely choosing the lane phase priority over, you know, the team comp here. I think if TL falls behind this game, their only plays stalling for late game with Ziggs, you know, like Froggen style in Season 3, where you just couldn't win against Froggen.
55-minute game.
Yeah, TL playing Navy at 6, and you just couldn't end no matter what. So I feel like TL lacks, you know, late game, how do you say it, like comeback tools.
Okay.
But if they're ahead, which it should be, because they're winning lanes, I think, at least top and bottom lane. Mid lane, I can't say. I don't know anything about Ziggs.
That's fair. That's fair.
I can definitely say this with confidence that Ziggs should get pushed on Akali pre-6.
Yes.
That's one of the easiest kind of freebies there. Akali with no ult early on, so.
When I was a Ziggs enjoyer playing in bot lane, I hated playing against Kai'Sa. I hated playing against, you know, mobile champs, assassins that could jump over walls, could get around you, flank you. So it's good against Sejuani, Renekton, and Nautilus, but against the Kai'Sa and the Akali, it can be a little bit hard at times. So it's important for TL to cover the flanks this game.
So which draft would you rather be playing here?
Well, for lane, it's the bot matchup for Team Liquid that's better. So I'll choose that one.
Okay.
But I'm also not the best Thresh player, which we have all seen in that one game in finals that we did win. But I think TL's bot draft is better, but their comp isn't as cohesive. I feel like it's more like a solo queue draft where everyone picks their best champ or their best laning phase champ, and they're like, yeah, let's go with this.
I mean, hey, maybe we'll get some of those surprise factors out of Ziggs, similar to how Nico surprises you out of nowhere with the ultis.
Yeah.
Ziggs can blow up the turret from a billion HP, and that's something that can catch people off guard.
If Ziggs gets ahead or his team gets ahead, doesn't actually matter which one. He just takes every tower. He has the Sapphire Crystal Start here too, probably at Futures Market, I'm guessing.
And the Satchel Charge technically can blow up the turrets below 25% of their HP.
Yeah.
But we round that up to a billion.
Yeah, that's a billion, man.
I believe the first towers is 1250 is the rank 1 Satchel Charge explode number. So if you get first Herald, it's almost a full tower with the Herald and the W alone.
It's so juicy if you do that with turret plates as well.
Summon also playing with Ignite here. I like that a lot. It's sort of a LPL Rumble technology.
I'm just happy that we're getting to see some of the dark technology that you talked about with APA. You know, when we bring in these new players to give them chance on the LCS stage, to let them fully embrace their strengths. We saw it with Insanity. TSM looks so much better, with him and him pulling out his Graves, his Yone and stuff.
Yeah, I mentioned that. I didn't even think that Ruby played necessarily bad or that the games were his fault. And I asked some people, do you think if they had played with Insanity or Ruby that they would have won? I'm like, no, probably not, right? But sometimes changing a player for the worse just makes your team better. Not saying Insanity actually is worse, but you know what I'm saying. Sometimes it's just about team dynamics. Maybe he's a funny guy, makes everyone feel better. I don't know, good comms.
Intangibles,
something. Yeah. Small things you don't know about. So,
bottom lane, Core JJ going for the early play here.
W start from Lucio.
Yeah.
It's good for level 1 trade like this, but now he has nothing to do, so he can't defend the bush at all.
He can walk up and get slapped in the face again, but that's about it.
Anti's balance is they're losing HP for push here.
Core JJ, that's 4 autos in a row. He just got free autos.
Lucio already used both his potions, so he's committing hard to get push level 2 here, but I don't think this is going to work out for them in the end, even if they get the push.
Oh, Bucio.
Flash here.
Very low.
He's
spinning axe. The Ignite just barely misses out on the kill. That had to be single-digit HP.
Yeah, the W start is good in the moment, but after it's over, it's completely useless, right? So, Thieves, I don't think you want to try pushing this matchup. It doesn't even... There's no way you ever could push here.
It's kind of rough, too, because look at the junglers' starts here. They're both starting on the bottom side, kind of clearing up. Now, with those offensive blown flashes on the bottom side, too, from Yon, maybe they can actually attack.
Yeah, I mean... TL is probably stronger, both parties, level 1, so I don't know what 100 Thieves thought was going to happen here.
12 HP, I see.
They're also playing Ghost.
1! Actual 1 HP.
Wow.
The calculator, Bucio! He had it all under control. Bucio,
They might try to dive here. They're trading sides right now. Someone doesn't have TP here, so if it gets dove top, it'll be a disaster, but they can't dive him, it looks like. This is really bad for 100 bot lane. This is what happened to me as well against TL. They play against early game pretty well, I would say. So even month 1 here is worth it for them.
All right, death sentence onto Bucio. Putting some damage onto him, but they don't want to overcommit now. They know they already got the TP out of Someday, and that's going to feel good for Summit up there in the top side. Now he's just got a whole world open to him here in the top.
Summit was in a position here where he might have had a hard time recalling because, Someday would be back to lane and he would have, close behind him to gank him, but now he just gets a free push and free base here. This is so big for TL.
And there's no cannon minion up there. That was a double stacked up wave. Look at that. All those minions just dying to the turrets. Sad crocodile.
Oh, this is about to be an even sadder Nautilus, my friends. Bucio trying to get away, but the Lantern brings Yon face to face with him for first blood. Team Liquid dunking on him in bot lane.
Core JJ proving why he wanted to pick that Thresh, instead of pick for the team. Picks it, expecting the Nautilus. They just abuse it over and over. Finally actually getting the kill.
Oh, Quid flashing away, but the follow-up is there for APA. Quid drops, and it's Team Liquid 2-0.
Yeah, it's just going from bad to worse really quickly here for 100 Thieves. I think the bottom lane, misplaying lane really hard, snowballed so many things, and then the only advantage in top lane is gone. So now they have a big problem in this early game. I will say the Wukong clear speed got nerfed, I think, on this patch. The E lost some damage to junglers, jungle camps or whatever. So he's farming out slower now. But I still think this early investment he did, ganking mid lane, looking for the bot dive, getting the TP out someday was so worth it.
Yeah, I think especially worth it because of the win conditions for this Team Liquid comp. You know, they do have to snowball and play from ahead, and they're definitely going to be enabled to do that because of the early plays here. I think APA as well with the Ziggs, see what he can do with the early first blood. That was a very good recall for him. Dark Seal now as well, see if we can get that stacking up.
Yeah, and back to what Sven mentioned back at level 1, you know, starting with the Sapphire Crystal, probably has futures market there in the runes, makes it so the extra money that you get from First Blood, you're going back, you're getting an ideal base, Lost Chapter already in the inventory, so you're set up to be able to have tons of sustain here. Yep, there we go, thank you, Observers. Futures market, they're locked and loaded for APA. He even has the Ziggs emote, so he can continue trash-talking and BMing in the most appropriate and thematic way for his character. Quid is now level 6, though, so APA does have to be a little bit careful with that. There is playmaking capabilities for Akali now, but bottom side, man, things are just going to keep getting worse. If Core JJ can hit these hooks, that was close.
Yeah, once 6 hits Lost Chapter, he can farm minions from, you know, out of your screen. So at that point, there's no more interactions left. So it's just wave clear, wave clear. So Teal's gonna spend the whole game, I think, on the bot side, just playing on this Draven, who's already ahead.
And speaking of spending time, Closer's been hovering mid for the last 30 seconds here. He didn't have any camps up, so he didn't have anything to get him to level 6, but does put some extra vision here. And APA, as you say, he doesn't even have to cross a third of the way up towards mid lane to even expose himself at all. TL will just play off the bottom side pressure into Dragon.
Yeah, you could see APA was hitting those caster minions. When minions were colliding at the absolute center of the lane, he was hitting them from the torches. Oh. Speaking of torches, man, the equalizer puts Quid in a bad spot. Summit swoops in to help APA grab another kill, and that's 3-0 Team Liquid now.
They're playing really well in this early game. You know, everyone is playing their part perfectly, I would say, so far. Everyone's like taking turns, giving to each other, and then giving back later. You know, Summit got a TP advantage, well, not TP advantage, but he got Summit's TP and a free push and base top, and now he's paying it forward to giving to APA, who can now later, you know, pay Summit back somehow.
Yeah.
So really beautiful, like, way they're using the advantage they got from, you know, oh no.
Oh no, the one thing that could interrupt the Team Liquid momentum here in the early game. 7 minutes of dominance. Pretty impressive stuff so far.
I will say, even though it stops the momentum, sometimes when you're behind like this and you're just sitting there thinking, wow, that level 1 was so cringe. You know, I'm thinking, wow, we're getting so stumped. What
do we do?
It almost makes it worse sometimes.
It's like they put you on timeout. Now think about what you did wrong.
You're in the corner.
You're a bad boy. Think about what you did wrong.
You gotta wear the dunce hat, just sit in the corner and be like,
no.
oh no, not the bottom lane 2v2. It's been rough, man, for 100 Thieves here in this one early on so far. Quid on the Akali, already dead a couple of times now before he's been able to find any sort of opportunities to go for some of those kills and get himself rolling.
Yeah, I mean, it looked abusive there in the mid lane with the amount of range. Summit getting the roam timer from topside with the push out from Rumble coming through and ult from across the screen. Ziggs harassment under the tower, and see if they can start to turn that mid pressure into turret plates and then Rift Herald plus Ziggs Satchel.
That combo is still just so filthy.
Yeah, say goodbye to your mid turret.
Ziggs was invented back in a League of Legends that didn't have Rift Heralds. Back when Baron Pit was just an empty hole in the map for 20 minutes. So once they put those together, man, it's so dangerous to combine those elements there. And you guys talked about it a little bit earlier, but just enabling APA to play these picks that he's good at, that he knows, that can catch people off guard instead of just being like, hey, man, what do you like better, Orianna or Syndra? Like,
how about 6?
yes, that's what I want to see, man.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves, they're down almost 2k gold at 7 minutes, and the Herald's spawning, and they have Akali's join Renekton. I think they have to fight this Herald at 8 minutes, because if they don't fight it and APA gets the Herald on mid tower is it's 5 plates still, but
yeah.
If they do get a crash on that mid tower and they get some 6 autos with a passive and they crash it and they get 6W, mid tower falls, there's no coming back from that. So I think 100 Thieves might have to make their last stand at 8 minutes already at the first Herald.
I like that we're getting this replay to see that Summit pop that Scryer's Bloom, so it did reveal Akali, and that allows this game of dodgeball that's very TL-sided game of dodgeball.
Yeah. And the aiming on all the skill shots was perfect, too, because the equalizer means you can't walk to the left of the turret. The Mega Inferno Bomb is right on top of it, directly behind, so you can't try to dash or flash right back over it, try to hide between the equalizer and the turret. There's one place left you can go. It's next to the wall in the forest. And then, boom, Summit comes in with the flamethrower and burns it all down.
I think he did miss the Mega what's 6 ult called?
Mega Inferno Bomb.
Yeah, Mega Inferno Bomb. 6 ult.
It's zoning
yeah,
multi.
I think
Zoning multi.
yeah. He did dodge it, but at least he has to dodge forward, into them. If
Exactly.
He dodges it. So it's good to always aim, too far instead of like too close to yourself, so you can just dodge by running straight on line.
Yes. Every skill shot I don't hit is a zoning skill shot.
Oh yeah.
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 You're making him walk into the sights of the next shot.
Yeah.
Right.
Setting up your boy Summit.
Yeah.
Take him out.
And if your teammate doesn't follow up, that's not on you.
Yeah, then it's just that's a little unlucky. You were trusting the guy and it didn't work out. But honestly, everything's worked out so far here for Team Liquid. Going back to the bottom lane early on, because we were talking about how things just were a little unfortunate with the start down there. Busio with the shield, and then it didn't turn into a whole lot. CoreJJ just getting so many auto attacks on him for free, setting up this lane state where, remember, CoreJJ just barely missed another death sentence over the wall even after all that played out. So it could have gone even worse.
It's just really weird that Hunt Thieves wanted to contest here, because I think not only can they never win this 2v2, but their jungler's also pathing up. It looked like he wanted to go for a top lane gank at level 3 or some sort of like invade on his top camps. So there's no world where you want to play aggressive bot here. Because if you actually win this trade, then, Piosik, hey guys, Piosik, you come bottom? Yeah, sure, boy. And then there's no world where this is good for you. And then here it's obviously bad. So
now it's been 5 autos.
Now you have to accept that what you did was bad and just take the L, right? But then you do this and you keep going as well. Now you should flash preemptively, in my opinion. But I guess he has a calculator, so he knows.
One HP.
1 HP.
It's like, you only made a mistake, just take the L, back off. But then you keep making mistakes, and then it snowballs from there to the TP situation, to the mid situation. And then, TL used that flash they got from the first gank mid to gank him again. And now Hunt Thieves is in a situation where they have to just say, guys, this game is really doomed. We have to fight Herald at 8 minutes with our Sejuani Mac Akali team comp. Because if you don't, then Six just takes every tower in the game slowly.
Right, just walk it through mid, walk it through bottom, walk it through top, and then...
They're right now losing 3 lanes. If you're losing 3 lanes, down 2k gold, 7 minutes, guys, Herald fight, 8 minutes, can we win? Probably can win, if we have some good Sejuani ult, a good Akali angle. Six isn't that good in fist fights early game, like 3v3 scraps to the death. So that's probably their best chance.
Yeah, if you can get there first and you have ultimate ready,
definitely
could try and make some sort of a play. Because if they're left alone, isolated, it's going to be rough. I mean, CoreJJ just looks like he wanted this matchup so bad. He's got Busio on a leash so far for the beginning of this game.
I believe Thresh says it's a worm on a hook. Is what he says in game when he hits someone.
I haven't...
Thresh Enjoyer?
Nah.
I believe there's a special voice line when he hooks Nautilus specifically.
Huh. I've never actually heard that. The only Thresh voice line I've ever heard is the one where you ban him, because I've banned him before when he's been OP. I don't think I've ever played a single game of him, because
never too late.
Yeah, maybe I'll be inspired by CoreJJ to not re-roll him when I get him in an ARAM next
I'll go home and greet my Soul teammates with the Thresh.
I got a weird update on the bug.
All right, what do you got?
Well, actually, we're going to get right back into it soon, so maybe you don't care.
All right, speedrunner, what was the problem?
It was just some gameplay stuff there from Piosik. He was seeing the jungle camps respawn, but they weren't getting the animation, so it was like a second of untargetability, and it was delaying his clear.
Wait, so like the chicken shows up, but it doesn't jump onto the map? It's just...
Yeah, it was teleport there and then like be invulnerable for a second or something, so...
Okay, that's a little bizarre.
Let's get that fixed up.
Floating chicken bug, that's a new one.
Summit has no flash here. Closer is almost in range.
All right, Closer, you got to hit these.
This is basically the Herald play.
Arctic Assault, there it is. Glacial Prison, Summit still just trying to walk it off. Scrap Shield, keeps him alive. Oh no, 100 Thieves, that is tragedy.
And that's their Herald play going right there.
Yeah.
They can't fight Herald now without their ults.
And
if someone dies here, it's a disaster.
Piosik just finds Closer.
Oh god.
It's a level 6 Wukong. He has Cyclone, but he doesn't want to jump in onto Sunday. He can't kill him instantly and is a little bit afraid about overcommitting to this one. It's just so easy. You get yourself the Herald now instead. As CoreJJ eats half his HP, Busio and Double-It looking for a little damage here, but it's Busio who once again has to flash away just to barely survive and ignite. I don't think that kills him.
in when he's level 5 versus level 6. Also not the smartest decision, I think.
Ooh! Death sentence nearly finding the target. Double-It walks away from it.
Yeah, I think... I mentioned it earlier, but Hunt Thieves losing the Herald here is just... That's like their last play. Like them getting top there was basically them saying, we gotta fight Herald, but we're gonna fight it by going top first, ganking him, and then getting a kill, and then going Herald afterwards. But now they just have, I don't even know how they can win, honestly. I hate saying games are over when they aren't, but I can just see this Herald going, you know, mid tower or bot tower, and then 6 at some point will just run there and like yoink and just W tower, get 2 plates, first tower, brick, whatever you guys call it these days.
It's just so much gold.
Yes.
This early on into the game. And Summit's going to keep on pushing. Bottom lane is going to keep on pushing. TL really getting the most out of all of these winning matchups that they have all across the field.
Yeah, another thing about Herald is that when your opponents have it, you can't make cross-map plays. Like, Bruiser right now can't run top and gank because then the Herald goes bot tower, right?
If you go into a tower race versus a team that has a Herald,
you lose. You tend to lose, yeah. So it's like you're kind of locked into playing the way your opponents want to play now. You're like forced to play reactive when your opponents have Herald. So, well, Summit has no flash.
On a journey here, yeah. Just drops the equalizer on top of both enemy players, kites back towards it. A little bit more damage is not there as APA misses the Mega Inferno Bomb, and that should seal Summit's fate. 100 Thieves picking up a freebie.
They made him wait for it though. 2 flashes there and the ult from Quid. This is like, it's barely worth it at this point, right? It's not how much resources you use. Look at bot tower now.
Yeah, bot tower's exposed because they rotated up towards the mid lane, so...
And Somebody can't even take any plays top here either. I think he's not pushed away from this base, so... Even, I think this might actually be worth the kill gold-wise.
Yeah, even though it looked like a free pick, it's not actually once you consider all the costs and investments, as Bucio is once again just beaten down. Pioshik bonks him over the head, and that Nautilus is sent back to the spawn platform.
I believe it's hook, line, and sinker, he says.
Hey, there we go. All right, there's the deep lore on the support matchup, and we've also only got 2 plates left standing on this bottom lane tier 1 turret. Yon is just abusing this thing.
Yeah, I mean, the tower's dead if they want it. There you go. And yes, sir, they do
want it.
I don't know why you wouldn't. Why not?
The one thing about the kill top side was that it was Quid who got it, who was probably the only person who can actually carry this. You know, some sort of TB flank later in the game, so getting him gold might be worth it, but they're just down so much gold, man. And it's not gonna stop here either.
Man, 3,500, not even 11 minutes into the game. Quid wants to try to stop this stupid Herald from charging in a second time. They really don't want to have that tier 2 turret take another chunk like this. But unfortunately, not a whole lot they can do about it. So there's almost half of that HP gone as well.
The one thing Huntives could do is they have TP advantage on Sunday the entire game, because, you know, Summit has Ignite. So they might just have to look for some time where, okay guys, Summit is top, I have TP momentum, let's just go. TP, 45, if you don't win a fight, just FF, you know, like just... it's over at that point, so you know it.
Yeah, it's been rough so far. With the one teleport that he made to the bottom side being nothing, and then Summit making actually more roam plays with no teleport himself, going mid and getting the kill.
That TP sucked.
Thank you.
Well, it didn't suck because he did what he had to, right? Defend his bot lane from...
Yeah.
If bot lane loses, top laners know that...
It did suck, but it's not his fault.
Yes. Yeah. It's like, it is what it is.
Oh, APA waving the white flag towards 100 Thieves.
I appreciate a good emote game.
Yeah, no, he's
I'm also
really...
a fellow, you know, emote enjoyer myself.
He's an emoter. He's an all-chat trash talker. He's, I'm really appreciating the personality he's bringing to the LCS here.
An off-meta champion user. All right, Summit, though. 1v4.
I mean, he just cleared out the whole
Here
wave.
comes Core JJ. Core JJ's got a Dark Passage for him as well. He's not even in trouble anymore.
Wow.
He equalized the wave. 100 Thieves just sent 4 dudes up top to sit there and watch Summit clear a wave.
Yeah. They're so down tempo on this play here. They will lose bot tower, I think, perhaps, and they will lose plates mid. You can TP now on Someday to get mid defense here, but this is like classic Artis play. When they're behind, they just go, you know, 5 people on one side. I don't actually mind it too much, but
Quid is low. Bucio's already down. Summit and Core JJ win in a 2v3. Quid escapes from the Mega Inferno Bomb. Leandries is ticking, but it will not burn him all the way down to 0. 100 Thieves lose both fights on opposite sides of the rift.
At this point, they're so desperate for anything. You know, just hoping to get 1 kill on Summit or something, but Teal's playing it so well.
Dude, Bucio cannot escape from Core JJ. He goes topside, and Core JJ's like, oh, where do you think you're going, little Nautilus? And they get a 2v3 kill, hooks him over the wall. Oh, it's brutal.
Yeah, it was like Core J is very good in games like this, where he's in the right spot at the right time. You know, he's defending the weak side here, Summit. Summit has 1 ult for 1 wave, and then the next wave, Core J is there to defend him. So TL's is playing the map beautifully here. They got bot tower, they got a kill on top as well. That's like a bonus on top of all the other things.
Yeah.
Thieves, I don't even know what play they can make at this point. They don't have TP on Sunday anymore. They don't have any like scaling either at this point that actually outscales
All right, so it's definitely rough right now. What's your support ego like if you're the Nautilus side of it?
Oh, I'm in dumpster right now. I'm mentally in dumpster here. I'm thinking, wow, this game is so lost. Let's go next. Okay, not really, but I'm thinking at some point we keep behind them, we 45. If we don't win at 45, we just lose, and that's just how it is. It's honestly okay as a pro team to say this game is going really badly, guys. We have to make it some sort of like a funny play.
Yeah.
You know, like the one that made top tier, the 45. That was a bad funny play because someone has ult, obviously. But you have to make some sort of like, you know, desperate play. Look how much gold you're behind in all your carries. You have to just try to 45 one time, flip it, and
even the support is 1,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, the satchel charge just took down the mid lane tier 1 turret. The final plate count, I believe, was 9 for Team Liquid to 1 from 100 Thieves. So lots of money there, just in the turret pressure these guys have. You can see on that left side of your screen that just went away, the first 4 names were Team Liquid players in the gold chart, and Summit is about to give Someday the Renekton versus Rumble treatment, and Renekton has not been winning these recently in the LCS.
I've seen this movie before.
Summit gonna give him the, it's a team game treatment though.
Oh, Equalizer comes down. Summit trying to get away, flashes back to Core JJ, and he survives it. 100 Thieves send more men, and they can't get the kill. There's just too much of an advantage.
Flashes from the lantern as well. He was right there, man. Just right click it, please.
But he's just getting in their heads.
Thieves is doing the classic, you know, Herald spawning, we go bot side, Dragon spawning, we go top side, trying to take something on the other side, which is, it is good, but TL is just playing a Rumble and Thresh, who are really good at not dying in this kind of place, with the Rumble ult to defend the tower and the lantern to get him out of danger.
Yeah, Core JJ with these hovers behind the side lane, making him look silly here.
That emote's my favorite.
Oh, we know the frog. He's my favorite. I have him on at least 2 slots on the emote wheel, just out of principle.
My entire slot is the crap 9 emote, and then the prepare question mark frog, whatever it's called, is everything else. So if I misclick something, it goes there.
That's perfect. See, that's how I know you're invested in your emote game. You have a plan every time. Emote draft.
One of my favorite ones that we didn't get because we were working MSI is the MSI that had the take notes one. Then you can spam take notes after you mess up a play. You so horribly miss all your skill shots, and then...
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me about how you were mad that we didn't get that because we were actually doing the event.
I want that one so bad. I, for one, though, am really happy that APA is having so much fun in the LCS. He just comes in, smooth, stomping all of his games here, spamming emotes, chilling, playing Ziggs, pushing down waves from a screen away. Uh-oh, Quid.
Jumps back in on Summit. Does a lot of damage real fast to that Rumble and just explodes them before any sort of backup can arrive. Nicely played there by Quid to get the kill on the 1v1.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, if one guy got kills, it would be the Akali, that he can actually make plays there in side lane, because Rumble can't win as Akali in side lane, and neither can Ziggs. So if one man can do it, it has to be Quid, but I think these kills are a little bit of cope, I think, for these fans.
It's a consolation prize. It'll be a shiny silver medal.
Now this, however, is not bad.
Better to have cope than no cope, though.
That is true.
Extra tower gold, too.
This time they get a tower for the dragon that they gave, but it's also Hextech Dragon, which is worth about, I would say, 2,000 gold. At this point, it's a bit worse when you have more haste and stuff, but the soul is, I'd say, by far agreed upon to be the best soul in the game.
Right.
It's just too good. It gives too much, not only stats for the dragons, but also just the slow is so annoying.
Especially with this team. The long range. Ziggs, you thought Ziggs was annoying before when you got Hex procs on it as well. Another one.
Again. They're going to run it back on Summit. A little bit more damage from Quid would get it done, but Core JJ once again showing up. He's Summit's guardian angel here as the Equalizer slows them both down. The flay from Core to bring Quid right on back. APA wants to bring the follow-up damage here, but Quid can disengage it back over the wall with a perfect execution. So 100 Thieves aren't going to lose anybody, but they won't get their kill either. Meanwhile, back here on the bot side, jungle, it's Pioshik versus Busio and double-elimination. double-elimination's got that killer instinct, but can he get the kill? He tries to flash follow Pioshik, who tries to go back in with an Nimbus strike. It'll be a 1-for-1 as APA picks up double-lift and Busio tries to get away. Jan's got the axe spinning, wants to pick up another one here, but Quid's ready to join up. He goes over the wall and drops the smoke. The whirling death comes out, and Quid barely survives. Someday wants a ruthless predator, but Busio's the one who drops. Someday trying to lead the way here and find something else for the side of 100 Thieves, but Team Liquid is already grouped up, and they're ready to strike back. Closer tries to escape with an Arctic Assault back over the wall, and 100 Thieves plays end here.
I will say 100 Thieves are at least trying to make some plays. And I think these kind of like one-for-one situations are actually good for 100 Thieves. It didn't pan out this time, but they were close games, some kills on Yon, or some kills. It's what you have to do. It doesn't look pretty, but you have to make the game chaotic to win against a team that like Team Liquid, who's ahead so much gold.
Yeah, exactly.
It feels terrible, but you have to just try something funny like this.
Exactly. Your chance to win in a normal game is so low, you got to make it crazy.
Yeah. But like here, for example, they almost got Yon here on Sunday, right? He was all in range for the W, and Vigo one-shot him, get that fat bounty. But if you play normal and just give up the Dragon, you give up the Baron, and you're just gonna lose slowly, right? So I respect them not just bleeding out slowly and just losing. Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of what we saw Immortals do versus you guys in the previous game, right? They're just constantly going for dives. They're trying to make something happen in a game state where if it just plays out by the textbook, they lose.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think last year's meta was like, all right, guys, we lost one fight, time to give up 4 dragons and 1 Baron, and then just we flip a fight on Eldrick. Ah, shit, we lost. You know, that kind of thing. So I appreciate it. I mean, obviously, we have Nautilus, Kai'Sa, Akali. You have to fist fight. You can't just like wave clear with what, you know, Akali Q. So you have to just take a fight. I think
get Kai'Sa Q evolved.
Yeah, it's not gonna do anything.
The minion.
I believe he's playing AP as well, if I wasn't mistaken. So he doesn't have any wave clear at all.
The wave clear matchup: Akali Q versus Ziggs.
5-point strike.
Ziggs can clear 2 waves at the same time. Akali gets maybe melees.
Yeah, and from double the range too. Yeah.
Double? That's
at least. That's generous, yeah.
I was gonna say that's gotta be like quadruple once he's bouncing.
It's really hard for Teal Hunter to make any plays because you can't make plays in Ziggs lane. He kills every minion from, you know, out of your screen. Has 6 ult worst case, and Rumble has the Rumble ult, so there's just
yeah, there is that Rumble all from downtown.
Oh my god.
Whirling Death just runs him over. Double-Lift gets road killed in the river, and 100 Thieves are now just stuck 4v5
killed by 3 champions that weren't even in his own screen.
R.
Oh, that feels...
Someday tries to get out now as Team Liquid's ready to keep the fight going. He won't get anything back, and Yon takes a killing spree. Keep your eyes on Core JJ. The death sentence could come out here, but it won't be needed as Team Liquid's already chased away the remaining Thieves, and they're heading back into the Baron pit. Closer's alive. I need to see some sort of a miracle smite steal here. Can he even get towards the pit in time? They've got control wards in there to black out any vision that's already present as Busio's using his sweeper. Couple whirling axes come out there. Core JJ over the wall trying to keep him away. He might just have to lay down his life for this one. Closers over the wall, but Baron goes over to APA. Double-Lift jumps back into the fight now and finds a kill on his former support. APA, the killing spree here for the Ziggs, but Double-Lift gets a shutdown on Yon as well. Summit with the flash back over the wall, and it's Grilled Toro as Double-Lift wants to pick up one more, but Summit makes his exit through the Hex Gate.
Oh my god, the Hex Gates! They can't even get that little bit of money.
Absolute pain for Double-Lift there, but they actually have to fight his soul now in 40 seconds. I think this kind of stuff is the only thing Teal could do to lose this game. You know, a coin flip Baron, messy chaotic team fights where, you know, Double-Lift gets shutdowns on Yon. This kind of stuff is what Hunter needs to win. So Teal, a bit sloppy here.
I kind of like it just because it gets our heart rate.
It was too easy otherwise, you know?
Exactly. Keeps our heart rate up here. Give a little excitement. And we get Summit with the flash play over the top on the closer because he has that ward on red buff that sees him, and then see ya.
Absolute pain.
Tragic there. Double-Lift would have loved to get that shut down, but not today, my friends. Team Liquid damage dealt in the last fight. 4,400 from Yon, 3,754 from Summit. Highest damage output from 100 Thieves was Sunday's Renekton as Quid goes to the Hex Gate. He's now behind Team Liquid, but I don't think the rest of 100 Thieves could just walk up to a 5-man death ball from TL.
100 Thieves had no ults on their ball lane. They're coming up now, so they just decided they couldn't fight without them, which I think makes sense, but it's just like, you don't outscale, so if you give soul, you definitely never outscale, but if you don't give it, you just lose now, so it's just hard, you know, to decide when to make your last stand. You have to like kind of hope for your opponents to just literally run through and die. Like the Baron they just did there.
You got to choose your lose.
Yeah.
as Team Liquid with the Hexal, the Baron
That does not
buff.
sound like a fun game.
No, it's really not. Most people like to avoid this situation, but Team Liquid has made a reality here for 100 Thieves, pushing up with the 4-man squad here in the bottom lane. Satchel charge. Honestly, it wasn't even needed. I think Jan would have killed the thing in one more auto attack.
This feels good, okay?
Yeah, it feels good, of course. This is why we play Ziggs, right? But Team Liquid taking out the first inhibitor of the game here, 23.5 minutes in, as Summit brings up the wave into the tier 2 in mid, about to put more money in TL pockets. Pioshik leaves his clone over the wall, makes sure he stays grouped up with everybody else from TL. Core JJ, death sentence only on the closer. They don't want to overcommit onto that one here just yet. Core gets tagged with a Shuriken flip, but Akali does not want to dive onto Thresh.
I want to see, now that they have Hexal, that play where they throw Draven ult, Ziggs ult, and Rumble ult on someone and just kill them without even showing.
But they did it already without him.
And it was funny to me.
Okay, well, maybe we're going to get some more
This time he will
giggles
be
here.
even more dead.
Well, the chain lightnings are bouncing around, and Summit's the target here at the very start. 100 Thieves find their first pick for free. Now, can Team Liquid find anything back? 100 aren't going to over-chase this. They're just happy to stop the TL war machine for now.
Okay.
A little sloppy from TL once again here. I
Summit,
think this would have been a very easy siege if they had just, ward one side and hog that one side. Don't go into the one side with zero vision on. Summit, come on, bro.
Well,
they got fight here, I think.
Yeah, they're ready to step up, and
they have double lift ult, quit ult as well, but they just can't find the angle.
There's certain players in solo queue and in the LCS that have this reputation, even when you're losing the game, your whole team is like, you know what? Here's our whole plan. We go look for this person.
Yeah,
and
I don't want to league any strategies, but Summit,
Summit is
Solo,
one of those people.
Licorice, these guys died a lot of these side lane
naming
plays.
a lot of top laners. Oh, man, here's...
Worst part was the first part that killed him, not the second part.
Oh, my...
1,103 gold extra on top of the 300 gold. That's a lot of gold.
Yeah,
That's too much.
Quite a lot of money.
Yep.
All right, we got Elder in 3 minutes. We got Baron in 2. If Team Liquid really just wants to make sure they 112% win this game, no chance for 100 Thieves to even blink their eyes, they can secure both of those. I honestly don't think they need either one at this point, but it seems like we're probably going to end up waiting it out till then.
Yeah. Team Liquid is typically your very traditional slow-playing team who likes to play the game by the book and set up vision first and then play, for Baron, then go to Elder, then we end. While C9's like, I just end, bro. just down mid.
Nexus.
Yeah. Just win.
In this case, they do have really good sieging with the Ziggs, with the damage that they have available, and bottom inhibitor is already down. Even the short fuse passive autos here from APA will annihilate this thing, so this might be one of the cases where they get ahead of the timeline.
There's no wave clear on 100 Thieves, like we mentioned earlier, so they can't actually defend, even without the Baron buff on Team Liquid, they can't actually kill the minion waves easily. No stack shiv, no,
all right, where Quid can't even teleport anywhere behind them.
Just gone.
The turret evaporates. There's nothing left of the thing, and they made sure they took long enough to allow Summit to push the wave up mid too, but now Core JJ is going to be focused on the front. Boostio's already down. Double It follows it up with a death of his own. Pioshik is picking up the money, and Summit is the one to put Double It in the dirt. Closer and Quid and Someday don't have a whole lot of ways still to fight back as another minion wave collides into the Nexus turrets, and 100 Thieves make their final stand. Death sentence onto Someday. He uses Dominus and Slice and Dice to disengage, but he still burns away. Summit's got the kill with the Ignite. It's a double kill back over to the TL top laner. Closer's the last man standing, and he can't leave the fountain. Pioshik dives in there just to mess with them.
Farming DPM right now.
Yep.
Closer.
Farm them stats. Get them numbers up. Them rookie numbers. He's only got 2 kills. He needs some more to catch up with the rest of the team. Team Liquid, they're just gonna take their time with it now. That Nexus turret explodes. Closer trying to lead the charge. He's already dead. Boostio explodes before I can finish my sentence, and Double It rounds it out for the ace. A double kill to Core JJ, and another dub for Team Liquid.
Game for Team Liquid. They're playing really well so far, I think, this week. This game was very convincing. I guess IMT, I wasn't so convinced. I was like, yeah, it's IMT. They're the worst team in the league, right? And they had a bad game on top of that as well. But this game was solid all around.
And APA has still not died in the LCS.
Hot damn.
Didn't die yesterday on the Tristana. Did not die today.
Okay, sorry.
Is he even killable?
That's pretty impressive. 2 games on LCS stage. No deaths. solid performances on the Tristana and then on the Ziggs, two very different champions. I'm liking it. Team Liquid's looking good with this guy.
You got to go do the interview. Yeah. So thank you for having me.
Well, hey, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you had a good time.
Core2j, the best support in LCS.
Come back anytime. Yeah, I mean, hey, you've been a lounge host, a caster, a player. Now it's time for you to go become an interviewer.
I can do this all by myself, no?
Yeah.
Run from here to the interview desk, run from the interview desk to the analyst desk afterwards.
Yeah. Welcome to the ZCS, the Zven Championship Series. All right, he's heading down to the stage now. He'll be taking care of the interview. Kobe, this was a good one from Team Liquid.
This certainly was a good one. I have been loving the teams that fully embrace aggro strategies where they pick a bunch of winning lanes and then snowball off those winning lanes. Grab your neutral objectives, keep harassing your opponents, and Team Liquid this time around, they just made it look really, really nice. Nothing to stop that snowball, no wave clear on the other side, so once they got going, this is the end scene, okay? This is a little unfair with how far they are.
Explode.
We got the Hex Soul to boot as well. All game long, they've been blowing up. That Ziggs bomb was large.
Yeah, double it plus half his HP just to Mega Inferno Bomb.
Yes, and the Draven crit was over 1,000 there. So everybody's putting up big numbers at this time. The only thing that stalled TL here was that the minion wave went down, and so then they had to wait for extra minions to come on in.
Yeah. But then they farmed up Akali in the meantime.
The Akali minion.
Yes, the Akali minion got farmed a couple of times this game. And they wait for the respawns. They know that Busio and Doublelift are coming back, and they're like, you know what? We probably need a couple more kills here. We want to farm some of those like Player of the Week nominations or whatever. That's what you got to do. You got to be thinking about the whole split as a complete thing. Anyway, the game's all wrapped up. It's time for us to join Zven and Core2j on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Flowers. I'm here with Core2j.
Hello.
First of all, congratulations. Nice game.
Nice. Thank you.
So in typical esports fashion, how do you feel?
Yeah, I feel nice. Even our team didn't know what Jix does. I mean, people yesterday, but we heard he's really good at Jix, and then we tried to figure out how to use Jix, and then apparently it is broken.
It did look pretty broken. So APA is the only 6 mid player I think we have in the LCS. So on that topic, I know you maybe can't answer why you guys changed mid laners, but how's it been playing with APA so far?
It was pretty sudden, obviously, but I think he's been grinding a lot in solo queue and champions queue, and then in our academy challengers. I think he earned the chance.
Yeah.
Then I'm glad he did well in this week.
One thing I was wondering, before when you had Harry playing, you guys were speaking Korean in game, right?
Yeah.
So now with APA, who can't speak Korean, I'm assuming, you guys are talking English, right? How is that changing for you guys?
I would say we're saying 90% Korean right now, and then 10% English, to give him information what we are doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's just mid playing 6, killing minions, and you guys are just talking Korean. He's like, yeah, sounds good, guys.
Pretty much it. Yeah, pretty much right.
Okay, so about this draft you guys just played, you guys chose a low CC but a heavy lane phase winning composition.
Yeah.
And you guys had a really good lane phase bot.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about your opponents in the ball lane here? Because before you guys played, we had a ball lane ranking from the casters, and Honor Thieves was actually highly ranked compared to what some people might think.
Okay.
That seems surprising to you? That seems a little bit surprising. You don't think they're so good?
I don't know who is good bot laner in LCS, so.
Yeah, me neither. There's a lot of bad ball laners out there, right?
Yeah, I don't know who other bot laner is good other than us, so,
This guy right here.
Yeah.
This. Okay, well, I didn't get any questions, so I'm just kind of winging it.
Okay,
but,
okay.
TL is not doing too hot right now in standings, are they?
Oh, yeah.
So you guys beat us, which is nice, but you guys are still, what, 4th or 5th place right now?
I think we are 1st place, yeah.
Classic for Team Liquid, eh?
Yeah.
But you guys are doing pretty well so far with APA. Do you feel like this is what you guys needed to, become a top-tier team?
I think we were always really close to be really good team, and then we drew many games, and we somehow couldn't end the game.
Yeah.
And I don't know, putting APA in will fix everything. But so far, he's doing really well. And then at least this week we did pretty well. So I hope we'll keep doing well.
I hope you don't keep doing well. But with that said, I'm out of questions. I don't know if it's time for a break now, but I hope it is. So thank you for watching, and we're going on a break now.
Thank you.
Nice Jax!
Nice! Nice!
APA!
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro Series. Shall we get started then? This speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
Hello and welcome back to This or That with Kobe and Jap, presented by Verizon.
You look good.
Hot off that Team Liquid smash.
They are looking good too.
Thank you.
APA.
That's nice today. I like this. Okay, keep the compliments coming. Let's get into the slides. see what we got. Oh, first one's about APA. Favorite thing about him so far? The dance moves or the trash talk? In the first game, he was all chatting.
They both take a lot of confidence, honestly. Like,
do they? So this one, they were already stomping. They were already winning really hard.
Let me tell you, take every League player. All of them are willing to trash talk and all chat. Not all of them will do this.
Yeah.
So this is actually more unique. So I'm going this.
And it's fully embracing, you know, the Champions Queue victories that he got.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't want to play a lot of Champions Queue. I respect that. Put in a lot of work.
Rank 1 Champions Queue.
Uh-huh. I also like that he just spams the emotes.
Yeah, he wears that more than I expected. Slide number 2 on this or that. Which solo queue power pick should see LCS play? Karthus, Talon, or Akshan?
I'm a big Talon fan, but I think Akshan would actually be more likely. Karthus is definitely viable as jungle, bottom, or mid even.
Proximity is like my jam so far. So it's just going to be Karthus, because I think Karthus bottom.
But so let's get deep into it. Which one should we see LCS
I think also Karthus. Yeah, I just don't think Talon's going to work people ward too well.
I think we need more AD mid laners with Tristana, with Jason Tristana getting banned.
Yone, Jace.
Talon makes games interesting, roaming around, flipping over walls, invading junglers, killing them on their camps.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be wrong, you can say
and he's
Talon,
risky.
Karthus.
I'm sticking to my guns. I'm sticking to Talon.
Okay.
I'm in a Katarina Talon autofill mid. Do you believe in Jensen to Worlds?
This is hard because he's done it 8 times in a row. No one else has ever done it that many times, let alone that many times in a row. Get Jensen to Worlds. I'm going that.
What? You don't think so? You're going to be a Debbie Downer?
Yep.
Why?
Because I think Cloud9's going to Worlds, Golden Guardian's going to Worlds, and either EG or TL are going to Worlds. That doesn't leave room for Jensen. Although there are 4. There are 4 teams this year.
They could be our 4th. Then they could beat the EU team. Yeah. I'm in there. I'm in there. Jensen's got the magic. It's gonna make it happen. It's summer. Dignitas is turning around. They're playing top lane carries. Top lane. They got a Lowy banned against them, Jat.
Sure. I mean, like, you're gonna get the brownie points right now because it's the nice thing to say. But check back in a couple months. It's gonna be that. Next slide. I'm just going to disagree with Kobe. Easier case to make this Palafox is a top 3 mid, or that FBI is a top 3 AD carry.
Interesting.
It's not saying they are, but what's an easier one to argue?
13-minute pentakill makes it a little easier. Today, helping out. Okay, I'm going to go.
25 stack Medjai's, LeBlanc, Palafaker, in all their wins, he really pops off. I actually think this is an easier case to make because the mid pool is pretty weak.
That definitely has been the case.
It's this.
All right, I'm with you. Yeah! Palafaker to the top.
Okay, next slide. This or that. Who is your TSM MVP? Boogie, Insanity, or Wild Turtle?
So mine has been Wild Turtle over the entire stretch because he's been so consistently delivering for TSM. Although there is a bigger difference, of course, because they keep changing Insanity in and out. I feel like that's going to get a lot of votes.
Right. I mean, they did, like,
I love
mysteriously
Turtle.
half him out when he had to play against JoJo. And just like, take that one, and then Sandy's like, haha, I win all my games. But anyway, he actually has been really good. So I'm going to still say Wild Turtle, though.
He's been so consistent.
He's actually been so consistent in team fights.
Boogie did have a really good game this week, but that's not enough for me to extend the consistency that Turtle's had.
This is a good question. We'll see if they can beat Golden Guardians. Final slide has to do with Golden Guardians.
Do you believe Golden Guardians will break the 9-9 curse? They have never in the history of the organization gotten more than 9 wins. They are currently at 8 wins. So breaking the curse would mean getting 2-10.
Think of all the times they've had a lot of wins and then suspiciously lost. I don't think they want to get to 10 wins.
So they only need 2 more wins in 7 games. That's doable for me. The team is looking really good right now.
So you're going to say there's been an org.
Yeah.
For
All
6,
in.
7
Look
years,
at that. I'm all in.
That 10 wins is inevitable. They get 9 if they beat TSM next.
Inevitable is a strong word.
It's definitely going to happen. Nothing could possibly curse Golden Guardians from getting the 10 wins. That's a wrap for this or that. Send us your questions in the comments. Kobe, you got to go cast their maybe 9th win.
No time to start like the present.
Yeah, Flowers and Kobe take it away. That's why I was giving you time to leave, but you stood around to say that there is no time like the present, and we're done. Flowers.
Hey, welcome back. I'm Flowers. There's no Kobe yet. You know, we've had a couple of pauses today, so I'm sure you guys don't want to hear me say a bunch of stuff like I'm trying to buy some time. So instead, go ahead, pull up a nice warm cup of coffee, or it's kind of late, so maybe don't do that, but get yourself comfy. It's time for a little Skarner lore reading. Long before the rise of Shurima's great empire, the remote northwestern valleys. Oh, wait, hold on. We're starting to champ select. All right, man, I don't know what to say during this. Skarner's not getting picked during this. I'll tell you that right now. Oh, hey.
More Skarner lore time?
Welcome back. That's what I was going to do, but then they started champ select on me, and then I was a little confused for a second, but I'm glad to have you back, buddy.
I always love the Captain Flowers Skarner lore. I've been turning into the Captain Flowers of Volibear recently. Spamming Volibear only, getting into the Volibear lore as well. It's deep, let me tell you.
Is it?
It is.
I thought he was just a bear. He likes the snow.
No, he's a demigod. He's got a lot of problems with his siblings. You know, I can relate to that.
Yeah. Okay.
Ornn and Anivia giving him a rough early childhood.
Is Volibear's brother?
Anivia is Volibear's sister. Ornn, brother.
Anivia's a girl?
Yeah.
Huh. I learn something new every day. Okay.
There you go. Bird girl.
Well, all right. Kindred and Aphelios and Rumble and Rakan and Sejuani and LeBlanc all banned away, and Tristana is locked in first pick. I am not surprised.
Yeah, honestly, we were talking about the AD mid laners, and Tristana right now is coming at a premium, especially because Maokai is also so good. So honestly, kind of expect TSM to lock in jungle in the first 1, 2, 3 here, and maybe lock AD carry as well. Support going to counterpick has become a lot more prevalent, so that's getting dropped from first set of picks a lot more often. So I feel like that's a pretty easy path for them to go. Meanwhile, Golden Guardians, they instantly go for the Ashe for Stixxay, which initially I'm a little bit sad about because Stixxay has been carrying so well, but of course the Aphelios is banned out, and so maybe they feel like it's really just been the Aphelios magic, and without that, they'd rather have the utility of the Hawkshot of the Ashe Arrow engage.
I like Poppy a lot into Tristana because the same thing that lets Tristana get away with so much BS with her rocket jump, where she just seems to buffer through everything, makes it so easy for Poppy to stop her from rocket jumping away with Steadfast Presence. You can see her start the casting animation and interrupt it on command, like reactively. You don't even have to predict when she's going to do it. So I'm a big fan of this. As a player that doesn't have very good mechanics, low barriers of execution appeal to me. So looks like TSM are deciding, hey, well, we're going to give ourselves a very powerful front line here to go along with this Cannon and Tristana. We got the Maokai locked in. Are we also going to take this guy for the top side? No, of course not, because Renekton's up.
Yeah,
I'm getting tired of Renekton.
There's some pretty easy pairings to pick, and the Maokai is another one of those. So no surprise there from TSM. They don't actually, though, lock in their AD carry here, so they've decided to keep the Tristana allure of the flex alive, although the chances of it going bottom are significantly less. I will say Wild Turtle has some of LCS's all-time highlights on Tristana. Just ask Steaky about the crits at the hands of Turtle, and you can get into some deep history there. Gory, though, pulls out the Sylas into the Maokai. You're looking for a couple things for good Sylas angles. Alistar, Maokais are at the very top for amazing ults to steal. So no hesitation from him, even into that Tristana.
Yep, I love seeing them lock that in before their opponents have a chance to ban it out to keep that stolen Maokai ulti away from them. Kai'Sa banned out by Golden Guardians. Melio banned out by TSM. If you have Maokai and you want to lock down the whole enemy team, the last thing you want is this dude just giving everybody an instant get-out-of-jail-free card in the AoE and negating the whole thing.
Especially if your Maokai just gave their Sylas Maokai ult, and then they have Melio ult to nullify your Maokai ult.
That feels bad.
That's very much feels bad. So good job. Yeah, I definitely agree banning that one out. It's also a really good pairing with Ashe. The Ashe Melio is one of the best duos for Ashe, so targeting Stixxay there, trying to keep him down. He's definitely been one of the best performers. Golden Guardians with the Karma ban as well, and we've seen a slight increase in attempted like double poke bottom lanes.
Yeah.
So maybe thinking something like an Ezreal Karma lane was going to come through with the Tristana staying in mid in Insanity's hands, and the Rel also taken out for the extra engage here.
All right, get the pasta ready. Casante's locked in for Golden Guardian.
4,700 HP?
Only 15 mana on the queue. Oh, and I am not going to be surprised at all if this gets locked in. Turtle has had plenty of pop-off moments on this champion. I think it's become pretty iconic for him, like lifetime as well as here in this split. So that one gets locked in for TSM on the Jinx. And then, hey, if they have some powerful engage tools, I love a Braum to be able to disengage. He's great for blocking the enchanted crystal arrows from long range. He can stop the stolen Maokai ultis, just tank up, have everybody else fall in behind him. I'm liking the picks here.
Yeah, Braum is especially good with multiple melee champions for your opponents. Really, really difficult to get over that large AoE. Can apply passive to multiple people. So brings the whole team fight together there for TSM. TSM with the double AD carries, super beefy front line here.
Whoa.
Hey, we get the sack! We're getting... I actually love the trend in the LCS over the last couple of weeks where we're getting so many more fringe champion picks. And now we actually get to talk about a couple of things that you normally don't get to. You know, you have to gloss over. But Zach is actually really strong right now. If you can protect the level 1, your first clear is always a little bit sketchy on the Zach. You are prone to invades. And especially since TSM have a Braum, I actually expect TSM to formulate a level 1 invade plan now against the Zach to start this game out. Get in there and start targeting immediately once you see that late pick. But,
man, that's support Zach.
I got so happy with it. It's support Zach. Way less cool for me, but it's still definitely effective in the bottom lane versus some of these melee matchups. Huhi has been one of the LCS supports to play all of the melee supports under the sun very effectively and getting those engages off.
With all
I am so high. I really want to see Jungle Zach played though. But you can still go. The support items are so good for him right now. Even Shroud and Abyssal amp both his damage as well as all of your team's damage really, really effectively. Since you are support, you don't go probably for the Sunfire like the jungle Zach does.
And even Shroud and Abyssal are both cheap as hell.
Yeah,
really
that's
easy
the
to buy
best part. That's why I love them for junglers as well.
All right, let's do it.
Don't tell Riot that you're not a support.
Okay, yeah. Don't listen to this part, Riot. All y'all that are watching, just turn it off for a couple minutes.
All right.
Okay, so this is our last game of the day, our last game of this week, number 4. And if the Golden Guardians get a win here, they will tie that all-time record that they've had mini splits before of 9 wins.
It's a big one. But to tie it is not enough.
They gotta break it.
We really want to break that because the curse for the entire duration of the existence of the organization
since 2018,
Golden Guardians, never getting more than 9 wins. First step, though, is to get their flowers, of course. All right. Started out now. Off the back of a support Zach would be a big way to do it.
There's a lot of engage here on the side of Golden Guardians. Gory can steal away that Maokai ulti like we were talking about. You've got Stixay's arrow. You've got Huhi flying over the top of everybody. River can find one of those wall angles. And then, you know, Cassante just files in and starts causing a ruckus. I like what these guys can do.
That's a good description of Cassante.
He just shows up. He's like, all right, I got the Intofos. Where are we going? I like this comp. I hope the Golden Guardians can make it really work out super well here. I think that this is a team that sort of surprised everybody this year with how well they've been doing, and I love seeing the innovation being the icing on that cake. He steps up with the stretching strikes, just bangs their heads together, and Stixay is free firing on Wild Turtle. Exhaust comes out from TSM. It's traded for the cleanse there on Stixay's Ash. So 2 summoner spells spent by TSM, the cleanse as well on the Jinx.
And biggest part, Flowers, is the jungle. You've got a Poppy who went Raptors down to Steel Red here for River. I would like this aggressive look for him. He goes his own Raptors down to red so he can be around this spicy bottom lane with Huhi landing the first Q there on Chime and Wild Turtle, getting a knock together, getting the summoner spell trade. Looks like this wave is going to crash a little bit early, and he's just going to steal away the red for now. But Hawkshot goes up as well and finds Maokai. They know 100% the Maokai's top side. This is a 3v2.
Okay, River walks over a ward, so TSM's bottom lane is aware of the potential dive here. Golden Guardian's still got to do a little bit more work, though, to shove the wave up. River does not get the connect on the wall stun there on Wild Turtle, and that means he's the one who has to flash away.
It's okay, though, because Poppies will 95% of the time run Hex Flash. River is doing that in this game, so defensive flash there from him. He can still use it later on for offensive Hex Flash setups, but now they're getting boogie ganked to come check. They scope him out, no problem there, and they'll just return back to their own side now.
Hex Flash is one of those runes that it feels really, really good on some champions, and on other ones, it's pants on head useless. But Poppy's one of the ones that is just
Pants could be a cool hat, okay?
I mean,
there's some use there. Come on. Where's your fashion sense, Flowers?
Poppy loves this thing, man. I love Hex Flash on Poppy. I think it opens up so many cool angles for plays, and hopefully River can make some use of that. You know, over the chicken wall is one of my favorites.
Over the back of the Dragon Pit is another really good angle that you can do with it, and that would allow them to try and keep up some pressure on that bottom side, keep playing off of this Zac jungle that we want to see be the star of the show. And so far, Stixxay being able to push them in, but it's a mid gank and he's toast.
Boogie with the flash for the lockdown, man. TSM get the first blood, and they get the money on Insanity.
Yeah, fancy little moves for this Poppy. Oh, going Raptors invid. Haha, diving our bottom lane. But good old-fashioned flash W point and click from Maokai. Undodgeable unless you flash really early to get out of the range there. So really good collapse, and getting a first kill onto a Tristana versus a Sylas matchup is so painful. Already Tristana just beats on Sylas. Really hard for Sylas to keep up the HP to be able to CS with, and since some of those die on tower during the exchange there, he's going to be hurting a little bit even more. Insanity will be able to just get his full recall off and walk back. So Insanity keeps his teleport, whereas Gory, of course, using his to get back out. Maokai's going to look for a mid while River looks bottom.
River with the Hex Flash over the wall to avoid the ward and also guarantee that he gets there in time as the wave crashes. Nicely played here from the Golden Guardians, but now Huhi's blobs are going to die thanks to the reinforcement of TSM's mid laner. Insanity wanted to keep this one going a little bit further. Nice sidestep there to get away from the E2 on the Sylas. River just barely misses out on the maximum range for the stun into the wall. And Golden Guardians have to walk it away. They will not get a return kill back on the Trist.
Yeah, that was so close to being another one. Inches away from that wall. Forces the flash here. Insanity saw it coming as soon as Gory dashed to the side there. Was going to come out, but we did see the difference in the teleports there. Insanity gets down, plus 800 gold. The lead stays for TSM, and they rotate Wild Turtle up towards mid lane because they kept Insanity down there, trying to push off that extra one. Should be able to shove it back out and rotate right back down, no problem. But here goes Cassante.
All right, Licorice is all out. Haunter gonna get juggled back there with a third in Tofo strike, but Haunter might be able to turn this one around. Never mind, here comes River, and it's Huhi who gets the kill.
I love it. He picks the Zac support, and Flowers, he's making plays from minute 1 in this game. Zac all over the place. Roam timer, first one for Huhi, immediately to the top side to get that kill for the squad.
And he's also playing Bubblegum Zac. So you just know you're trying to lane, you're trying to have a good time, and this big old ugly piece of bubblegum just shows up, splatters all over the lane, and steals the kill. That's a tilter. That's important, I think.
It really is. Otherwise known as the Majin Buu skin. If you watch any Dragon Ball.
Oh, yeah, I remember him.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, all right, you're talking my language. I usually miss the anime reference.
I saw your face immediately contort, and you're like,
I had to think. I had to engage parts of my brain that don't normally get used as Gory runs back away from Insanity, who wanted to rocket jump forward there, get some more value out of that explosive charge, but it's not going to happen here this time around. TSM still up a little bit of gold, but honestly, it's not a whole lot. Game can still go either way, as it's been pretty even here for the first 7 minutes. Remember, the previous game, Team Liquid was up almost 2,000 gold at this same timer on the clock.
I love the action so far, the pace of this game. And now turning back towards this bottom side river here. Maokai moving through with the control ward, dropping an extra sapling here. Just trying to create some more space, some more vision for Insanity to push Gory in. If you can keep this Tristana farming plates, trying to force Gory to miss CS.
Well, Gory, luckily for Insanity, is out of mana now, so he's not going to be able to do a whole lot more chasing, but he does have the Buster Shot stolen away.
And it should be able to well, never mind, he's going to go for it again. He does have stolen Tristana ult, so you have a little bit of extra burst there towards the end, but not able to find the engage this time around. And now the squad is going to go clear out the extra wards that were just placed and free up that lane again.
Exactly. Back in the bottom lane. It's still a slight CS lead for Stixxay on the Ashe. Huhi doing a lot of roaming around, so it's not like Stixxay can push a lot of advantages without his support being nearby. River will just pass through mid here, shadow Gory a little bit.
Yeah. And the reason we keep calling out this section of the river, it's so important because you have these supports that can get off really powerful ganks. Zach's support coming from bottom lane still can be really annoying for the mid lane matchup, and you want Gory, or you want Insanity to be able to play as aggressively as possible, so they're trying to keep it clear. And on the side of Golden Guardians, you want Gory to be able to go for these stylish trades and keep threatening. And we're going to see just that right now.
He's standing on top of a control ward, so he knows his opponents cannot see him in the fog right now. River coming around from the side as Huhi jumps into the mid lane, and now problems for the Golden Guardians. Licorice is found out by Boogie and Haunter. River's trying to disengage it with a Keeper's Verdict, but Insanity's already killed off Licorice. Nice pickup there for TSM.
Actually, beautiful stuff there from TSM, keeping Licorice at arm's length, so he can't ult anybody through the wall, so he has no escape. Maokai ult just roots him up. He's pinned there. They kill him from range, burst him down, and should be able to get the objective off of it. 2v1 at the beginning, did a lot of work. Licorice was trying to get early position on Herald, but TSM all over it. And it's starting out with another strong game for this squad. TSM with Insanity back in the driver's seat in mid lane, looking a lot better. 3 kills for him on that Tristana. All according to the game plan, Flowers.
He was playing the Graves mid, he's playing Tristana mid. The guy is comfortable on these marksman mid laners, and TSM are reaping the rewards from that one. Even has a nice little tidy CS lead for himself. No early Drake take from either side this time around. Early Cloud doesn't have that same sort of attractiveness as the Ocean or the Hex might.
In fact, a lot of times it even dissuades me from going for early Dragons, as Gory is just getting shot in the back.
Yeah, he took a whole bunch of bullets to the head on that one. Sanity forces him right back out of lane.
But yeah, not only does the Cloud Dragon, the buff isn't that great, but also it does the most DPS because dragons do percentage health damage and has the highest attack speed of dragons. So for a lot of junglers, it's really annoying, especially for tanks to be able to take. So it does get left off. Never mind.
Ooh, River looking to stop Insanity here. A second plate does go over to the TSM mid laner. Insanity is trying to get away from this one. He has to flash, though, as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow would have sealed his fate. He couldn't rocket jump because, again, River can reactively stop it with the Steadfast Presence. So Insanity was waiting until the last possible moment trying to save the flash, but that arrow forces the Summoner's Spell.
Fun Zac play here. Now taking over Extra Vision, though. They take the Raptors. They definitely have full wards around Dragon to set up for the 1v1. Licorice!
Licorice trying to duel Haunter down here, but it don't work out. Haunter takes him out.
He danced on his head!
A couple of emotes. Haunter's styling on him.
He just danced directly on top of Licorice's head. We'll see about that one. Renekton, turret plate on top side as well. He's pushing in for another one. Take a look at it. Okay, so Licorice with the ult under tower wanted to chase him down, but Haunter simply too much damage here with the Renekton ultimate, and Q3 does hit him closer to the turret again, but Licorice is toast.
Adios, buddy. And then, just spamming those emotes. I love it.
Kicked a little dirt on him.
We're getting a lot of personality this week in the LCS. I'm always a fan of seeing more of that. I want to see more trash talk. I want to see more emotes, more spam. I wish we could enable the alt chat, but I know sometimes things get a little spicy in the alt. Herald summon up in the mid lane, keeping things spicy there. Some more money for Insanity. Man, TSM's up 2,000 gold now, just shy of 12 minutes. Awesome early game from this squad.
Insanity, definitely a rich mid laner here for TSM, but Gory does have the stolen Maokai ult. See if the teammates make the difference here.
I like this Firefighter Tristana pick from Insanity because that was the original. You remember how that was the original legendary skin? These days they put all the fancy particle effects and new animations, voices, all sorts of stuff on them. And back then it's like, hey, this Tristana has a hat. All the other ones don't.
And it's kind of like the little splash of water comes out of the gun too.
Yeah, it's like a piece out of time. But Insanity is having a time of his life here in this mid lane. Awesome early game from him so far. As River's going to start up the Drake finally. 12.5 minutes into the game. Plates have almost fallen, and finally we're going to see some attention on this neutral objective in the south side of Summoner's Rift. As TSM send Boogie and Chime and Insanity over to see what's going on. But Huhi's over the wall. Enchanted Crystal Arrow leads the way, and now the Nature's Grasp is ready to follow it up. Boogie in some trouble here as Huhi's trying to bounce all over these guys. Chime with the retreat back over the wall as Insanity wants to re-engage, but Huhi with a good drop, dropping the aggro here with a stopwatch. Haunter's in the middle of 5, but that's not where he wants to be. Goodbye, Crocodile. Golden Guardians get 2.
Where are you going, Insanity? He rocket jumps right into the enemy team there. Point blank, Golden Guardians sit him down. And my boy Zachary with a nice little engage over the top here.
Zachary.
Who he's on a ward, so they see him coming, but Ash Arrow into Zach plus Maokai Ultimate is a great start out, so they get a pretty big lead. The initial disengage there, but what comes is the re-engage. So I think it's off this teleport. He's counting on Haunter to be the other part of the pincer, but he goes a little early. Like, Haunter's not even there yet. Haunter's teleport still had another, like, second on completion. And so since the Renekton can't flash in at the same time that the Tristana rocket jumps in, TSM got a little antsy, and Insanity went a little bit too early on their re-engage, so Golden Guardians very happy to try and get some kills back for themselves, because they needed it, honestly. And TSM, they're still nursing a nice 1,900 gold lead for themselves, but Golden Guardians happy to get a little something.
Plus, remember, when Tristana jumps in with the rocket jump, the thing that resets it is setting off the explosive charge. The charge was strapped to Huhi. Huhi went into stopwatch. You're not getting any more stacks. You're not getting any more charges on that explosive. You're not getting back out. And Tristana just ends up sealing her own fate there. It was nicely played from the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, Huhi doing a lot of work so far on this Zach. Let's see if it's enough for Golden Guardians to actually mount the comeback, though. They got step number 1. They got the bounty off the Tristana, and they're getting step number 2 done now.
All right, first Drake, 15 minutes into the game, finally about to go over the Golden Guardians there. Super Mega Death Rocket takes it low, but not low enough to steal it away. Secured by River and the Golden Guardians.
I gotta say, those things really make you sweat. The rockets, before your smite has evolved fully to the 1200, it's really annoying to deal with there. Doesn't get this one, though. Turtle still at the top of the gold charts, though.
Do you remember when they were bugged and they could hit neutral objectives for like 2,000 damage? And they would just steal stuff from you all the time anyway?
Yeah, and everybody blames you anyways.
I hated those things. Those were the worst rockets of all time. Unless you were a Jinx player, then you probably loved them. But Haunter's going to go ahead and finish off this top lane tier 1 turret. That'll be a 2-0 turret lead for the side of TSM. While Golden Guardians try to make a play here in the mid lane, but Wild Turtle is having none of it. Ready to turn some of that damage around, and Huhi just gives him a free kill. Avert your eyes, Zach players. That one was not good.
This is exactly what TSM want, though. So much money into Wild Turtle. He has been so consistent for this team. Really strong carry for them for team fights. And we'll see what he can do with that money on next back. He's going all the way up to secondary turret right now.
Did River just flash a FlyQuest emblem?
I was looking at the mini-map. So I'm going to default to trust and say, hell yeah, he did.
Okay, hell yeah, brother. All right, TSM are going to pick up a Rift-Tailed here for themselves now. Continuing to try to build that lead, build that momentum, build towards this mid-game snowball that they just want to completely wash Golden Guardians away from the Rift on. You can see first items being completed for just about everybody now. 3 Kraken Slayers on the map, both 80 carries as well as that mid laner there for TSM and Insanity. Gore Drinker done for the Renekton now for a little bit of that extra tankiness. Honestly, the only 2 without the fully completed item are Boogie and Chime, and I would have to think that Boogie's got to be close.
Yeah, and Turtle's closing in on 2 here. And they just rotate the Jinx with no flash into mid lane. You want to keep Wild Turtle as safe as possible. There are so many forms of engage from Golden Guardians that can come from off screen. Your Ash Arrow into your Zac combination. So you see good play here from Turtle. Just hovers on tower, stay mid. As long as you're right underneath it, you shouldn't be the victim of a dive, and continue farming up.
And yeah, Boogie completes the Demonic Embrace right after I mention it, and even slightly before he gets that first item, Haunter's now got 2 fully completed ones. The Gore Drinker plus the Black Cleaver, the Renekton plus 43 CS over Cassante. Haunter's been having an awesome game here so far up against Licorice.
Yep, you got the kill, got the solo kill, got the dance on him, got a bunch of turret money. Now we're gonna see the remnants of this turret go down though.
Okay, River starting it off with the Keeper's Verdict to make sure they got a massive numbers advantage, and Turtle is already dead. Nicely played from the Guardians to take out the enemy carry and the mid lane turret.
So, about that plan to just play safe.
Yeah.
Rough, to do against the Golden Guardians with this much engage. Turtle had the cleanse, but that is not enough. Golden Guardians make the dive good. They get the turret as well. They chop that gold lead back down a little bit.
I looked at the cleanse. I did not see any moves because Wild Turtle could not get away from that one. No, sir. Easy pickup there for Golden Guardians, and they're making this game interesting. I was getting a little bit worried when TSM were getting up to 3,000 gold that we were going to have another stomp, but we are seeing some blows back and forth from both sides.
Yeah, I think the critical kill to get the bounty off Tristana in that mid-game fight, where you're talking about the stopwatch from Huhi and
Insanity.
Trailing Braum, though.
Jumped on by Gory, who fires off the Buster Shot and then flashes away from Winter's Bite to guarantee that TSM can't chase him down. I like Gory going for that because if Chime isn't there, he 100% gets that kill.
Yeah, definitely bullies him back. And the minions stop the recall. This might open up another timing here. I believe they saw.
Meanwhile, Huhi going after Boogie. Stretching strikes, but nothing to stretching strike him into. All right, everybody retreats now. Gory's like, nah, I don't want any more of this. Reinforcements are coming. TSM can collapse. There's no point in giving away a free kill. It's less than 60 seconds until the Drake spawns. Only the second one of the game. 19, almost 20 minutes in because that first one was delayed so far. So do not be expecting any sort of soul win conditions in this one anytime soon.
And there's a lot of open area to look for picks right now. You've got the long range Ashe, Zac combination. Maokai has to be a little bit wary of Sylas positioning right now. Don't want to give him the Maokai ultimate too early. So actually running straight down mid lane. Gory's looking for it. Can he yoink it?
Whoa. Where's it at, buddy? Nope. The Herald just finds its way into the tier 2 turret. Not going to get a kill, though, and TSM retreat a little bit further backwards. They want to make sure they have control over this bot side river as the Drake spawns here in 3, 2, 1. Objective is up. River looking to see if there's an angle here off to the side as Insanity will try to clear out the waves. Licorice will be the one leading the charge for Golden Guardians. TSM making sure they got to protect this mid laner. Insanity cannot be the first one to die here as River finds a wall slam and then immediately retreats with a steadfast presence. Gory's got the Maokai ulti now.
The phase rush is so funny. Go in for a little charge, just playing. Runs right back out. Golden Guardians leash the dragon. Huhi up here, there's no vision from TSM, so the Zac will be out of vision. They try and sniff out the possible flank. They don't contest the dragon though, they give it up to Golden Guardians. The position was too good. There are too many angles there for the engage for Golden Guardians. TSM don't want to give it to him.
I love that call from TSM. It's only second Drake of the game. It's only a Chemtech Drake at that. They're fine giving it away. It's not worth the risk for that little bit of reward. But Golden Guardians will secure themselves that second Drake. It's an Infernal Rift. So things could get pretty interesting here. It's a little unlucky on Infernal Rift to have Infernal Rift spawn when you're playing Zac, because normally you love being able to abuse the fact that you can ignore terrain, and now there's just less of the terrain. Also for Poppy, not the greatest.
Yeah,
you can't bang him.
Got an ability to knock people into walls, and there's less walls.
Yeah, it's a little bit troll here for a couple of the Golden Guardians players, but hey, what can you do? That's RNG. Okay, never mind. We're not going to get anything there. Just a little bit of jockeying for position, seeing who can control the brushes. Licorice versus Haunter here in the bot lane. Again, the farm just continues growing in favor of Haunter even after the laning phase has ended. These guys are still just stuck dealing with one another in the side lane, and it's Haunter who remains in control.
Been doing a good job there, pushing in as well, so he should have first move. They both have teleports for the top laners, which are currently bottom lane, but he's getting the first recall off with the extra wave, and the rest of TSM just trying to control their own jungle here as Chime clears out an extra ward, and they do secure blue, no problem.
And I don't expect Golden Guardians to try to force anything right there because of the fact that Gory's stolen Maokai ulti was about to time out. He had to just cast it up in the top lane like you saw. And since they don't have the Maokai ulti available to use, they know that that's an advantage they would much rather have if they're going to force a fight into TSM territory. So for now, Golden Guardians has to back up, and TSM will try to clear out some more of that vision here. Sweepers and control wards abound, but there is still river control for the Golden Guardians overall.
See if they can actually make a hard push towards it. Because right now, Haunter just went straight back down towards bottom side. He's back to pushing. Again, he's one wave earlier than Licorice. So TSM are pretty happy to get the early move. Oh, -1. Not so happy anymore, are ya?
Nope. Sorry, Mr. Crocodile.
Man, the Observer's not letting them get away with that one. Usually they're real nice. They're like, cannon minion, yeah, just tab away to somebody else. Whew. The shame cam on
Feel
that
the
one.
consequences of that one. He might be up plus 60, but it's really only like plus 57 now because the cannon's worth so much.
Brutal. Savage. Wrecked. All right. Back to the age-old fight over positioning on Baron. Saplings give you the small advantage, but Boogie doesn't have the same backup, so see if Gory can actually get another burst angle. You saw how much damage he's able to put into Insanity before.
Yeah.
And he does have his Zhonya's completed, so he definitely wants to look for one of these aggressive all-in plays. And Boogie on the Zac was maxing E, even though he was support also, by the way, so he's looking for the long range.
And Gory is level 14. Insanity just now leveled up to 13. Pretty big EXP difference between mid laners here, especially considering how good Insanity was doing early on in the game with a 3-kill lead. As, again, neither team wanting to overcommit. Neither team wanting to be the one that jumps into a situation, getting caught off guard, getting punished. And Gory feels confident in this side lane situation. Sylas feels like he just becomes another champion once you've got both of these active items online with the Everfrost and the Zhonyas. It enables so much playmaking both offensively and defensively. And with Gory being such an important piece in the Golden Guardians puzzle for how this team has turned around from being perennially 10th place to being 2nd place in spring, I think that this is the kind of guy they can trust to pop off in those moments. But who he's getting caught? Passive hop. Meanwhile, back in the bottom lane, Licorice is all out, and Haunter's in some trouble. Licorice with a flash forward for the solo kill and the shutdown, but with who he also taken out in the other side of the rift, it means Golden Guardians still got a problem to answer.
This is going to be interesting because Licorice won the 1v1. He can teleport in. The Baron's just getting burst, though.
Yeah, they're going to take the Baron. TSM are going straight in for this, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow misses. Gory has to pop the Zhonyas just to stay alive. Wild Turtle tries to get away, but Gory takes him down. Licorice and River and Stixay against Insanity, Chime and Boogie. Boogie's going to be shot to pieces by the arrows as Insanity wants to fire back. Over the wall goes River, and he slams him in the face with the hammer. It's a double kill for Insanity as the Ash is finished off, but Licorice and River want to get Chime. He'll barely escape and critically keep the Baron alive for at least one player on TSM.
What a fight. Poppy barely has enough damage to finish off Insanity, but the explosive charge still exploded and got the extra kill. Okay, Maokai ultimate, good job there. TSM keep River out. They had Maokai ult and Chime on River denial duty, so they secure the Baron, but then it gets dicey with Licorice teleporting in off of his win there, and Stixay, that Hurricane did so much there. He was spreading a lot of damage. You see Stixay on the bottom side, though. Insanity got his ult off at the very end, so the explosive charge kills him off screen, while River just barely has enough hammer shock damage to kill him, too. This one is bloody flowers. This one's been bloody all game long, and it's fun to watch. Golden Guardians up 2 dragons, but down 2,000 gold, and the Baron buff. TSM coming to make it more.
Pathmaker from Licorice ready to re-engage against TSM as they try to collapse on the Cassante. And Licorice now has to be careful. He's so very low, and Wild Turtle's ready to provide a little bit of extra damage. All out to escape for Licorice, but Stixay can't do the same. Gory gets shot to pieces next, and Insanity's grabbing yet another kill. TSM may have just found the window to try to end the game nice and early. Wild Turtle, Haunter, and Chime leading the charge. Critically remember, Chime was the one who survived. He is the one Baron buff for TSM, making sure this push hurts the Guardians.
Yeah, good 20 seconds here left on Stixay. 30 on Gory, and TSM gonna see what else they can get. 3v5 for the time being.
Licorice just wants to hold these guys off, but the Nature's Grasp has other plans. First Nexus turret is going to explode to Tristana as River and Licorice and who he all try to defend to no avail. The Nexus turrets fall. TSM goes straight for the throat, and they take down Golden Guardians.
All they need is one Baron buff left. TSM. Strong early showing, strong finish too, right after getting the Baron, immediately finding a pick in mid and running straight down mid.
TSM now 6-3 with Insanity in the mid lane. This backup mid laner had a couple of oopsies this game with the Tristana jumping into the middle of the fight there, but also had a couple of really clutch moments. Got to start out 3-0 thanks to some roams. Yeah. Had the kill onto the Axe, the explosive charge at the very end of that Baron fight. Honestly, this squad's looking pretty good, man.
Gotta say, Turtle and Haunter back on stage in TSM jerseys as well, performing. Haunter with some 1v1s early on in the game. Last one Didn't end up mattering. They got the Baron anyways.
They got the Baron. One guy survived with it. Props to Chime for escaping, making sure that they kept that Baron long enough to force the end of the game there. And I mean, at the end, yeah, Licorice had his 1v1 kill against Haunter before the Baron fight, but then he was the one who ended up getting caught in the mid lane, him dying, and then Stixxay dying right after just gave TSM that opportunity. And I love the fact that the team recognized, hey, that's enough. Push and win right here. Push, push, push.
Yep. And you saw that wild turtle smile off the win. Insanity just jumps right in. Good old Braum passive stun here. Licorice tries to do all he can on the Cassante, but no escape path for them.
And beautiful Glacial Fissure there from Chime to interrupt Huhi as he tried to engage with the Elastic Slingshot. Made it so that Zach couldn't get the positioning that he needed for the Let's Bounce and stopped any sort of full commit from the Golden Guardians.
Braum just does so much work with the double AD carry comp, allowing, you know, these aggressive rocket jumps forward here for Insanity to be able to capitalize and on top. And then being able to shove it right down mid lane into the Nexus turret. 3v5, Maokai ult under towers. They go for the dive, even with the knock up there. Huhi jumps in. Turtle's focusing on the towers. They blow those up. Insanity has this charge on it as well. They don't have to kill the tanks, just ignore them. Focus on the end.
Game ends when the Nexus falls, and TSM had the right targets in their sights.
Well played, yo.
Woo! 6-6 now in the league.
Really, really impressive stuff from this TSM squad. Definitely underestimated at the beginning of the split.
Oh, yeah.
So it's nice to see the performances coming through.
And now with the game all wrapped up and week 4 coming to a close, it's time to join Emily and Chime for the Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, I am joined by the victorious Chime of TSM. Congratulations. Obviously, I have to start in the bot lane because we saw the Zac support come out. I have no idea how the Zac Braum support matchup works, so you need to inform me.
Yeah, I don't really know either, but he kind of just like queued me and then flashed on him. I think it was a good level 1 play, and they just wanted to set up a bot dive. From level 1, we said like they have a really strong dive. Like with Poppy Zac, they're just going to trade 1-for-1 and like LPL style dive and like use Zac passive. So, I mean, yeah, they had a good plan. And yeah, I think I've noticed a theme where whenever we play Golden Guardians, whoever dives bot loses. So it like worked out for us.
Oh, I'll have to track that from now on. Because yeah, obviously they did end up setting up for that dive on you. They have played super, super aggressively in their level 1s, especially in the 2v2. So talk to me about just preparing for this Golden Guardians bot lane generally.
Yeah, I know Huhi has a really like a pretty good style, honestly, of just like if he's strong side, he will like trade any HP, any sums whatsoever, just to make it like as volatile as possible. And that's usually unavoidable. But I think we could have definitely played better around it. So yeah, I think it's just getting caught off guard by the fact that we're not used to playing versus Zac. Really, it's not an excuse, but it was a good execution by them.
Yeah, I mean, you guys still actually did have an early gold lead, especially off of Insanity's mid pressure. So I wanted to talk to you about, obviously, it was kind of an insane ending, post Baron fight into the next team fight into the end. So approaching Golden Guardians when it looked like they had more control over the map and the game, how did you guys end up setting up for that final fight?
Like for the after the post Baron fight? I mean, I was just walking on mid wave and Cassante got a little bit too close to me. So I tagged him and he had no flash. We knew their top side had flashed in the fight before that. So I just said like, you know, run them down. This is the perfect like fight for us. And yeah, I mean, anytime you hit double AD carry hitting front, it's going to be really good.
Yesterday, Turtle said, this is going to be a test for us, right? Because obviously we're taking on not only a top team, but a top team on a strong win streak, looking like they're improving. For TSM, how important is this specific win? Because I know sometimes people go back and forth, it's just a best of 1, etc. You guys look really, really strong this week, and it looked well prepared going into this game.
Yeah, I think there's a really common theme of like whenever we win, a lot of the times it's just like, oh, that team, like whoever we played had a bad day. And I think this is the first win we had over like a really strong team. So I think it should show that, you know, we're actually contesting and people just aren't having a bad day consistently every time we beat someone.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time and also educating me on the Zac Braum matchup as much as you know. We're going to throw it back to the LCS Lounge to close out the day.
Thank you.
There it is. That's a TSM dub. Did you guys expect that? What are you guys looking at?
Yeah, I predicted it. Look at my prediction.
This guy crushed it today.
That's true.
It
You
was a
killed
tough
your
day, and I
predictions.
went 3-2.
Yeah.
You killed your predictions.
If only M&S ran it down harder.
Oh my God! Pull up the
Had
Pog updates. We need to see the leaderboard. We just need to see first. We need to see today's Pogs first.
Raz.
Yes, we need to see today's Pogs first. Anything that catches your eye.
Insanity just keeps pumping out W's.
He is 6-3. We said, right?
Yeah, he's 3-0 this week. TSM was 3-3 before Ruby.
Right, and then
6-3.
He's 6-3. Insanity has a great win rate in the LCS right now. It's good to see Core JJ have a pop-off game again, actually. I think his thresh was incredible.
Ran a train in Busio, that's true.
Yeah, obviously destroyed Busio, but then saving Summit's ass left and right with
That was
the
beautiful.
lanterns, even Yon a couple times. He just had a really complete thresh game.
FBI had a great game down bot lane, too.
Core is really loud about Lantern as well. So, like, it actually really is nice to play with because he knows that he can save you and he'll just scream when he can. So, let's people pull off plays.
All right, let's pull out the leaderboard, see where they're at. Check out who is at the top. Still Jojo Pyun at 4 tied with Blabbers.
I wonder who our MVP candidates are this season.
I actually love how this lines up.
Contract.
It's literally JoJo and Blabber.
Yeah.
That's true, but Contracts, look, Energy didn't win many wins, but when they do, it's Contract that's leading the charge.
I will say, if Insanity never loses again, he might win MVP.
I was going to say, if Insanity keeps up a 66% win rate, they will end at, they got 6 more games, right? So he'll go 4-2 the last 2 weeks.
10-8.
You guys are puffing a lot of Insanity, guys.
10-5 record.
If they go,
well, it's relevant now.
if he goes 10-5 and picks up the most Pogs, he might end up on someone's ballot.
Double up to M&S. We didn't talk about them either, so that's nice to see from the Pog leaderboards. Let's go to the Samsung SSD Fast 5, so let's pull them up for this week. I'm interested to see who will be the top here. But yeah.
Samsung.
See what we got here. Look, Insanity once again. Fastest mythic
That's got to
item.
be from this game.
That's the slowest, fastest kill I've seen all split.
What?
No, there were some slower ones.
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
Yeah. There was like a 5-minute one, but it was because the jungler stole. Last week, when there were all those early first bloods, it was actually the junglers who stole them. When C9 did it to EG,
oh, this
and
is
then
only fastest bot lane kill. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know how this works, this graphic? There's one category
I now
for each
understand
lane.
that it's 5.
We've only had this graphic for like 6 years.
Glad we can educate you on that one.
A reminder here last week, so I forgot everything of the last 5 years.
I'm glad you can remind you on that one. Well, I'll give you a reminder to people out there that Samsung is partnered with Sleeper and the Fantasy LCS, and you can earn bonus points each week for drafting the fastest performers. Congrats to those who've earned bonus points this week. Plus, use the code SSD990 LCS through August 20th to get 10% off on the 990 Pro 1 and 2 terabyte SSDs. But, guys, we got to talk about the player of the week. Drum roll, drum roll. Boom!
It's your boy Insanity subbing back into TSM this week, leading them to a first 3-0 of the season, I think it is. Off the back of some monstrous games. That Tristana game right there was obviously a huge factor.
We've had some wild player of the weeks.
Yeah.
In what's been a wild summer. We had Armeo in week 2. Now we have Insanity here in week 4. 2 players that weren't even in the league last split have had performances that merit them player of the week. And it's really hard to argue against this Yone game. He had multiple solo kills onto Balulu.
Yes.
The Tristana game we just saw, he started 3-0. He's just finding ways to get fed early in every single one of these games.
Yeah, he's been huge for them. It was close. I will say this week, it was basically down to the game against Golden Guardians here and the fact that they won it.
True.
It was maybe 6A, maybe River, who knows. They both had a 2-0 week as well leading into this game. So the fact that they stopped that momentum that Golden Guardians had after beating a Cloud9 shows that TSM is not to be slept on in this league.
100%. This was a chaotic week. A lot of our top teams ended up taking losses in pretty drastic ways. So a lot of it was difficult, but Insanity had an amazing performance. So that's nice to see from somebody who's coming and returning.
Yeah.
But I'm interested to see
Strong
what the future
mental
holds.
on that, boy.
Boom. That's true.
It's the strongest mental is having no mental.
Let's see what the
That's how
future holds for him,
Insanity
though.
plays.
Let's see what the future holds for him as the Week 5 schedule. Anything that kind of catches you guys going into next week?
Got to see if TSM keeps that win streak up. Honestly, they were 3-6. They were completely out of my mind, but now I see them against Dignitas. That would move them to 7-6. Against Hunter Thieves, that's winnable. Against Team Liquid, who's also 6-6. Like, they're right in the thick of things, man.
I can already see the match of the week. Friday, Game 4, EG versus C9. That's definitely what I'm going to be looking out for. Golden Guardians versus EG. Actually, that's a really good week to watch an Evil Genius.
Evil Geniuses have a banger week.
Yeah. That's a fun one. Then Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Team Liquid beat Cloud9 the last time we saw them in that round robin.
Yeah, there's a couple good games. I'm also just looking forward to generally tracking Golden Guardians race for 10 wins.
Yeah.
Somehow they find ways.
Can they get it next week? I don't know.
Felt like they should have got it this game, and then suddenly Zach is locked in.
It's hard to get to because they're only it.
And we're back to Cloud9 leading the pack. Sure, tied with Evil Geniuses, but remember, beat Evil Geniuses in the first round robin, so they have the head-to-head. Anything that catches your eye right now? The sad one for me is FlyQuest, because losing.
Keep happening.
Yeah.
You hope the momentum was turning around after the 3-0 week, right back to a 0-3 week. I predicted them today.
I predicted them all week. I'm 0-3 on FlyQuest games. I think they're due.
You're going to keep voting on them?
I didn't predict them today.
I am in way too deep with FlyQuest predictions. I have to keep it going.
That's a sad sunk cost fallacy.
You can stop. You can stop. You can stop.
No.
You can.
You can get help.
You can.
Stop. Get some help.
I
Listen
can
to Michael
make
Jordan.
it back.
Guys, don't listen to him.
Get it back,
this is
Mark.
not the right mentality. Do not follow this man's track. We will be back next Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. Remember, it's Wednesday. Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Coming back Wednesday.
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 We're on
Wednesday.
for 2 more Wednesdays, and then never on Wednesday again for playoffs.
I don't know.
Are we not doing the 4-day week?
That goes Saturday, Sunday.
He's misleading you once again, guys. Don't listen to this man.
I saw the schedule today.
Okay, well, that's good information.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's got a Red Bull. That's all we need to hear. Thank you, guys. Have a good night. Stop it.
Why?
Because I got to dive after this.
Speakers lurking, Dignitas making sure to move the unit. They land the arrow onto Annie, follow up with the equalizer, and Jensen's coming in with the teleport, but the burn is so good onto the FlyQuest mid laner.
Go back. He has flash too.
Viego cut away. Go mid.
Quarter?
Wait, Penta, no?
Oh, he gave?
Penta?
Wait, did he get it?
Pause into Penta. Pause into Penta.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys. Now there's no flash. Look up, guys. Up. All the flashes.
Yeah.
Dino Sump. Yeah. I'm looking at Look, it's here. No flash. Look here, guys.
Yeah.
I can go back. I can go behind.
Yeah, keep going. No,
I'll tank. Yeah, no, don't need tank. Wait me. Oh, nice.
Damn.
Let's go.
Energy say we don't just need FBI's damage, we got so much more.
Holy shit! M&S is targeted there by the ulti coming out from Treats, but it won't matter. There's no follow-up. A nice use of the stasis as Fudge cuts down Tactical. Blabber's leading the charge, and Solo's stunned up. Kenby can't deal with the Piggy, and now he's going to use the Heartbreaker back over the wall. He just brings C9 to his own teammate. Kenby has condemned Treats to die with him, as Immortals will all get wiped off the map. Poor JJ over the wall trying to keep him away. He might just have to lay down his life for this one. Closes over the wall, but Baron goes over to APA. Double jumps back into the fight now and finds a kill on his former support. APA, the killing spree here for the Ziggs, but Double gets a shutdown on Yon as well. Summit with the flash back over the wall, and it's Grilled Toro as Double wants to pick up one more, but Summit makes his exit through the Hex Gate. Shine with the retreat back over the wall as Insanity wants to re-engage, but Huhi with a good drop, dropping the aggro here with a stopwatch. Haunter's in the middle of 5, but that's not where he wants to be. Goodbye, Crocodile. Golden Guardians get 2. Ready to re-engage against TSM as they try to collapse on the Cassante, and Licorice now has to be careful. He's so very low, and Wild Turtle's ready to provide a little bit of extra damage. All out to escape for Licorice, but Stixay can't do the same. Gory gets shot to pieces next, and Insanity's grabbing yet another kill. TSM may have just found the window to try to end the game